Well, none of them can hide from the truth, yeah. Children have to go back to the roots, yeah. None of them can hide from the truth, yeah. Children have to go back to the roots. I'm telling you now, the truth, the truth. Telling you, yeah, the truth, the truth. You have to go back to the roots, the roots. Go to the roots, to the roots. Yeah, man, this is Benjamin out of the Smiling Coast, West Africa, Gambia, representing for the one and only Abu, the big man you don't know, the Soninke warrior, the man that brings the truth, Soninke warrior, the sign of enlightenment, the Soninke warrior, the righteous and the true African. Abu, reveal the truth to them, no matter how them try run from it, because none of them can hide from the truth, yeah. Yes, we have to dig back the roots, yeah. Fire!
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Afridamus Report. I'm your host, Afridamus. I want to welcome all of you to another edition of the Afridamus Report. Ladies and gentlemen, as you guys know, if you are new here, make sure you like and subscribe to the channel. But for those of you, again, not just liking it, um, you have to understand when you call into the show here about topics, it's nothing personal. We are here to learn because people say Somalia is part of Africa. Others say no. But that all comes from a lack of knowing about Somalia. Because most of us in West Africa, from West Africa, our contact with Somalia is in the Western world, in America, England, Sweden. But now, many people, maybe in America, like Black people, Black Americans, right? They also come in contact with Somalians. But do they know anything about Somalia? I think they know the same thing that you from West Africa know. But what is Somali people in general? What is their perspective of you? How do they socialize with each other? Well, I went digging because growing up, all I knew about Somalia is it was a war zone. I knew about General Farah Aidid, and then they eventually became popular for piracy. And I know some are gonna say, "Oh, this is so negative," but that's the truth. That's what you see. But now, what is Somali people? What is their idea of you? Because I've heard some of them use a word, several of them they will call like a Black American person, refer to Black American, or a West African person like myself. Because I've heard this word before, Jirer. And I've seen on panels where Somalis get defensive and try to lighten it and not want to explain it. But I've heard this word before myself, even right here on my channel. A Black American is called Jirel o Kuntekinte. West Africans or other blacks are called the same thing. So that would mean if that exists, because you guys know yesterday the conversation was deep about whether Somalis are mixed or not. But now, if you're using, let's say, someone's physicality, something about them as an insult, because people say, it's about curly hair. You guys remember I had the conversation here with someone, right? A Somali individual that was explaining this Jarrell to me, and they lightened it up. That, raised my antennas. Because my thing is, if two people are in a conversation, right? For instance, if I go to China, I mean, I don't know Chinese, okay? A Chinese person, we are having a heated conversation and they are mad at me, and then they said something in Chinese, to like Chang Chuan, something like that. I mean, I'm not gonna assume he's saying hello to me. I would assume, oh hell, is this what you know, is this the N word in Chinese? You know, I'm not gonna. My point is, I'm not thinking they're saying hello. If a Somali person and a Black American are in a heated conversation, and the Somali person called that person Gerer, or the West African person Gerer, you are telling me this person is just saying curly hair. I don't believe that. And you don't believe that either. So that would mean that Somalis see themselves, they see themselves as a separate race from West Africans and, Black Americans. They see themselves as a separate race. I mean, even though people were going back and forth with it yesterday, but I'll open the lines again today. And today, the way it's going to go, it will be one at a time. People will be in backstage, but people would come one at a time. But now, I want us to learn about Somalia, you know, how, you know, what is this place called Somalia, what their recent history is, who colonized them, how did Somalia end up having refugee crisis. So as you guys know, I went out there, I did my digging, I found a well put together short documentary about Somalia, about a dictator named Siad Barre. This man, so you know how people talk about genocide in Rwanda, right? That's what everyone, oh, genocide in Rwanda. But I will tell you right now, Rwanda is not the only place where genocide took place. Siad Barre, you're about to see here, he committed genocide in Somalia. Like I showed you guys the history here too in Equatorial Guinea. Their former dictator committed genocide in that country. So Rwanda is not the only place. But you see, people try to use the word to qualify it as something else. And in this video that you're about to see, you're going to see that here. And it would give us a clear history of the chaos that is even up till today that is taking place in the Horn of Africa. So before we go into it, I want to do my um, copyright disclaimer here and also wish my people that are celebrating Kwanzaa, I want to wish you all a happy Kwanzaa. I hope you enjoy Kickback. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Happy Kwanzaa to all of you. But now, so what you're about to see here, because most people, when they talk about Africa, they talk about tribe. Okay, some of you are familiar with tribalism, and some of you are going to be familiar with racism. But they all, if you notice some people, you would say, "Oh, Afridamus, you said there's no racism." Yes, what I mean by that is, it's either good or evil because people, they're just, for instance, they just don't like you, and then they would base it off of because you look a certain way. So it's their own hatred that they mask, a term to it. So when someone says racism, that's too blanket. I want the person to explain what happened. Because when you just say racism, I think they are hiding what actually happened. It's to put you in the defense. But let's go by what is taking place, what we're seeing in front of us. So when we talk about tribalism, in other parts of Africa. Like, let's say someone would say, oh, the Tutsis and the Hutus killed each other. In Somalia, they go by tribe, they go by clans. They have several different clans in Somalia. So you're going to hear in this video, they're going to break it down, how this clan war, how it all started, and who's responsible for it. You're about to see it. Kick back.
For nearly 3 decades, Somalia has been at the center of armed conflict waged in the country by a variety of groups. The overthrow of Siad Barre's military regime in Somalia on 27 January 1991 was the beginning of this state of chaos in Somalia. Mohamed Siad Barre's autocratic rule over Somalia began with a coup d'etat, including the murder of the former president Abdi Rashid Ali Shemake on 15 October 1969.
So, people, this is a very, very recent history. Very recent history. This is not the 10,000, 15,000 years ago. Very recent. So, Siad Barre, was the dictator. He eventually got kicked to, the most popular Jerere land, Nigeria. You guys are going to hear that here in a little bit. But Siad Barre was the dictator of Somalia back in those days. You're about to hear his work in Somalia.
And Siad Barre's rule would last for 22 years, from 1969 to 1991. The Barre regime became increasingly oppressive and violent in the late 1970s and through the 1980s, although mass atrocities did not begin until later. In this episode of African Biographics, we look at the rise to power, eventual demise and death of Mohamed Siad Barre, as well as a brief history of socialist Somalia.
People, the reason why I give in the history, you guys know, that's what we do over here, right? I give the history. So you understand, not just say, oh, the person, they are pirates or this, or also because when Somalis, they like to show, superiority complex. Nobody's gonna lie about that. So that would mean they have special category for other Africans, what they look like, the Gerels. So for you to feel that way, it would have to do something with maybe your history, your conquerors, you've conquered the Gerels or whatsoever. But you see, people that practice that, they are practicing clan politics against you. What do I mean by that? Because clan rule, maybe in their clan, you're called Gerel. So you don't even know the game, you see? So that's like an inside joke or what it is. But eventually I open the line so Somalis, everyone can have the chance to talk about this. But I want people to see, maybe, I don't know if it's the environment or, what caused them to call other Africans Jarrell. Is it because they had a prestigious history or, you get the point.
While Somalia is ethnically, religiously, and linguistically homogeneous, the country's population is divided into clans who can draw their lineage back to a common ancestor. During the colonial period under Italy and Great Britain, clans became a central feature of state administration and political competition.
So last time somebody tried to argue that Somalia wasn't colonized in another platform. Well, if you're watching, Somalia was in fact colonized. Liberia was colonized. Ethiopia was colonized briefly. Because the criteria all these people want to use, we can say that too, because the British did not continue to colonize the African countries. They got kicked out at some point, so it was temporary. So I don't know what the time limit is for it to be considered colonized or not. But the point here is Somalia, they've been colonized by several different groups. You have the Italians, the British, and I guess the Arabs prior to that. But the Somalis, they do their own conquering as well. And you're going to hear that in this video.
Colonial administrators established a patrimonial system of resource distribution, employed tactics of divide and rule along clan lines, and engaged in collective punishment of clans. All these tactics would be employed during the later periods of violence, including during the time when the subject of this video, Siad Barre, was in power. Siad was born around 1919 or even earlier into a nomadic family in the small Marihan clan of the Darod clan group in Italian Somaliland. He joined the Somali police force after the British took control of the country in 1941 and rose to the post of chief inspector. When Somalia was returned to Italian sovereignty in 1950, Siad was sent to the military academy in Italy. He later transferred to the Somali National Army when it was formed in 1960. By 1966, Siad Barre held the rank of Major General and had become the Commander-in-Chief of the army. The country of Somalia was formed in 1960 when British Somaliland gained its independence from Britain and joined with its much larger neighbor, Italian Somaliland.
So as you can see, Siad Barre became a soldier, during colonial times. So most of the African leaders, nothing different. Most of these older people, they were in the colonial administrations as soldiers or some type of clerk, but many leaders you see have worked in the colonial administrations or they were soldiers. So he's one of those, but it's not something special. It's common in Africa.
The northern and southern regions were united under a multi-party democracy that lasted from 1960 to 1969. After independence in Somalia, successive, fairly tolerant but complacent civilian regimes made the mistake of ignoring mounting public displeasure, especially over corruption levels. So it came as no surprise that members of the army staged a coup d'etat and took power. On the morning of October 21, 1969, in the young Somali Republic, Radio Mogadishu had been playing unusual militaristic music most of the morning, deviating from its usual programming, which normally began with a roundup of world news.
I know that music because I have experienced, coup d'etats before. So when the military takes over on the radio, the only music you hear is that military band, the marching band. That's the only sound you hear. So I know exactly what he's talking about.
On a side note, the same thing of having military music playing on the radio to signify an ongoing coup d'etat happened when the military took over power in Zimbabwe in November of 2017. So in Somalia during this period, just a week earlier, the incumbent Somalian president Abdi Rashid Ali Shemake had been assassinated in what some historians believe was an act encouraged by the Soviet Union. The government was informed that it had been dissolved by the military. The public enthusiastically welcomed the coup d'etat, and only several days later would it become known that Siad Barre was the mastermind of the whole operation, which ended Somalia's short-lived and hopeful but troubled democratic era. Significant political figures were detained, the constitution suspended, the National Assembly closed, political parties banned, and the Supreme Court abolished. The country was renamed the Somali Democratic Republic, and on the 1st of November 1969, the conspirators of the coup constituted themselves as the Supreme Revolutionary Council. When Siad Barre took power in 1969,
Hey, isn't it funny how Siad Barre, he has the Hitler stash too? So he's got the Hitler spirit. We already seeing that. Let's see if he's gonna perform like him. But I noticed the Hitler stash. Check it out.
he sought and obtained support from the Soviet Union and embraced scientific socialism for Somalia. Among his first steps were to abolish Somalia's clan and patronage system, as he called it counter-revolutionary. A national campaign against tribalism, corruption, nepotism, and misrule was launched, and even informal references to clan alliances were outlawed. A new intelligence agency,
And most people don't know this, but Hitler also was a socialist. So a lot of this was during the Cold War era, when the United States and the Soviet Union were fighting for control around the world. So you have the Soviet bloc, some other African leaders, they were with the Soviets, others were with America. So he chose the Russians. So let's see what the Russians did for him.
The National Security Service was established in 1970 to monitor security offenses that included nepotism and tribalism. Siad Barre's early rule did have some positive aspects, such as the establishment of the first written script for the Somali language.
So tribalism, nepotism is definitely a problem in some African countries. I'll probably say most of them in the politics, but to a point where they go to war, that's rare, but it does happen. We've seen it around Africa. So Somalia is not unique in this. I don't want people to say, oh, you're picking on Somalia. No, we're learning history here about what happened, because people just come out, they start running their mouth, and people act a certain way, and we don't know why they're acting that way. But you're around the people, they're saying things that they're calling you nigger in their language. You're like, but why am I being called a nigger by people that say they're black too? Like what's going on? You see? So we have to understand their history, since we're all from Africa.
Nationwide literacy campaign and the empowerment of women through fair marriage, divorce, and inheritance laws. The other positive that came out was the way that the Siad Barre regime dealt with droughts in Somalia, and this helped prevent wide-scale famine. During his early days in power, there were healthcare improvements as well as the provision of better infrastructure. The foreign policy of the Somali government in Africa was about supporting both materially and morally numerous independence movements that were.
So back then, Somalia had a centralized government, a structured, it was a socialist government. Okay, so this is before the breakdown happened.
Happening across the continent. However, Siad Barre's government soon degenerated into increasing dictatorship, repression, and a personality cult focused around the leader, Siad Barre, who established an increasingly repressive and authoritarian security state, placing himself in control of all facets of state power. However, his government would suffer a serious blow when he launched an unsuccessful military invasion of the ethnic Somali Ogaden region of Ethiopia in 1977. In 1977, Ethiopia and Somalia engaged in a brief territory conflict over the Ogaden region situated between and claimed by both nations.
So also the border wars in this region is nothing new. The Ethiopia-Eritrea war that just ended briefly not that long ago, all that ties into this from way back. So Somalia and Ethiopia did have a border war. I'm telling you this, like I used to hear this when I was a kid in the news. I used to see it. So this is in our very lifetime. I get that some are saying, oh, if you want to learn Somali's history, go way back. No, we're talking about right now. Like things that we all can go look up, and what's actually making a difference in people's life today.
This conflict, however, held greater significance than most territorial disputes because Ethiopia was backed by the Soviet Union and Somalia was supported by the United States, thus bringing the Cold War to the Horn of Africa.
Wait, he's socialist, but okay, so he switched to the United States. So the United States was backing Siad Barre. So that explains why eventually American Marines ended up in Mogadishu.
Both superpowers, the Soviet Union and the United States, saw Ethiopia and Somalia as crucial to control the narrow eastern access to the Red Sea, which both countries border. Long before the 1977 conflict, the Ogaden region had been subject to dispute. After the Italian conquest of Ethiopia in 1936, Ogaden was attached to Italian Somaliland.
So, did you guys hear that? Italy did conquer Ethiopia back in 1936. This did happen. So, we'll continue.
Becoming the Somalia governorate within the new colony. Following the British conquest of this colony, the Anglo-Ethiopian Agreement placed Ogaden under temporary British control. The British sought to unite Ogaden with British Somaliland and the former Italian Somaliland to realize Greater Somalia, and this was supported by many Somalis. Ethiopia unsuccessfully pleaded before the London Conference of the Allied Powers to gain the Ogaden region and Eritrea in 1945.
So, you guys are seeing this short documentary. It's not only giving you Somalia, it's giving you what was and is happening in the Horn of Africa. So when Ethiopia was conquered back in 1936, Haile Selassie, went around, to, as you guys heard, try to get support to get Ethiopia back. But when he got his country back, he didn't get the Ogaden region and Eritrea. So all those territories were part of Ethiopia. So eventually that created, the war that he's talking about.
But their persistent negotiations and pressure from the United States eventually persuaded the British to cede Ogaden to Ethiopia.
So I guess they were going at it. So as you guys see, they had to send ADOS and FBA people to come and rescue the situation over there in the Horn of Africa.
Ethiopia in 1948. Fast forward to when Somalia gained independence in 1960, border conflict and internal unrest in Ogaden resumed. The Western Somalia Liberation Front would use guerrilla tactics to resist Ethiopian rule in Ogaden. The Army of Somalia, under instruction from Siad Barre, invaded and occupied the Ogaden region in the second half of 1977, with encouragement from some of the indigenous Somali population in Ogaden. During this whole time previously, Ethiopia had been aligned with the United States, but after the Derg.
So for people that think there was never border crisis in Africa, it only involves Europeans. No, this is African countries going at it within that region there. But that's not a common thing to see African countries, two different countries fighting each other over territories. But it does happen in rare occasion, like it's happening in the Horn of Africa.
Military junta seized power in 1974. The Soviet Union began support.
This is Mengistu. I'll bring his story. He was a dictator of Ethiopia. We'll have to talk about him next time.
Ethiopia and sent arms and military advisors. Cuba's Fidel Castro provided an additional 13,000 troops, and Ethiopia repelled the Somali army in 1978. The 1977 to 1978 war between Somalia and Ethiopia over the Ogaden region and the eventual defeat of Somalia altered the military balance of forces in the Horn of Africa in favor of the victorious country, Ethiopia. Consequently, it was Somalia's defeat in the Ogaden War that compounded and fast-tracked the process of collapse in this country of Somalia. After the war, Somalia was by then awash with weapons of war. The military regime was not capable of exercising control over the entire country, and the clan-affiliated military resistance against the Siad Barre regime increased. Somalia's Ogaden War with Ethiopia revealed weaknesses in Siad Barre's leadership and his hollow authority.
So, when he lost the war to Ethiopia, his people were ready to revolt, but watch what he's about to do.
Also livid at the Soviet support for Ethiopia, Siad Barre abandoned scientific socialism and he switched sides, allying himself with the United States, and he also sought refuge in
Yeah, I knew I was correct. I said he was with the Soviets. But this was common during the Cold War era where some of these dictators, they would, switch alliances. Like they would be with the Russians to get weapons and, try to fight their enemies. If that doesn't work, and sometimes they would switch sides, go with the United States. And that's what Siad Barre did here because he needs some of that American, padding, some of that American dollars.
increasingly in the support of his Darod clan. In January of 1981, former United States Secretary of State Henry Kissinger visited the presidential palace in Mogadishu, hoping to further strengthen the United States-Somalia ties. Siad Barre had criticized the previous United States President Jimmy Carter for not backing his country against the Soviet Union. But now Henry Kissinger was convincing the then President of the United States, Ronald Reagan, to view Somalia as a crucial front for the United States-Soviet Union Cold War confrontation. In the 1983 budget,
So you guys can see Somalia was set up for war. Like literally they were set up for that. The people that they are aligning with, the two superpowers, um, they are befriending them. So it's like a triangle. Siad Barre is getting, what he wants, and the Russians thought they were getting what they want, and now the Americans. So it's a strategic move for them, but it's a money move for him.
Ronald Reagan requested $91 million in military and economic assistance for Somalia, plus another $18 million in food aid for refugees. That year, Somalia's GDP was less than $750 million. However, later on, reports from Amnesty International, Human Rights Watch, and the press about the atrocities that were being committed by the Barre regime led to a sharp reduction in the United States' aid to Somalia by late 1989. As I mentioned earlier, after the Ogaden War, the people in Somalia were not so happy and the Siad Barre regime was heavily in debt. Internal squabbles came out in the open, factionalism became rife, and Siad Barre's government started to deteriorate and his authoritarianism turned openly brutal. The increasing clan bases of Siad Barre's regime led to the formation of opposition fronts that were similarly clan-focused, as non-Darod clans felt excluded from power.
So this is the beginning of the clan wars that we are all familiar with in the news.
One of the first setbacks to Barre came in 1981 when his attempts to undermine the economic and political power of the Isaac clan led to the formation of the Isaac-dominated Somali National Movement, the SNM. The SNM was developed in response to state marginalization and abuse, including the purge of the Isaac clan from civil service posts, confiscation of their businesses.
So in other parts of Africa, like it would be a tribe. So apparently the Isaac clan, I mean, I guess they're a large clan, and he literally pushed them out of power, out of the government, and they weren't taking it. So a lot of the conflicts you hear in some of these African countries, that's what it's based off of. To be quite honest, if you think about it, because one group is saying the other group is not sharing the power with the rest of them, so that becomes a problem.
arrests, detention, as well as violence against this clan. Throughout the 1980s, the Siad Barre regime responded to these oppositional militias by employing increasingly violent and restrictive measures on the various clan populations. Beginning in 1982, the state imposed curfews in certain areas that were used as a pretense for the detention.
So he set up kind of like a apartheid type regime, because if you think about it, right, the apartheid in South Africa that affected black people, the blacks. So it's no different. He's doing the same thing in Somalia. Like in South Africa, it's color based, but in Somalia, it is clan based. In Rwanda, it was tribe based.
Detainment and extortion of civilians. Detainment and looting became a lucrative source of funding for state forces and paramilitaries. The SNM soon began launching small-scale attacks against the government and military posts inside of Somalia. Siad Barre responded to this with what Human Rights Watch described as savage counterinsurgency tactics, ordering massive bombardments of northern towns and villages. Between 1987 and 1989, the regime of the Somali dictator Siad Barre massacred an estimated 200,000 members of the Isaac tribe, the largest clan group in the northwest part of Somalia.
Did you guys hear that? 200,000 people. That is a genocide. That is a genocide. That's why I was worried when Dr. Ars threatened, genocide, on the last show, genocide. So if we are saying this man 200,000, that is a genocide, that like nobody's calling it a genocide or talking about it. The one in Equatorial Guinea is less than 200,000. He killed more people than the dictator of Equatorial Guinea. But still, so yes, the Somali, the Isaac tribe got killed in the high 100,000.
This campaign led to the internal displacement of some 500,000 northerners, with another 500,000 seeking refuge in Ethiopia. Because of this genocide, it is said that there are more than 200 mass graves in Somaliland, most of them in the area known as the Valley of Death. In its final years, Siad Barre's government steadily lost control of much.
So this guy, he's lived up to his, Hitler stash. He didn't get that style for no reason. He got the Hitler stash and he killed over 200,000, people from the Isaac tribe, clan. I keep saying tribe, but it's clan. So this is crazy.
Of the countryside to the chiefs of the warring clans, plunging the country into social and economic problems. Human rights groups issued reports citing a consistent pattern of political imprisonment, torture, political killings, and discrimination against several clans. In May of 1986, President Siad Barre was seriously injured in an automobile accident, but later that year, he was nominated by the country's sole legal political party for re-election. He ran uncontested and won a new 7-year term. Yet there continued to be questions.
Wait. Why would there even be an election if you ran uncontested? Right? That's not an election. Just say he continued on. What do you mean he ran uncontested? That doesn't make sense.
About the extent of his recovery. Reports of feeble health combined with the country's internal strife led to a weakening of his grasp on power. It is said that towards the end of his rule, he was struggling to arrange a successor that would ensure that his family and clan remained in power. This regime continued to launch targeted reprisals against the civilian population throughout 1990. Siad Barre's presidential brigade, the Red Berets, were responsible for civilian executions in and around Mogadishu. In one incident, the Red Berets killed 100 civilians gathered in a stadium. But the writing for Siad Barre.
So this Siad Barre was just killing Somalis, like non-stop. The fact is, this is the most recent history which caused the refugee crisis in Somalia, made many Somalis flee their country. So this is the genesis of it. That's what you're watching here.
Was on the wall. In January of 1991, Siad fled Mogadishu as armed opposition movements took over Somalia. He twice failed to retake Mogadishu with the armed forces of his Marehan clan, and he fled to Kenya and then to Nigeria.
So what is it with Nigeria always taking in fleeing dictators? Have you guys noticed that? All these people that wage wars in their countries, failed dictators, people that lost wars, they end up in Nigeria. Nigeria is like, yeah, come on through. Come on through. So Siad fled to Major Jerere country, Nigeria.
The former dictator fled in a tank filled with reserves from the Somalian central bank. This included gold and foreign currency estimated to have been worth $27 million. Barre died of a heart attack on January 2, 1995 in Lagos, Nigeria. The overthrow of Siad Barre's military regime in Somalia on 27 January 1991 was the beginning of the civil war in Somalia. The situation was further exacerbated by the massive displaced Somali refugees fleeing the civil war that had begun in Mogadishu, the capital city of Somalia. 4 months later, Somaliland broke away from Somalia. While Somalia collapsed into more than 2 decades of civil war, Somaliland gradually developed better security, a livestock trade, its own currency, and democratic elections. Let me know in the comments.
So people, you see, that's the brief history of Somalia, the most recent, which caused the refugee crisis and caused many to live in other countries. But now, prior to that, most of you probably didn't even know much about Somalia. Okay, so yesterday we had a topic where we were talking about, if West Africans see Somalians as black. So we had that conversation. So this is just the next chapter of it. So I'm going to open the lines and I'll take in calls. So people, stick with the topic, please. I know some of you are going to be upset, but please stick with the topic. And when you come in, I'll put you backstage and I'll bring you guys in one at a time. One at a time. And today we're sticking with reality. We don't want to do the DNA stuff today. We want to stick with what we're seeing. And also, why do Somalis have a racial epithet for Black Africans and Black Americans? I want someone to answer that question as well. So give me a second here. Let me set this up. All right. Let's see. Okay. We have the house is getting full. So we have Dr. R in the house. We have Fuller Sport Mogadishu. So I'll bring you guys in one at a time. We will start with Fuller Sport here. All right, Fuller Sport, welcome to the show. Thank you for coming in.
Thank you for having me again. I appreciate it.
So, did you watch yesterday's show?
I did watch it in the audience.
Yeah, this is we're piggybacking off of that. So, because most people don't know much about Somalia. So we went in like yesterday, the conversation was very heated. But now, these conversations sometimes they end with, racial epithet, even though people are saying, like Somalis are upset that people are questioning if they are mixed or not. But how do they see themselves? So my question is, if they see themselves as black, like other Africans, why have a racial distinction, which is supposed to be epithet, like supposed to be an insult to West Africans? So I wanted to see, is it because they had a conquering history, they did great things in the past compared to West Africans? But I find out, the histories are very similar. So that's
Yeah,
why I wanted to,
yeah,
have a perspective and give the
yeah,
perspective to everyone else. So what do
yeah.
you think?
I mean, my opinion personally is that with the history of it, because it's so close to the the it's so close to the Gulf Arab states that with them being in proximity of them, I think in the trade with them, they kind of take on that kind of, I guess you can say, that superiority complex when it comes to other Africans. And then you also have to look at featureism too. Like although there are many different types of East Africans, the ones that the mainstream media shows are the ones that I guess you can say have the quote unquote Caucasianoid features. And if you read certain history, certain Europeans will refer to, these groups as Caucasian as well. When
Right.
you read their history, when it comes to Europeans and stuff like that. So I think like a lot of them have bought into that narrative, but you also have to consider
So
that.
so
Go
you've
ahead.
you've so you've noticed, the superiority complex too.
Of course, all the time. When they like me personally, I'm I guess you could say dark brown skin, but anytime like a East African may ask me, "Hey, are you like Ethiopian? Are you like Somalian or something like that?" I'll say, "Nah, I'm from the West Side," and then the whole mood changes and stuff like that. But it also must be said that you know um the Arabs that they look to hold them in contempt. You know what I mean? Like that's what needs to be said. Like the Arabs that maybe they associate themselves with, hold them in contempt. As a matter of fact,
Like what do you mean hold them in contempt?
um they don't look at them as like, I guess you can say, is like equals. You know what I mean? Like they don't look at them as like, oh yeah, these are my brothers and
Well,
stuff like
well,
that.
well, a lot the Somalis that came on yesterday argued against the Arab connection.
Oh really?
Yeah. But
Well,
I'll
some
put you in the back,
hold
and
on.
I'll
Before you go, I have
Mhm.
a request for you. Can you do a show on the Zanzibar Revolution, which was, kind of in relation to like what you were doing with the Somalis and stuff
Yeah,
like that? Can you do a show on that, because that shows you like again how Arabs look at like East Africans.
I'll work on that. Thanks for the Zanzibar.
Revolution, yeah.
Okay, I'll check that out. I'll put you backstage and bring, Mogadishu music.
Okay.
All right. All right, Mogadishu music. Welcome to the show. Thank you for coming
Thank
in.
you, thank you. Is there an actual Somali backstage?
Yes, there is Somali here backstage.
I would say I'll, if you wouldn't mind putting him first. It's his topic.
Yes, yeah.
And
Okay,
I always, yeah. So let me
yeah.
go after.
Okay. We have Dr. R. Welcome to the show. Dr. R, are you there?
Greetings. Yes, greetings, Afridamus.
Thank you for coming, Dr. R. So, Dr.
Yes,
R,
yes.
I have question. So, Dr. R, I'm glad you called in. So do Somalis have you know superiority complex over Black Americans and other West African groups?
My brother Afridamus, you have to understand, Africa is an extremely tribal continent. Like each tribe believes they're superior, and you've got many tribes on the continent that have never interacted. Basically, Somalis, how can I describe it? They are proud people. They got a proud civilization, and they don't have nothing against other different tribes in Africa, whether it's southern,
No,
east.
no, like okay, what you're saying. I actually I understand how the tribal politics work. Like you're right. Tribes think they, people think they're superior than others, but they have like a comparison to the others. But with the Somali one is different. I know because the reason why I said it's different, they have a term for people that look a certain way, which you yourself have used on here. So like to me, because I'm not within you guys' clan, so it doesn't really hold any meaning to me. But that doesn't mean that I didn't I didn't notice it, because I've seen it happen. Because you yourself, you used the word Gerer, you used Kunte Kinte, in a heated conversation to insult somebody based in in a racial term. So can you explain that?
Yes. The word Cherer can be used. It's got three meanings actually. Cherer means rough hair. Cherer is a tribe in southern Somalia who are non-Somali, non-Cushitic, and Cherer it can mean to refer to someone as non-Somali, non-Cushitic. It depends on how you use the word. You can use it in a
Yeah, but
positive or
but
negative
but
way to
for
distinguish.
example, like let's say, if me coming from West Africa, someone said to me, "Oh, you're non-Cushitic, right?" It wouldn't really mean anything to me. Like I'll be like, okay, like I wouldn't care. So I wouldn't think somebody would just say that to someone. But if you call me the N word, now that would have a different meaning. You see what I'm saying? So are you getting me, Dr. R?
I get where you're coming from, Aphrodite. It doesn't mean in a negative way. It means like it could be in my language. I could
But
be
last time
referring
you
to.
said it was you used it as an insult. You know,
What I'm saying is it can be used as an insult and a non-insult because the word has got three meanings.
but it's specifically made for people who are black.
No, because in Somalia we've got a tribe called Chererwain, and we've got other tribes who are non-Somalis and they got names. Like we've got names for Indian people and for Chinese people, and even for white people.
So how did a black American fit into Gerer,
Cherer.
or like a West African like me?
No, it doesn't mean West. It can mean basically Africans who are non-Cushitic. Like we wouldn't call someone like from Sudan or Ethiopia a Cherer.
What?
We've got names for those people as well.
But Dr. R, if you and I were in a heated conversation, right? It's based in identity and all, and then it's ended with me being called a Gerer. Like if a white, it's like to me, a white person just yells out, "Nigger." You see what I'm saying? Are you saying it's not holding the same connotation?
Of course, it's not holding the same connotation.
Okay. I have another Somali here. Well, where did he go? Um, hold on. Okay. I'll bring this other Somali. I'll put you backstage here. Give me a second. How we how do you say it?
How we a clan member?
How we a clan member? How we a
Yeah,
clan member? Where you calling from?
I'm calling from the U.S., man.
Where in the US?
Seattle, Washington.
Seattle. Welcome to the show. Are you Somali?
Yes, I'm 100% Somali.
100% Somali.
Yes,
So
sir.
so like yesterday we did a show here talking.
Yes. Yeah, I
Did you
watched the whole show yesterday. Yes,
you
sir.
what do you think about the show from yesterday?
Um, Only me had good points, but Dr. R is full of shit, man. Like I'm a Somali man. Like I didn't like what Dr. R was saying, and he sounds like he has animosity towards other Africans because he was using the word Jarer in on the
Yeah, what
show,
is
which was
what is so that's what I'm saying. So because it was used in in an insult, right? So is it racist?
I think my. Give me 1 second. Give me 1 second, sir. All right, say that again.
So he Dr. R is saying, you just heard him. He said it's not an insult, the word Gerard.
That's full of shit. That's a lot of
Hold
I've
on,
seen a
I'll
lot of
bring him
Somali.
on. Hold on. Yeah, go
Yeah,
ahead.
that's not accurate, sir. I've seen a lot of Somalis, try to wash it down the word Jared and what it means, because I grew up in Somalia, man. I'm 36 years old. I came to the U.S. when I was 19, and growing up in Somalia, the word Jared is derogatory. It's a racist word. They use it. There's a
Did you say
tribe called Somali Bantus in
You're in
Somalia.
Seattle?
What's that?
You said you're in Seattle?
Yeah, I live. Man, I'm
Yeah,
sorry, man.
I'm
Like,
in Seattle too.
you in Seattle?
Yeah.
Ah, man, we gotta link up, man. We gotta
Yeah.
do a show, man. We gotta link up.
Yeah, yeah, drop your information in the private area.
Okay, I will. I will most definitely.
How's the
So,
snow treating you?
what's that?
The snow.
Ah,
How
man,
you
it's
not?
crazy, bro. Like, past 2 days here in Seattle is crazy, man. The snow, we haven't seen snow like this in 30 years. It's very cold. So,
But
but
yeah,
a lot of things are shut down. Most of the stores, everything is shut down. Most of the grocery stores, everything is shut down because people here are not used to this type of snow.
yeah. So I'm gonna bring in Dr. R, but talk about the Gerard. You said some Somalis try to wash it down.
Yeah, they try to wash it down. They try to say it's just a descriptive of a hair, but the context, the way they use it, is very
Yo,
racist, and it
greetings,
uses
how are you,
some
clan?
Hold on,
man.
Dr. R. Let him talk. Let him finish, Dr. R. Go ahead.
This is a Somali man. I grew up in Somalia. I grew up Hammer, man. Dr. R knows, bro. I'm Hawiye.
Yo, yo,
I
yo,
grew up in Hammer,
can
bro.
I,
I grew
yo,
up in
how are you, man?
Wardini.
Dr.
Can
R,
I
hold
calm
on.
down, man? Calm down. Hey, from looking at you, you're from the south, innit? I'm from the north. In that down south where you're from, right? Yeah, I'm not. I've got family members that live in Mogadishu. Let me tell you something. I tried to. So why are you trying to say that I'm lying? Because I explained that just the word cherer has got three meanings.
But the word jared is a derogatory word. You use that
It's not a
in a bad
derogatory word because
intention.
there's a tribe. No, listen to me up to you.
Dr.
There's a
R, let
tribe
him
in the
Dr.
south.
R. Hold on, Dr. R. You gotta let him talk though.
All right, Afrodamus, I'm gonna explain what the word Jared means, because a lot of Somalis are trying to tell West Africans, hey, it's not a derogatory.
So
Then
no,
why
no.
are you
Listen to me.
using
Why
it?
you?
Dr.
How are you,
R.
man?
Dr.
Can I?
R. Dr. R. I don't
Yeah.
want to drop you, but if you interrupt him, I'll have to drop you. Just let him talk. Please. Go ahead.
So a lot of Somalis are trying to tell the word Jared doesn't mean anything. It's a descriptive word, but like where I grew up, we use Jared. Most Somalis use Jared in a derogatory word. It's equivalent to the word nigger. Like,
Yeah.
so when they see Somali Bantu, when they try to curse them out, the first thing they say, you fucking Jared. You know what I mean? Like, is the context, the way they use it. Jared literally means just a coarse hair, like
Yeah.
a 4C
Like
type of hair. Like,
nappy hair.
yes, what most West Africans have. That's what it originally means, but not the way the Somalis use it, because Jared is a very derogatory word. And if a Somali man calls me Jared, I get mad. That's how bad the word is. I see a lot of Somalis, the guy from Somali corner, try to wash it down, try to say, oh, it's not derogatory. No, the word nigger literally just means black in Spanish, right?
Yeah.
But what the white racists use it as a derogatory word. It's the same as the word jarir. Like, when you look at the meaning of the jarir, it's not derogatory, but the way the Somalis use it is very derogatory,
Yeah,
and
because
it's
you know what,
equivalent to a nigger.
yeah, because I've heard the word and the way Dr. R used it, I know Dr. R didn't, it to me it sounded like he called like Nagmizi a nigger. You see?
Yes, he did.
Yeah.
Yeah, Dr. R is full of shit, man.
Go ahead,
I mean,
Dr. R.
was that?
No, go ahead.
No, I was just saying, like, I was listening to the, your conversation with Dr. R yesterday. Mogadishu Misi, he has some good points yesterday, but he also, he has some kind of racist towards Somalis too, the way he was talking about Somalis. But he has some good points. Somalis, I'm gonna go off topic real quick because I want to just pick up where we left off yesterday, just for 1 minute.
Okay.
Somalis are mixed people. Like we have at mixed people, and the only me mentioned yesterday, the mix. It doesn't matter if it happened 3,000 years ago or if it happened
6 years ago.
The point is Somali people are mixed people. We have DNA from outside Africa, and a lot of Somalis, they don't want to admit that, but that does not make us less African.
But
we're also related to the Nilite groups that are close to us in the East Africa region.
But why do you think that is? Why do they fight so hard against the mix? It's
a defense mechanism because West Africans always try to tell us you're not black, you from the Middle East.
How are you, man? Can I respond to you, brother? My brother, can I respond? Can I kindly respond?
Which is true. Like,
hold on, Doctor. Hold on.
Are not less African than West Africans. You know what I'm saying? Like there are Africans that look different. All Africans look different. If you go to North Africa, the Amazighs, they've been in Africa for thousands of years. They look different than West Africans.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? So when West Africans say that Somalis are not real black, real African, they're wrong. But when the Somalis say they don't have any admixture from outside Africa, they're also wrong.
Right. Okay, Dr. R, go ahead. Dr. R.
Hawiya, man, I'm just telling you, since you're older than me, I'm not going to disrespect you, but you have no knowledge as well. You have no knowledge when it comes to history and genetics. You're calling Somali people mixed. You do realize, I explained this many times, Somalis are ethnic.
Bro, you telling me that I don't know my own people's history, bro? But
you don't know. You're older than me. I'm telling you, you have no knowledge of Somali history.
Have you ever heard back migration?
Can I add one thing before I mute up? You keep bringing West Africa. Can I before I mute up?
Go ahead. I'm gonna let you talk, bro. Go ahead.
You keep bringing West African. You heavily mentioning West Africa. Why you keep mentioning West Africa? Why not other Africans?
Because the problem, Somalis and West Africans has a huge problem. Online.
Why? I want to know why. I don't hear this from Southern Africans. I don't hear this from Southern or Central Africans or North Africans. Why West Africans? Like, I don't even care too much about people from that region. Like, why not other Africans?
We're not real Africans. If you look at online, Nigerians always.
So what is an African? My brother, you do realize that Africa is a diverse continent. And I don't want to speak too loudly. Africa is a diverse continent. There's 54 countries.
It is. That's exactly what I just said. That's exactly what I try to explain. That does not make us less African. The way we look does not make us less African at all. You know what I'm saying? So, like, when West Africans try to say stuff like that, like, I just look at them and laugh at their face because they're not more African than me. How the hell they gonna tell me that I'm not African? Somalis live in the Horn of Africa.
And you do realize that Somalis have been around for thousands of years.
Yes, I understand that. I understand that. But we also
realize. Let me finish it. You do realize that we are homogeneous, ancient ethnic.
We're not homogeneous. That's bullshit, bro.
You're homogeneous.
It's a fraud too. All the clans are not related. I'm gonna tell you something. I'm a Hawiya man, right? Like, I grew up as a Hawiya man. My whole family's been telling me that I'm Hawiya. I took a DNA test and I'm related paternally. That's from the father's side, right? I'm related to Dulbahantas. Like 23 and me, I got cousins that are Dulbahanta, and we don't know how we related. That tells you the clan system is fraud, bro. Like, all the clans are not.
I'm not talking about the clan, my brother. I'm not talking about the clan system. I'm talking about the Somali ethnic group.
Yes, the Somali ethnic group you're right. I agree with you. We've been around forever. We're like one of the oldest.
Let me ask you a question. You said, right, yeah, I'm going to educate you. Well, yeah, I'm going to educate you. Somalis have been around for thousands of years. If you go back into ancient history, we've always inhabited Somalia. Even I mentioned last time, the Greeks and many other people described people of Cushitic origin, the Somalis.
Right.
The Greeks, these are ancient Greeks. You do know that, right?
So
yes, I did not refute that, bro. I didn't refute that.
So, Dr. R, so like, how your man confirmed that Gerer means, like I was describing, but trying to say it's nigger. Like, what about Kunta Kinte? What about Kunta Kinte?
Kunta Kinte is a movie. Like, I just used that randomly. Like, it's fictional. I don't even know why we were talking about it, even though I mentioned it last time. I didn't mention it in a negative way.
Yeah, but my thing is, why was Kunta Kinte being used in a negative way?
Yeah, because Afridamus, I'll explain. Afridamus was insulting my people. Like, this guy.
No, I wasn't insulting your people. Not you. Not
Afridamus. Nakmisi.
Yeah,
hello?
Go ahead. Yeah.
Yeah, basically, Nakmisi, I was not referring to you since you got a heritage and you know where you come from. Nakmisi is talking rubbish about my people. Of course, I'm going to defend my people. Like, no disrespect to Black Americans. How can you tell me as a Somali that can go back 10, 15 generations? Well, God knows how many, if you can go back 2 or 3 generations. Like, you don't even know your lineage. Okay. So I'm not going to let someone Nakmisi insult me.
Okay.
Or my people.
Okay. Let's see. How your guy dropped off. I'll bring in Nakmizi. Dr. R, just hang tight. I'll put you back here. Welcome to the show, Mogadishu Missy.
Mogadishu Mizi is back in the house. Look, one thing that I do as Nakmizi is when I diss somebody, I stand on it. I stand on my square. So when homie came for me and Black Americans and West Africans, which he's done many times. The time he called me a Jareer on your last show, if you remember the show, I said, hey, which one of you, I thought it was K Polymath. I said, which one of you guys called me a Jareer before? It was Dr. R. Dr. R has called other people Jareer on other people's YouTube live streams. He not only said Jareer, but he started saying stuff in Somali that was, I would assume, because of the tone, was not positive. He also called for a genocide, similar to what happened in Rwanda. He also threatened me with physical violence. So now I'm gonna come at your people's neck. So don't throw rocks and hide your hand. You see what I'm saying? This dude, like, if you're gonna say your racist stuff, then stand on it. You know what I'm saying? And the topic of the show is what? Like Somali superiority to Black Americans?
So like, when you first when you heard Jareer, like, how did you receive it? Did you, like, okay, for instance, right? If you're in China, you're in a heated conversation with the Chinese and they just said something, they repeated, wouldn't you say, hey, man, that's probably their N-word? Wouldn't you think that?
Of course, and you got to look at the context. Hawiya, man. Okay, you got to look at the context. He says it when he gets angry. He jumped off the stream crying because he couldn't handle the smoke, and now he gets on and he tries to backpedal, and he tries to do it in the vein of, oh, he was protecting his people. Look, the topic is, do they have a superiority complex? That's actually laughable. It's actually laughable that any Somali who would consider themselves superior to anyone else. Because, like, if you just look at their recent history, if you look at their old history in the Indian Ocean slave trade, they went from enslaving Bantu Africans, and every Black African is not a Bantu. They went from enslaving Bantus to being enslaved by people in Libya. Okay, when you talk about Somalis, let's talk about the diaspora first. Let's talk about the high rate of autism amongst the Somali community in Minnesota. Let's talk about Little Mogadishu in Minnesota that saw 56% increase in violent crimes due to Somali gangs, one named the Somali Outlaws. So when they call Black Americans Pookie and Ray Rays, what is your excuse? Now we can take it to Somalia. We could talk about Al-Shabaab, hijacking, kidnapping, suicide bombing. We could talk about life expectancy in Somalia, 58 years compared to America, which is 77 years. Let's talk about infant mortality, 65 deaths per 100 live births compared to 6 per 1,000 in America. Let's talk about the GDP of Somalia, $310 compared to 63,000 per capita in America. Somalia is the second poorest country in the world, and we're talking about GDP. Now we take it to HDI. They're the worst. And HDI measures health. Hold on. I'm almost done. It measures health, income, and education. And literacy rates for Somalians, 37% for women and 49% for men. So how can the most physically unmenacing, illiterate, autism having, racist half-breeds from East Africa have anything to say about Black Americans? We will wash the floor with you and treat you like the bitches that you are.
Alfred, Nagmizi, when the fuck did I talk about Black Americans? And
you called me Jareer. Stand on it.
Because you disrespected me. You disrespected me when I was
No, I told you the facts. You're not even Somalian. You're a Black Brit. You weren't even born in Somalia.
Why?
The Hawiya man is Somalian. You are just a Black Brit.
I was born in the UK. Yes, I am a Somali.
Yeah,
British.
exactly. So don't even speak for Somalis. You wasn't born there. If you go to Somalia, they're gonna call you basically you ain't really Somalian. They're gonna tell you.
Okay, here I'm gonna. So Dr. Ad doesn't have much response for
because he got smoked again.
Okay, we'll put Nagmizi back here and bring I'll put Nagmizi and Dr. R back and bring Dr. K. Dr. K, welcome to the show.
Yeah, welcome. Can you hear me well?
I can hear you loud and clear.
So let me give some context about Somali history and the word Jarer. So basically, Somalis in East Africa have the same history as a white man. Somalis used to enslave the Bantus and the Nilotic. So what they used to differentiate the different, they also enslaved other Cushitic tribes, right?
Can you fix your audio?
Is it better now or is it still bad?
Move it slightly.
Okay. What about?
Yeah, it's much better.
Okay. So in East Africa, Somalis have a history of being as bad as a white man in terms of slavery. So they used to enslave the Bantu slaves, Nilotic slaves, as well as other Cushitic slaves. So people with the same lineage as Somalis, like part of my dad's tribe, the Oromos. So they also enslaved them.
Okay, so okay. I knew the word have to come from something attached to slavery.
Right.
But keep going. Okay, keep going.
So let me give an example. So I'll come clean. My mom's tribe is the Wanga tribe, right? We did sell slaves to Somalis and the Arabs. We were never enslaved. My mom's tribe, we were actually slave traders. I come clean, and that's a horrible history, right? However, we did catch the Nilotic tribes. So my mom's tribe is the Bantu tribe. Part of my dad's tribe is a Oromo tribe, which is more or less a Somali tribe, kind of tribe. So what happened with the Somali men is, whenever they used to catch slaves, which are Bantu or Nilotic, because of their hard hair, they used to call them Jared. Now, you also have other Cushitic tribes, like in Ethiopia or the Oromos, who also have a bit of coarse hair, but because of the facial features, they found that the other Cushitic tribes looked better. So when they made them slaves, they used to kill the Cushitic men, take the women as a wife or a concubine, and then the children will be Somalis. So that's from the Cushitic tribes. But from the so-called Jared tribes, like the Bantus and Nilotics, they used to keep them under slavery all their lives and treat them really bad. But the Oromo tribes, they had a chance to become Somali if it was an Oromo child or the woman. So that's where the history of that word comes from. It's not just coarse hair.
So when you're called Jarer, even though like historically, like I'm from West Africa, we're not the ones who they enslaved there. So because Jarer and then followed by Kunta Kinte, we all know that Kunta Kinte was taken as a slave. So yes. I knew like there was. So when you're being called Jarer, you're being called
a slave.
A slave.
That's where the word was now become
like Abid in in the Middle East.
In fact, most Somali men are called Abdi, which also means slave of Allah. Abdullah, slave of Allah. But anyway, so this is where the term now became derogatory when they were practicing slavery. Now, the thing with Somali tradition is they do practice something called selective breeding. So they selectively breed with. Right.
Selective breeding.
Yes. You know the way that we've bred, apples to taste good, to look good, juicy and red. They have been practicing for centuries, basically featureism breeding, which is fine. That's their prerogative. So that's why I said when let's say they caught someone from my dad's tribe, the Oromos, they would enslave them, kill the men, marry the woman, have child with the woman. But if they caught someone, let's say from my mom's tribe, the Bantus, they would enslave them and then they would keep them in more harsh conditions. So and then they would differentiate the two between the hair texture and also facial features. It's not just hair texture, because I would say about 30% of Somalis also have a Jarer hair. So it's actually hair texture and featureism. It's both of them put together.
So do Somalis, you seem to know a lot about them. Do Somalis feel superior to other Africans?
Yeah, of course.
Hold on. Petite Princess, hit the link. The link is there. And what's his name? Rashid, for some reason your device is not connecting, so you can try again. And Amilcar, I saw you back there, but your device is not connecting. You guys can try again.
They don't feel superior to other Africans. They feel superior to everyone. So it's just that in particular, they don't like the coarse hair texture of other Africans. But they feel superior to all other people on the planet.
Other people on the planet.
Right.
Okay. All right, that makes sense. And if that's how you feel, like there's nothing wrong with letting us know. I just, I don't want to play a game that I don't know the rules to. That's all what it is. But Dr. K, I'll put you in the back also and bring in To Niger. To Niger, welcome to the show.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Yeah, I guess you were asking whether the derogative term that they use to describe West Africans.
Jarer.
Yeah, I definitely, the way Dr. R uses it is
and
meant to be. Yeah, the way Dr. R uses it is definitely meant to be derogative.
Be an insult.
Yes, that's the idea, and that's what he's trying. And the way he tried to answer it is not very convincing, saying that.
So Tunaja, like yesterday, you were present in the conversation, which was about whether they are mixed or not. So, for instance,
I don't think I was present actually.
No, you called in here. Yeah, you were here. Tunaja, are you losing your memory?
I think I could have sworn I was watching it. I wasn't present.
No, okay, but for instance, okay, because we were talking about the race, whether it's the same race as other Africans, but for like back in the days or even today, to call a black person, refer to a black person as the N-word, like you're not gonna see a Chinese and call them that. So
yeah.
So I just noticed, even out here in real life, that term is reserved for West African person and Black Americans.
Yeah, I think with the Somalis, if their history that they even describe to be the way they have lived, they call it a cultural way of life. The way they have lived is how they are. There is an element of exclusiveness about them. They keep other people away. The way they even breed, according to the way they describe themselves, is that they marry amongst themselves, stuff like that. They take it to a slightly higher level.
And okay, Tunaja, since you're here, I'm gonna ask you this. Tunaja, what is it? What Siad Barre, the Somali dictator. Nigeria was the one that took him in. Why is Nigeria always taking in dictators to Nigeria?
Because we are nice people. How is that shocking? We are very nice people. We are very welcoming. We welcome everybody around. People like having a go at us, but we are very, very giving. That we welcome everybody in. So But this Somali stuff is a little bit, for me, from what I've heard in the past few days, they seem, even with the genetic discussion, they seem to be very, very, they make themselves very, very distinct, almost to the point where it's almost, if they are correct, it's almost Nazi-like, where they believe they are superior and they breed themselves like that. And then
Well, the president had a Hitler stash, so
you see what I mean. And then you put on top of that the Islamic religion that prevents them from allowing any other person to get married to them without converting to that religion. You can see how exclusive they are. And if we Africa is to work together, that some of those type of things needs to go. You can't keep describing people as in a derogative way, and you act as if you are superior to other people. If you keep doing that, then sooner or later you're going to have problems.
Wait, so Tuna, are you saying you also noticed that vibe?
Oh yeah, see, that's not even hidden. Before, the young generation is different. The older generation, they literally used to think that they are not like Africans. They say it. They don't even hide it at all. It's this young generation now that have realized that, you know what, we are now Africans and it's okay, let's start living together and all the rest. But majority of their population still, and the people that control the society, is still, they are still very, very conservative. And they don't believe they are like other Africans. They say that all the time, and this is why they are breeding. Their way they breed themselves is quite different from most groups. Africa, we are very tribal. They don't want what Igbo man to marry Yoruba man, but it is done in a more lower level. But these people take it to another level that makes them, even genetically, they are being identified as a specific group. You see what I mean? So I don't know. I feel like that stuff needs to change, and it really needs to change for good, because Dr. R is not an old guy. He's a young guy, and he's using those terms.
Well, that's why we're having the conversation. Tuna, I'll let someone in. I'll put you back there at the same time. Proud Coshetic Race. Welcome to the show.
Hey, thanks for having me again.
Yeah, thank you for calling in again.
Yeah, no problem. So many Black Americans, unfortunately, they think America is a nation state, like Iran. And what I mean by this is, when Mizi brought out stats comparing himself to Somalis, it makes his people look much greater than they actually are. If you're going to compare Black Americans to Somalis, you should use Black American stats. He's right. The average income in America is $63,000, but unfortunately, it's $45,000 for Black Americans. That's well below the average. And if you take into account American high standard of living, you can hardly do anything with that income. Infant mortality rate in America is 5.2, but for every 1,000 live births. But for Black Americans, it's double that in the greatest country on earth. Black Americans are 4 times more likely to die from complications of low birth weight, because I know in the last show he called Somalis 80 pounds wearing a rifle soaking wet. So if you're going to compare both people, use the correct stats. Yes, there are Somalis, there are extremists, right? If you use the minorities on both sides, yeah, it's not going to look good. We can easily come up with arguments that way. But I think it's just far more productive to not throw insults.
Right.
And in terms of Jareer, yeah, it is insulting. But let's not pretend other Africans don't have names for Somalis. Right?
I mean, I'm sitting here as an African. I'll tell you right now, like, literally, we do not have any name for Somalis.
Really?
Hey, like, no name. We just know, these guys are from Somalia, and that's it. We know nothing about Somalians. Like, we have no name other than it's a Somali person. That's it.
Wow.
Yeah,
that's interesting.
We don't have any other name other than Somali. That's it. So that's why I was blown by the Jareer. I was like, man, did I just get called a nigger by a Somali? What's going on here?
But is it the N-word though? Like, I think
it's in that connotation. I'm just telling you.
Really?
Because,
I think that's a reach, because it means curly hair to Somalis, and it can be used as an
Wait,
insult.
wait,
To go from curly hair to N-word, I think is a bit of a leap.
Wait, if you and I are having, okay, like a white person who have this crazy idea about black people, you are in a heated argument, and you think he's just gonna be like, you nappy hair, oh curly hair. Come on, that doesn't make sense. They're not gonna say that. If they want to use the big insult, they would just use the N-word. Nobody is gonna, because okay, when Dr. R used it, I bet you Dr. R knows maybe Demise doesn't have nappy hair like me. I don't know. So, but it's not about the hair.
Okay, I see what you're saying. Okay.
Yeah. So I'll put you in the back here and bring only me. Only me. Thank you for coming in again, only me. Only me, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
I can hear you loud and clear. So
just
today
just a minute, brother. 1 moment. Yes, I'm here.
All right. So you're hearing the topic. So what we went through the history, and now we're talking about the Somalis. Why do they feel superior to the other Africans? And the word also Jerer and Kunta Kinte. I don't know if Kunta Kinte is the equivalent of just making up words if you're mad at a black person, going like Ungawa or something. But anyways, we received that word too. So why they refer to other Africans as Jerer?
Okay. I have missed a little bit of the show, so I have my kids, so I had to put them to bed and stuff. The word Jerer, right? So Jerer means kinky hair, nappy hair. You take it as you want. That's what it means in Somali. So if a Somali person calls you nappy-headed, then it's nappy-headed, all right? Just like other people on this panel calling Somali big foreheaded, that's what it means, right? So that is the word. Okay, then it's a kinky hair. First of all, we don't have a word called N nigger. We don't call anybody N nigger. We don't have that word in the Amharic language.
No, I know what I'm saying is, right? Okay. So there is different areas use different word for nigger. You see, like, because like he's saying Somali, like Dr. K. Hold on, let me bring in Dr. K. Dr. K, you are on.
Yeah.
So Dr. K, only me is denying that, because what she's saying and your explanation of the word, can you repeat it so you guys can hear each other?
Yeah, so she's right. Officially, the word Jerer means, coarse hair. And like I said.
But what I'm saying, it's full representation. They,
right.
supposed to. It's
the
like calling you indirectly, you black nigger.
Right. So that's the original. But just like the word nigger itself, nigger is an old word from Latin. It came out 5,000 years ago. And even in the Bible, you can see Simon being called nigger because he was so dark. Yeah. So nigger started off as a just black connotation, but the white people began using it as a racial epithet. Now, Jerer is the same way. It just means, coarse hair texture, which even some Somalis have, obviously. But it means more.
But
so what happened during the Somali slave trade? They started to use it more to differentiate between the different kinds of slaves they had. So the Bantu and Nilotic slaves, they use it as a Jerer, and they use it to, actually dominate one Bantu tribe in Somalia. Jerer Wayne was actually it's one of the Somali tribes, which is not ethnic Somalis. It's Bantus majority. They do have some mixture with Somalis, but it's a Bantu tribe, and they actually have oppressed them so much in that in that land. Why? Because of the way they look. So yeah, that word, as it is used by some people, definitely for the same meaning as nigger. So if someone calls you Jerer in a heated discussion, they're calling you nigger. That's just a fact from the history of Somali history. Now, what they'll try to say is, oh, it just means this. Yeah, it does mean that, but that's not how they're using it if they're using it in a heated discussion. Because why would you insult someone
it
calling
has
someone
several
nappy.
it has several meanings, right? But for instance, if somebody
Listen, can
it's
I talk, because I can I say something?
you'll get a chance. Give me a second.
Yeah.
I get that, but in all honesty, only me, you know that you're not in a heated argument telling the person you nappy hair. That's not
Exactly.
what.
That's
That's not
no, that's
no, but that's
exactly
not
what
what.
it means.
Why would anyone be
But
upset at that?
exactly, because people feel bad about their hair. That's why they feel bad about their hair, so they feel insulted when somebody calls them
So
nappy
it has
headed.
nothing with calling.
What if a white person comes to you and says, "Hey, you nappy headed"? Of course, you get offense to it. Full
No,
stop. You
I
understand?
wouldn't.
Yes. Yeah. Maybe you're
No,
not, but if yes, maybe you not specifically,
it
but
would make me
people will
laugh.
make.
Even the Gerard,
It
like
doesn't
it
matter.
what I'm saying, even Gerard makes me laugh. But the truth is, us that have been called that, we need to know where this history is, and the honest truth, we hear it. We don't know we're being called niggers. That's all what it is.
Listen, okay, Miss brother, I am Somali, ethnic Somali, okay? So I'm not here to defend anything that is not there. The word means nappy, kinky, coarse hair. That's what it means. And when I say in heated debate, then I call you nappy headed. That's exactly what it means. We don't have a nigger. We don't have a word for nigger. Okay, that's what it is. And also, we define people by their look. So we have a Chinese person. We will call him Indayar, which means small-eyed. We have Arab people, we call them dagaas, which means red ears. By the way the people appears, that's how we call them. But when I say jarer, that's exactly what it means. Just means nappy hair.
No,
However,
I,
that is what it
I
means. So
understand.
I'm not
I
gonna go over
understand.
again.
But no, I
Yeah,
get, trust me,
yeah,
I get what
yeah.
you're saying, right?
Mm,
But
mm.
another Somali guy was here. He he described it as I'm describing it. Um, Keizo described it that way. And the way people are receiving it in the context it's been said, in the context,
It
it
is
definitely, I know you're trying to explain, explain through it, but in the
no.
context it's been said, it is taking the place of nigger.
I am actually putting it raw out there. When I say gerer to somebody in a very mean way, that means you nappy headed. That is exactly what it means. Nothing more and nothing less. But the thing is
Okay.
here, okay, and the thing with the Somali superiority complex, right? I catched with that Mr. Mogadishu again. He is very, very heated up when it comes to the
Oh,
Somali. Yeah, the Mr.
yeah.
Mogadishu. Yeah,
Okay,
why would
I'll
Somali
bring
look? No,
See,
no.
Mogadishu for
Let me
you.
finish. Let me finish. So why would he said why would the Somali feel superior because of their condition? Blah blah blah, and here and there, and this that. That's what we're saying. Listen, Somalis, I mean, me as a Somali, my condition right now doesn't define who I am. People normally are feeling proud and superior because of their history. So the history of the Somalis is what makes Somali very proud and very, very, because we were never enslaved. That is what the Somali go after. You understand? And even if it comes with the Libya is we were never systematically slaved. What happened in Libya was some youngsters who fled the land, went to Libya and could not pay. So they go into jails. And so the Somali government are taking them out from there. But now, not here and there. They were not sold. They were not systematically shipped away from the Somali shore. So that is that. So Somali, when he compares America with Somali, it's just ridiculous because we have been in a war for the past 30 years and we live in the third world country, which is in Africa anyways, right? So you
But you
cannot
guys were
compare America.
you guys were colonized.
Yes, with three different countries. Three different countries had to hold this shit Somali down.
No, but okay.
So anyway,
All
yes,
right,
we've been
Tunaja, wait,
colonized. Did I
hold on.
say anything?
Tunaja wants to respond to you. Let's allow Tunaja. Go ahead, Tunaja.
man, you see, this is the kind of stuff, normally when this lady is saying something, I tend to, concur most of it, but some of the stuff she just said just now doesn't add up at all. How can you just say, oh, we just used to describe people by their looks? Who says that? And when you have Somalis coming here to tell us that this stuff is used derogatively, and I have had Dr. Al use it that way too, and you come here to tell us, do you think you are talking to fools or what? And I don't like when people come online here and act as if we are children here. You know full well your people use that language to describe people badly in a negative light. Just like they call Somalis this a big forehead in the UK here. I didn't even know that they did that until when you hear from the young people here that they use that to bully Somali young people in the UK here. So big forehead is a description, but it's a bullying term. Somalis have suffered because of those terms. And for you to come here and say something like that, it's just, I can't believe it. You're a grown woman. How can you say something like that? And you're covering, I understand why you love your people. That's fine. But if we are to move forward, we have to be speaking frankly about stuff.
Listen,
you can't just say that it's just a term that your people use.
Listen, the brother asked me a question and I answered him the honest way I could. You understand? I'm not here to calling anybody Jarer. But he asked me what it means and I explained to him. So please don't put stuff in my mouth. I never said anybody is Jarer. But the problem here is when he asked me and I explained, you took it to offense.
I don't understand why. If they got upset, it's up to them. If you describe somebody's hair, if they get, what kind of statement is that? If they get upset, it's up to them. You said, let me quote the word you said. Said the word Jaria means hair. If you say those words and the person gets upset, it's up to them. That's what you said.
I said the word Jarer means nappy hair.
So wait, hold on.
If they call it Somali fat forehead, then it's up to them.
Yeah, but they call me every day. It's not like nothing new.
Yeah, but it's a negative term. They're not telling you because they are trying to be. They're not giving you a compliment
about that. Listen, have you seen Somalis making video about that?
Yeah,
No,
but it's not a compliment.
We just don't care.
Neither do we. I've never.
It's not a compliment.
This is the first day I've ever heard the word. So neither do we obsess over that word. But the point is, when you know people are using a negative term to describe people, don't pretend as if that's not what is happening, because that is not a honest discussion.
Listen, brother, if somebody calls my big forehead, you have a big forehead, I could care less. Of course, it's bad.
But young people here are not caring less about it.
Yes, and do you know what they're gonna say to you? You have a nappy hair. Period. If you insult people, they will insult you back. It's like that. Whether
but what I'm saying is, hold on, only me.
Insulting people.
Only me. Okay, like somebody from West Africa, like you're calling the person Jarrell. We don't even know the meaning. I don't even know you calling me a nigger, and I'm smiling. So that's crazy. You see? So at least if you're gonna call me that, say it in English.
Nappy-headed.
Exactly.
Or
yeah, say it in English.
People know.
Yeah, but don't be,
it's not hidden. It's not hidden, brother. People
Okay,
know what Jared means.
Hold on.
Jared means kinky hair. People know this. This is nothing new under the sun.
No, but it's new to us here. No, it's
new
to us.
Listen, yeah, to you maybe.
No,
but listen,
no.
Okay,
hold on.
Listen. Can I?
Give me a sec. Let's allow Mogadishu Mizi and Dr.
Yes, thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you for your patience. Go ahead.
Yeah. So look, I heard what the other guy said, and I hear what this only me is talking about. Look, Black Americans are American. Okay. So yeah, there are disparities between races, class, and geographical. So the white person from West Virginia is going to have lower yearly income than the white person from California. So that's just going to happen. But $45,000 is way better than $350. Let's just keep it 100. So this is what I'm saying. But as far as, who's this and who's that, once you come at my people or anyone, they're going to fire back. And if you have been the face of poverty and refugees, you're not in a position to be talking crap about other people and in your language, calling us Jareers and this and that. Look, the nappy head thing doesn't really hurt most Black people. A lot of us are happy to be nappy. You see what I'm saying? But give me nappy hair over the conditions that cause Somalis to be anywhere except Somalia. You see what I'm saying? And when they try to paint us as Pookies and Ray Rays, it's like, yo, y'all have that and worse. It's there for, in plain sight. So when we start pointing fingers at people, you have to look at yourself. And I wanted to say one last thing. That video that you showed, I did a video on it and I broke it down.
Are you talking about the short documentary?
Oh, no, the one where she said it was 100%.
Oh,
that video is from 23andMe, and it said that this guy was 100% Somali, but it only went back 2 generations. My 23andMe and everyone else's 23andMe goes back way past that. It goes back to like 7 or 8 generations, like hundreds of years and even further. And when I broke down his timeline, it was only 1 to 2 generations. That's why he came up 100%. So y'all putting up this stuff because you're ashamed of your admixture. If you're walking around with the Arab's name, if you're walking around with the Arab's culture, if you're talking about and bigging up your lineage and you're bigging up,
hold on, Dr. R.
No, let me finish.
Dr. R, just wait. You'll get your chance.
I've been cooking this guy so long. He's like a sadomasochist. He wants to get beat all the time. So now look, when you talk about your noble lineage to the Arabs, right? And when you understand the history of Somalis working with the Arabs to sell black people, that's nothing to be proud of. And then in turn, y'all got enslaved. So y'all not like some prized possession. Only these simps and a lot of these West African and Hotep simps think that Somali women are so hot. To me, y'all ain't nothing special. Real talk. It only like anything black.
Nagmizi, why do you have to throw the Hoteps? Wait, why do you have
because
to
the Hoteps only talk about Habesha girls, they talk about Somali girls. Hoteps are the biggest self-haters because they see all these people with non-black African phenotypes and they lift them up, and then they give these people these inflated egos where they could think that calling us nappy head is really gonna hurt. You got stringy hair. Your men, Somali men, are literally the least masculine men on the whole continent of Africa.
And no,
Dr.
no,
R,
no,
Dr. R, go ahead.
No, I want to respond back.
But wait, hey, I'm gonna tell you this. Any Somali
you said,
talking
okay,
that
are you
ooga shit.
finished? Because I want to answer
Wait, hold on. Keep it in English, because once y'all start talking that ooga booga shit, I'm gonna start clicking you out.
We don't talk ooga booga. We speak Afro-Asiatic. So sit down now.
Hold on. Only me.
You're in Germany, right?
Only me.
Yes. Can I have
only me. You see, this is what I was talking about. Can we please stick with English, because I don't speak that language.
I just told them to wait for me.
Yeah.
I will go after him. That's all I told. Listen, this man is talking about Somali men, okay? Somali men, I've seen you talking about Somali men so many times. Somali men defended their land, they defended their women, they defended their people for centuries. The skinny men that you see, those are the men who were standing in front of white men and their women. Do you understand? You cannot go even close to Somali men.
How did they get colonized 3 times?
We have never been shipped anywhere. So sit down and listen to me now.
That's a good question you asked. Can I respond back quickly?
Somali men.
Wait, look, I'm not gonna attack.
Listen,
one at a time.
Listen, Somali men did not sell their women for umbrella. Okay, so sit down and be quiet. I'm getting enough of you. Seriously, huh?
Hold on.
I don't care. You a proud Somali in Germany. You a proud Somali celebrating.
The reason why this got heated is because you was not being honest.
Back off. This man is really ticking me, yeah? Back off. That is one thing that you have to know about Somali men. Okay, Somali men did not sell their women for umbrella or alcohol.
Wait. Hold on, Aphrodite, because Somali men were involved in the selling of other Africans.
We did not sell.
Just
did
like
not
West
say
Africans,
report
just like
of
any
Yes,
other
you
Africans, you
did.
not
idiot,
Yes,
bro.
you
Just
did.
like any other
Well,
West
hold on,
we
hold
African.
did
on.
not say
Afridama,
wait
They
like
did
Weezy, can I
sell. So
respond
the
to you?
did
Can
not
I
they
say
respond to
sold
you?
report
Can I
to
of
the
respond to you?
Arabs.
Can I
something
respond?
different.
Wala, I'm Sanahadlia. Can I respond
Please
to you? Can I respond to you? So
Yo,
what if my
wallah,
people? Let
wallah,
me finish.
wallah.
Let
Why
me
y'all speaking
finish.
Arabic? The Arabs don't want y'all.
Guys,
They call y'all half
Walala
breed.
is
I don't give a
Somali.
guys,
damn
hold
about the
on.
Arabs.
Wallah,
Why you
wallah,
bringing the
wallah,
Arabs?
wallah.
Dr. R.
Listen, can you
You
please
stupid
Ida
idiot,
Palmer?
bro.
Ida Palmer.
Now let me finish. Let me respond to this guy.
Listen,
Let me tell you something. Yeah. So what if my people sold slaves or not? Other Africans were selling each
Yeah,
other.
yeah,
Let's look at the
yeah. And then
Swahili. Let
y'all
me
was getting
finish.
cells in
So if you
Libya.
go to Kenya,
God,
let me finish. If you go to Kenya, Tanzania, and Mozambique and Zanzibar, they were selling their own people. The Swahili people,
yep.
they sold their own
And
people,
we
their
bought
own
from
women.
them, though.
So did Somalians sell
You should
Somalis?
no.
We
Let me
did not
finish. Let me
sell.
finish.
We
You should,
bought.
like
That's
Weezy,
a
you're
different.
targeting the wrong people. You should go to the Swahili people and ask them that. They sold their own brothers and cousins.
Yeah.
God knows for
Okay,
what.
let's allow two
Yeah, you're
Niger.
talking
Two
about
Niger respond.
50-50.
Two Niger. Go
Yeah.
ahead.
See,
Sit
I
down,
don't know
man.
why
Sit
she's
down,
saying that
baby.
they are
Hold
more
on.
involved
Only
in
me.
slave
Allow two
trade.
Niger. Go ahead, two Niger.
See, this is the thing. I like when people speak factually. When she keeps saying that they are not involved in slave trade, they were involved in slave trade. It's a fact. You just Google it, you see it there. They were involved in slave trade, and the reason why this is getting heated was because we are not trying to discuss honestly about the way we treat people.
True Niger, I did not
When the
deny my
Hold on,
people were
Dr. R.
involved in the
Let him
slave
talk.
trade.
Dr. R. Let him finish. Let him finish. You get the chance.
when African Americans talked about how some Nigerians refer to them with a derogative term, I told them, when I hear this term in Nigeria, we tend to use it even in the opposite way. But if you feel that some people are using it negatively, and I know the ones in America, the black people in America, Nigerians, use it negatively, and you have to see it from that context. Don't act as if they are not using it in a negative way, because it is true. And when people have come here, even Somalis have come here and say they are using it in a negative way, they mean it in a negative way. And generally, these type of terms are used in a negative way. For her to come and say, okay, just referring to your kinky hair, it's up to you to get upset. And when somebody calls some other person big forehead, it's not funny. In the UK here, I know Somali people don't find it funny. They can fight you, they can stab you because of it. So how can you just say that, oh, that is not funny? And that makes the discussion not honest.
Listen, I never said it was a good thing to say none of them. You understand? But it is what it is. If you insult people, people will insult you back.
But only
This
me.
is
You're
what it is.
making a
The
light.
Jareer came first. The Jareer came before anything. He always calls people Jareer, and when you fire back, then he jumps off and cries and calls for genocide against black people.
No. You're twisting my words, you idiot, bro. I said I was talking
Your
about
mother's an
phenotypes
idiot.
yesterday. Let me finish, you idiot. First of all, I said yesterday, if you carry on like this, what happened in Rwanda, that's what's going to end up in Africa.
No, you said something's really bad going to happen to you, Nakweezy, and then you cried and jumped off.
I said
a typical
what happened in
beta
Rwanda,
Somali
because
male.
of what happened, because of their differences,
Yo,
they thought the Tutsis were
I
different from
want to see
them.
you. If your forehead fits
Well,
in the
go check.
screen,
I'm not gonna waste my time. Go check the live stream. Go check the live stream from yesterday.
Cam up and let's see if that big forehead fits in
Listen,
the
this
screen.
guy, you can be father. You could be the father.
All right,
You
guys,
could be the father of us.
guys.
He's not even 18, the boy you're talking to.
Okay,
You
let's
understand?
allow.
You understand?
Hold on, only
That's
me. Wait.
Yes.
Let's allow Mutu Walima. Go ahead,
Yeah,
Mutu.
I would say the word is used in an insulting way. Even in Kenya, they will call people who have wide noses and big lips and coarse hair, they will call us Jareers and tell us to go back to West Africa or Congo for no reason. Actually, my tribe didn't come from over there. We came from Northern Africa, but they just call people who look like that.
So it's supposed like the Jareer definitely fits for West
Yep.
Africa.
Yeah, they will tell South Africans to go back to West Africa or Congo. Just people who look Negroid, if you can understand that.
So Jareer is
Anybody who
pretty
has
much
a
nigger.
kinky hair.
Yep.
Anybody who has a kinky hair, yes, it
So
goes to anybody who has a kinky hair.
Molimo, you would agree that for them, the J word is the N word.
Yep. And what Dr. R is saying about the genocide, Kenya already genocided your people. I don't know what tribe it was, but the government genocided them. So I don't know where he's living, but you already got genocided and your government didn't do anything about it. You're too weak.
Too weak about it. Did you know Siad Barre was this close to invading Kenya, but he was focused on Ethiopia at that time, you idiot?
Bro, you
the
guys will
thing
get
is,
wiped off the map.
Ash,
So
be quiet.
Wiped
Listen,
off the map. Your tribe's nothing, my brother. Your tribe is small.
my
listen,
tribe is
Well, just
listen.
small,
I
look at
can
dude.
look at
Nobody
one
Kenya and
word,
look at
Bro,
Somalia.
all of them.
Somalia is
let me
the
respond
worst,
back
the
to
poorest country on the
African
planet.
React. No, let me respond. Let me respond. Yo,
Your
let me
country
respond.
is a
Fire me up.
shithole.
African React. Demise, am I talking to you, idiot? African React. Your tribe is so small. Yeah, Somalis are the only tribe in Africa that's got the largest landmass. Just Google it. Largest landmass. We
When
conquered
I
those
said
lands.
when
And
I
your
said
Do you
people are
even know
what?
my
Somalis,
Scattered in
tribe,
small
bro?
little areas. So shut up, man.
when I said Somalis did not sell, we bought slaves. An Arab brought slaves to my country. Do you
Hold on.
understand? So
Mwalimu.
no, and we call
She's
yes,
lying.
Bantu.
Somalis were
Dr.
slave
K.
catchers.
Wait,
She's lying.
Dr. K.
Yeah, Bantu was selling
Wait,
themselves.
hold
Come
on.
on now, let's
Dr. K.
quiet.
Yeah,
Bantu
Only
was
me,
selling
wait.
themselves.
Only me, wait.
God.
Dr. K. Did the
Yeah, my audio is
Somalis,
better now.
did the
Right.
Somalis, and were they part of the enslaving
100%. Look, like I said before, people need to do their history. So my mom's tribe is the Wanga people. My dad's tribe, part of it is the Oromos. So the Oromos are Cushitic, the Wangas are Bantu tribe. Now, Somalis sold slaves. They bought slaves also to work in Somalia. That's why there's a tribe in Somalia called Jerer Wayne. They're the Bantus from Tanzania, Mozambique, and parts of coastal Kenya. So they bought those slaves from us, the Wangas, and as well the Arabs. And then they use them in their own country. That's why there is a Jerer Wayne tribe in Somalia. That's a fact. So yes, Somalis did buy slaves. And also Somalis treated different slaves differently. The Oromo slaves, they actually treated them better. So they killed off the men, they took the children into the Somali tribes, and then they married the women of the Oromos because they saw
But those
Oromos.
were those were not slaves. Those were
No, they were slaves. I know my history. Don't listen, sister.
to me.
Abayo, don't
those
tell
were
me my
prisoner
history.
of wars. Yes.
Listen, let me finish my point. You just
Wait. Only me.
Let me finish.
Only me. Hold on. Let him finish because see, you're moving the goalpost again. First you said no.
Can I respond to
Now
Dr. K? I want to ask Dr. K a question. I want to ask him a question.
Dr. R, guys, please, can you let the host speak?
Yeah, let me finish.
Wait. So, only me. Earlier, you said you guys didn't participate, and now he's telling you, but you're moving the goalpost. But let's let him finish so you can
So
respond.
let me finish. So basically, when it came to Bantus and Nilotes, so my Bantu tribe sold Bantus and Nilotes into slavery, which were not part of the same kingdom, the Wanga kingdom. This is actually the most developed kingdom in all of that part of East Africa. Anyways, so what happened is when Somalis also enslaved Oromos, right? They sold Oromos into India. In fact, there's a known Indian king from an Oromo. You actually the guy you put as your poster, the picture on the other video, that was an Oromo king, by the way, which actually came from which was sold by the Somalis into India. Now, yes, Somalis did buy Oromo slaves and kill them. What they did is they killed the men. They took the women into the concubineship. Then the women had the ability to, if they've had some children, become Somalis themselves. But the Jared ones, so the Nilotic and the Bantus, they were kept completely as slaves most of their lives. Sure, they could buy it off with money, but that is why there's a Somali tribe in Somalia called Jared Wayne, which is most.
So they are like the slave tribe.
Dr.
Right,
Kaiser,
that is a fact. There's no one else who's gonna. That's how they got into
Kaiser,
Somalia.
can I ask you a question, Dr.
No,
Kaiser?
I want to ask him a question. Let me ask Dr. Kaiser. No, I want to ask him a question. Dr. Kaiser.
Yeah.
You said that your mother's tribe is from the Buganda tribe, isn't it?
The Wanga, yes, the Wanga.
Wanga. But can you show me evidence? Can you show me evidence of your mother's tribe selling slaves to my tribe? Because on the internet, you're not going to find evidence of Somalis interacting with them. And my second question is that Somalis didn't even enslave Oromos. They only enslaved them. They went to war because from what I've read, during the 17th century, the Oromos wanted to invade southern Somalia because it was fertile and rich. But the Ajuran, because of the Ajuran's military supremacy, they lost the war, and a lot of them were captured during that period. That's the only period I can think of.
Can I ask him?
Wait, hold on.
Let me just ask him one question, please, before we continue. Because he said that Somalis bought Oromo slaves and killed the men. Why would we buy men if we want to kill them? Doesn't make any sense.
The men. I think that's a misunderstanding.
We bought the slaves and we killed the men. You said Oromo were captured.
That is a
Oromo was
misunderstanding
war.
from what
Listen,
I said.
though, can I? Can I please?
I'm not gonna defend the point.
Oromos,
Let me give you
No,
an
no,
example.
he
no,
said
you
that.
don't
No,
have
Wallah,
to.
he
It's
said they
history.
killed off.
It's
No,
written
Wallah, I'm
down,
telling you,
Walalo.
Dr. K
You
said that they
It's
killed off
written
the men
down.
and they took the women and children.
Oromos were prisoner of war. Oromo men were prisoner of war. They've
No,
been
they were
killed.
not
The woman
prisoners.
been
You
taken,
killed them.
but
You
never
killed the
slave. We
men.
never enslaved Oromo. But what we did,
Listen,
we
that's a lie.
enslave the
That is a
Bantu.
lie.
That's correct.
Listen.
But
No, they
anyway,
were
Killed the
enslaved
men.
as well during war.
So only me. So only me. Now you agree that you guys did participate in slavery. So
we
therefore,
bought. Yes, I
So-
never said we bought slave. I said we did not go to. We bought it from his tribe, and from the Arab tribe. We bought
and
it
then you
from
guys
them.
started
Yes,
calling those slaves the Gerer, meaning nigger.
yes,
This
yes. Nappy headed. Yes, that's what we
Okay,
called them.
okay. Let's have
Dr. K,
Amilcar.
Dr. K,
Amilcar,
can you send me the
welcome.
source?
can I ask a
Don't have
question?
Dr. K,
Can I
can you
ask a
send me the
question?
source?
So,
Yeah.
hey, Dr. R, just hold on a minute. Let me ask a question. You guys feel superior in what way? Because here in the
Amilcar,
Netherlands,
oh yeah, the idiot that loves to talk shit about Somalis from Netherlands that got bullied.
You show your face. I want to see your face. You're a coward. You like to
Me, I'm a
you
coward.
like to call people names and stuff like that, but you don't show your face. Show your face.
Oh, shut up, man.
Show your
Shut
face.
up, man.
You a coward. You a coward. You a coward. So let me ask just one question. How do you guys feel superior? In what way? You guys are the
Where did I
weakest
say I
men.
was superior?
Even here in the Netherlands, you guys know your place.
We weak? How we
Weak
weak?
in
when
what
we
way?
Netherlands,
live
did
in
you
a
get
re-
bullied by Somalis? I know you live in UK, bro, man. I know you live in UK.
I don't live in the UK. I live in the Netherlands where we beat your ass
No,
every day.
no.
These guys,
Really?
these guys,
I've
they
never
think
been to
they're
the
Arabs.
Netherlands, bro.
They're
I've never been to the
honest.
Netherlands. So why are you asking me?
We don't listen. I have family also in the UK. You come here, you insult people, but you never show your face. Why don't you show your face? Show your face.
Can we take it easy? Because these people, they are not exactly that
Bro,
many.
can I ask you a question, bro?
About
Can I ask you a question? Did you get
maximum
bullied by
20
Somalis
million
and Turks and
people,
Moroccans?
and we are making a big
And you always
fuss
bring
about it.
Arabs.
No, I'm gonna tell you. I'm gonna tell you something. What happens here in the Netherlands? Because you know when Africans have like
Because I've got
issues
neighbors from the
with
Netherlands as
Moroccans,
well.
these people they think they're Arabs. They always side with the Moroccans. You understand? So
Because
all the
Somalis and
Africans
Moroccans, let me
on
tell you
one
something.
side,
Because Somalis and Moroccans is the same in the UK. Somalis and Moroccans and Turks are Muslims. Not because we are Arabs. We are proud to be Somali.
that's
Are you
what
stupid?
that's what I mean.
Moroccans
you
are
guys
not
put like
Arabs.
you guys.
Sit down.
Somalis,
Moroccans are not
Somalis,
Arabs.
No.
Bro,
Wait a
I live in
minute.
the UK. Somalis,
You
and Pakistanis and Afghans and Turks and Algerians are Muslims.
Afidamus, can I talk now a little bit?
Yeah.
You have
Dr.
Berbers, but you also have Arabs, Moroccan Arabs, and they don't like each other. Moroccan Arabs and Berbers, they don't like each other. So what I'm saying is this: when we have an issue, all Africans, even Americans that are living here, when we have an issue with Moroccans and Somalis are there, they always side with the Moroccans because they're Muslim. So they put that religion.
So why bringing ethnicity into that? Can I ask you a question?
anything
Why do you
else.
bring
That's
ethnicity
true.
into that?
That's what I mean. And you
I
guys don't
put my
consider
religion
yourself.
before
You guys don't
anything
consider
else.
We do
yourself
consider
black.
ourselves African.
You guys don't consider
I'm
All
yourself
right,
black.
let me ask you a
You
question. Let me
guys
ask you another
consider
question. You
yourself
got family in
Muslims
UK,
above
right? You got
everything. You
family
guys
in
are
UK. I'm
Arabs.
asking you again. Do you have
You guys
family
are
in UK?
Arabs. You guys are
We're not
brown
Arabs. We're
Arabs.
Somali.
So
We're
wait,
Somali.
wait.
You're a retard.
Okay.
You don't even know what Somali and Arab is. You don't know nothing. You're not educated. You're not educated. You're not educated.
You're stupid man. You came up here, you got
Hoya
this proven.
Hoya
times you ran away, you went and cried, and you came back, you got beat it once more.
Don't be heated up now.
Let's not be
Don't be
insulting each
heated
other.
up
It's not
now,
going to
okay?
get anywhere.
Don't be heated up. But what I want to say is, listen, I am a first Muslim. That is what it is. I am first a Muslim.
So
Islam
you were
comes before
created by
anything
Muslim.
else.
Your creation was made by Islam, isn't it?
Exactly.
Because your people
That was what Demise was
Yes,
saying.
because I believe in Allah. So that is what it is. First, I'm Muslim. Nothing else comes
Yeah,
before
no,
that.
let me ask you. Let me
That's
tell you
my
something. Did you
religion.
get bullied by Ethiopians?
Hey, Afidamus, are you hearing that now?
Guys, wait. I have a question for Tunai. Guys, hold on. So Tunai. Okay, you are into the the uniting of Africa, Pan-Africanism, right? So from what you are hearing and the dynamics, so
Somali.
What's your hope for Somalia?
See, what I see here is people that have forgotten whom they are. And you hear somebody saying, I'm Muslim first. Do you know how cursed that sounds? The bloodline that has given you life till now, you are discounting all of them, saying, No, the one that they just taught me 1,000 years ago is the most important.
It
Do
is.
you even
It is
understand
though.
how
It is
bad
my
that
belief
is?
though. It is
Because you
my
just
belief
believe
though.
something, it means that
Yes,
is reality.
it is
Let me tell you
reality for
something.
me.
If
It is reality for me.
see,
Let me
you can
tell
be
you
in a
something.
cult. See, people that are in let me finish. People that are in a cult can believe whatever they want to believe. But the truth is, that blood that flows in your vein started its journey hundreds of thousands of years ago. And you sat there, you sit there and say, "Oh, I'm Muslim first," because some people came from overseas, brainwash your forefathers, and they all believe it.
They
See,
wash my
you have
forefathers.
to learn.
They'll sell you to the
This is
Arabs.
You
why
don't know
this is why
nothing
our
about the
people are
history of the
easy to
Somalis and
divide.
their religion.
Let me finish my
Listen,
point. This is
Wait,
why our people are easy to divide.
I would
You
never
can go
unite
and believe
people like
something
this
from
who's
Mecca.
wait,
insulting
hold
me.
on,
Wait, can I
Are you
make a
are you
point?
kidding
hold
me?
on,
Get out of
hold
here.
on, guys, hold on, hold on, hold
I'm
on.
Muslim
Only,
first.
only me, only
Yes,
me.
yes.
So Tunaj is speaking from a Pan-Africanist point of view.
Yeah.
So
I'm not
that
a
he knows.
Pan-Africanist. I'm
Okay,
not a Pan-Africanist.
No,
okay.
you don't have to be. My point is
I'm
that
not.
I'm just trying to spell out facts. Because before people start saying that somehow the water that they drink is their creator, anybody can say anything they like. But how can a blood that flows down generation after generations fought, survived to get you to this point, and you just say, you know what?
But
Now Mecca is my home, and that's who I am. And you know what? The worst of that, what that will do, you use that and turn against your own.
Against
They'll
my
sell you
own.
to the
It's the
Arabs. I'm
worst.
telling you
Against
guys.
my
What
own.
they
My
do with that,
wait,
what
wait,
they
wait,
do
wait.
Who is
against
Tunaja,
their
my
own,
own?
their
guys,
The
next
one
hold
door
who's
on.
neighbors, they will
insulting me
turn
is my
against their next
own.
door neighbors.
Tunaja, wait,
Listen. Who is my
Tunaja.
own? The one who's
Yes.
insulting me in here is my own? Are you
Because of what you are
serious?
saying.
Are you serious? No, not because what I'm saying. It is before even I
Why do you
open
think
my
I came
mouth,
on? I came
insulting
on
what's
when
coming through.
I really
Brothers,
when
my
I became a
religion
little
is
bit more
my truth.
energized because of
Listen,
the way you
Hey,
sounded.
that
Because you're not
Somali
being
idiot
honest.
called everybody a Jarir here. They
my
call me a Portuguese
religion
slave.
is
I'll
Don't
never
my
be
turn
the
against
slave.
your
truth.
neighbor because of a foreigner.
Can I make a
Don't
point?
do that.
You
It's
know,
like your
Waria,
own
Waria
brother
from the
will turn
Netherlands, you don't know
against your own
nothing
brother
about
because
Islam,
of
the history of Islam in Somalia, you
My
idiot.
man,
You
Tunisia,
you
don't know
guys are
nothing.
weak. You guys are
Tunisia,
weak.
Weak.
You guys are
Tunisia,
Your,
weak.
your, your ancestors,
You guys are weak.
your
Um,
ancestors today are speaking
You guys are
your
fragile.
slave,
Okay.
your
Tunisia,
You
Portuguese
guys are
master's
fragile.
Tunisia.
You guys
language.
are
I have a
weak.
Tell me,
question
why
for
does your
You
people
Tunisia.
speak
guys are weak.
Portuguese? Tell me,
You
why do
listen,
your
guys are
people
I
speak?
weak.
hear
You,
I
you,
hear
you,
a
you
lot
speak
of
slave.
people.
Arabic. You
Tell
speak
me,
A
Arabic,
lot.
you
why do you
bitch.
speak? A
You
Listen,
speak
shut
Arabic.
up. Listen,
weak,
listen.
weak?
Be quiet, both
You
of
are
you.
weak, man. You are
I
weak.
hear you are
Can
weak.
we
You are
stop
Your
weak. You are
ancestors
weak.
were
this
But
weak.
the
their
weak one is
stuff?
you,
Okay.
though.
Show your face. Show
Look
your
back in
face.
What's your?
history.
Are you
Show your
Don't
from the
take
face.
my
balance
Can
tribe?
we
feelings.
Show your
can we
face.
leave this show your face stuff? My point is that when you keep believing in other people, you use that, and you don't just do that in a benevolent manner or in a neutral manner. You use that and turn against your neighbors that have lived with you for thousands of years. That is what you people are doing. We didn't have a
Afidamus.
Okay,
phone.
Listen,
wait, I have a
Okay.
question
Afidamus.
for
Afidamus. Can I
Tunisia.
listen.
say just
I died
I'm
for
gonna
my
say something.
religion. Are
Just
you kidding me?
let me
I
Order,
died for
order,
my
order,
religion.
order. Guys,
And you
yes.
turn against your brothers. That's what you do.
Tunaja,
May I ask one question?
Tunaja. Guys, let's calm down. Okay. I'm going
It's
to
so
allow.
sickening to hear our Africans talk like this. They've been in Africa for hundreds of thousands of years, and they will turn against their own. They will
They
turn.
will. They will
They
sell you
will
to the
turn
Arabs.
against Kenyans. They will turn against
Right.
Ethiopians. They will turn against all their next door neighbors
They
because of
will.
a religion that came from overseas.
Yes.
How
Exactly, sickening Tunaja.
is that?
Pan
up here, bro. No one believes
Okay,
that
so
Teenager, do you know, even know what's going on? I want to respond to Teenager. Teenager, do you even know what's going on
She
in
just
the
said
Horn of Africa?
she's
Do you
Muslim,
know
boss.
what's going on in that region? Do you know what's going on?
Well,
Is
I
going
have
on.
been
She just said
Muslim.
she's
I
Muslim. I
have
don't
been
need to know what
Muslim.
is going on. She just claimed
Listen,
that that is her priority. What that would mean
could we
is that
also
She will
tomorrow
put
she's going to
Muhammad
select
talk
that
to
first.
Tunaja?
Muslim first before her
Tunaja,
brothers
could we
next door
also
to
have
her.
a time to speak? Could we
Tunaja,
also have a time to speak?
allow her to talk, Tunaja. Come,
Yeah, you talking a lot, Tunaja.
Tunaja, to
I
drink some
understand.
of that water, please.
Tunaja, listen.
I've seen
I
this
am
too much on the
Muslim.
continent. It's sick.
My goodness,
It's sick. It's
listen.
in Nigeria. It's everywhere.
Yeah,
Yo,
whatever.
Tanaja, let us speak,
I
man.
am
Let us
Muslim.
speak.
Hey,
I am
Teenager, can I respond
Muslim
back to
first.
you?
Oh my
Can,
no,
God.
can I,
wait, hold on.
Teenager?
Let her
Yo,
speak.
Dr. K
Yeah.
or Dr. R, let the woman speak. She's our Somali sister. I'm 1.2%. Let her speak.
I don't know since when want to. Anyways, listen. My religion is my truth. truth. You understand? I am Muslim first before anything else. That is what it is. It's just the way it is. I don't know what's up with you if you want me to be unbeliever or whatever, but that's my truth. So I don't know why we are speaking about religion not right now.
No, let's not get into religion.
Wait, I just wanted to mention
Yeah.
something to Niger. Okay, so you said it's bad for people to identify as Muslim first before race, but how do you explain Malcolm X, who went from leaving a race-based society in the United States to Mecca, and his experience with that? How do you explain that? He said it was the most beautiful thing. He was sitting down praying with men who were white with blue eyes, blonde hair, and they had no issue with him. How do you explain that?
Yeah, he said he was black
What
first
Malcolm X
also.
did was, in the
Islam
end,
is
he
the
still
worst
believed
religion
in
for
his
black
people
people
first.
ever. Islam is a curse and a plague, and this coming from a former Muslim.
I agree.
Yes, I know you're.
I have a question.
Yes, yes, I watched one of your videos. Let me ask you,
wait,
that means, was
guys.
you Nation of Islam?
I have
Was you
I
Nation
have
of
a
Islam
No,
by
I
any
was
Guys,
chance?
Sunni.
this
I
is
was
for
Sunni. I took my shahada.
guys. Let's let
Forget their
Tunaja
own brothers and
respond.
go and be. See. Okay, let me calm down.
Calm down, Tunaja.
First,
Please, Tunaja, drink some water.
no,
Please.
I don't need water.
Okay.
See, let me calm down. I think first, I prefer when people talk honestly, because there's no point coming on here if we are going to. I guess some people are still not ready to talk this in honestly about these things. And what I see on the continent is our own people, because of their own self-hatred for each other, they are willing to embrace other groups to divorce themselves from their even very next door neighbor. And this type of talk, where you hear them say this type of things, is not neutral. When some people say, "Oh, we are Arabs," it's just a way of life. But at the same time, they're acting as if it's a race. It's not neutral. They use it to cause wars on the continent. They will form clans and they will be fighting their next door neighbors. People they've lived with for thousands of years. Not 1,000. These generations have the oldest generations on earth. That region is where humanity is supposed to have started.
No,
And
not from Somalis. That's a good kind of people. But anyways.
To Niger, would you say the same thing? This is a message. This is a question to all Pan-Africanists. What about tribalism, killing people from rival tribes? Isn't that a form of self-hatred?
Isn't that what I said?
So
That's exactly what I said. Is killing us. This silliness.
I know it's
This
killing
is
us,
why
but
we
what's
lost
the
the
difference
continent.
between tribalism and religion? Isn't tribalism a form of hatred? If I kill someone from a different tribe?
Because even religion doesn't say you should turn on your own. But some of these people will put the other groups first. White man did not decide that, you know what, I'm taking Christianity, so I'll put the Arabs and the Jews at the top of everything. No, they were feeding the Jews to lions.
I have a question for
Jews to lion in
Yo,
Rome when
tonight
they
you
become
pass the mic.
Christians.
Yo, pass the mic. Your
Tunaja.
voice is scary.
Okay. We have. Hold on. We have. That's nice. Hold on. Tunaja. We have. That's nice. He hasn't spoken yet. That's nice. Welcome to the show. And what do you have on your mind?
Thank you. Hi to the panel. Hi to everyone. No, yeah, I came to correct a couple things Mutu said that wasn't true at all. Because
Hold on, wait. Mutu, are you still here?
Yeah, I'm still here.
Okay. Go ahead.
Yeah, I came to correct what he said. Somali Kenya to call other Kenya Jarrell and go back to Congo. That's not true.
Are you Kenyan? Do you even live?
No,
Have
but
you lived there? Then how
I've
do you
been
know?
in Kenya. I've talked to Kenyans. I've talked to
Bro,
Somali Kenyans.
you're Rwandan.
Hold on, my
How do
guy.
you know? How do you know? You
I've
literally
talked to Kenyan
you sound
Somali.
illiterate. So how are you gonna tell me about my country?
Let him, and you know you can respond to him. Go
And
ahead.
I'll double check with the Kenyan himself.
One Kenyan.
One Kenyan. Okay, yeah. But I've talked to Kenyans.
Yeah, but he talked also with other Kenyans.
I've talked to other Kenyans. So what he just said was not true. Now let me tell you why it's not true, right?
Go ahead.
If you've been to Mombasa, you know a lot of Somali men will marry a Bantu women, women are Indian women, and men Somali women.
That's true.
That's a common thing in Mombasa. You see all the time. So
Is
what
Mombasa,
he just said,
Kenya? Have you been to other
I've been
cities?
to Nairobi
Kisumu,
also. I've been to
Nairobi and Mombasa. That you've never been into the other parts of the country?
I've been to a few parts of Kenya.
So that's nice. That's nice. So why do Somalis have a superiority complex over other Africans?
One thing I know, I have a superior complex for the other Africans. A lot of Rwandans do also.
You guys have superiority complex over other Africans?
Even me.
I have an
based off of
I'm
what?
not trolling. I'm not
But
trolling.
hold on, that's nice. What country are you from?
I'm up Rwanda and Congolese.
Rwanda. And so, what do you guys base your superiority off of?
Nothing. I think we're just better. That's
Oh.
it.
In what way?
So, do you guys have
I've met
do you guys
Congolese
have
before.
That should be enough.
do you guys have
we
They
marry
don't.
Rwandans only marry into their own kind a lot of times.
so do you guys have a term like Gerard?
Nope.
So you guys just declare yourself superior, but you guys didn't have slaves like the
No, we never.
Somalis.
No, we never had slaves.
So
No.
okay, so you guys just have fantasy
So
superiority.
yeah, why
Sure,
are you superior?
So
Okay.
we say we're fantasy superiority, cool, but we tend to only marry into our own a lot of
Okay.
times.
Well,
So
That's something else. That's
listen,
tribalism. But in
that's just
what way?
tribalism.
In what way? Are you stronger? Are you faster? Are you smarter? In what way?
Yes,
do you
yes.
feel
So I'll give you an
superior?
example. My
I
tribe,
am.
the Wanga tribe.
In what
Aphrodite,
way?
give me the
This
mic
guy
when you
is-
get a
In
chance,
what way?
please.
Guys, hold on. Who was talking?
That was
me.
Mizi, Mogadishu Mizi. When you get a chance, I want to speak.
Okay.
Yes. So in my tribe, for example, we were the most, the most advanced, high IQ population in Africa. We were never enslaved, the Wangas. We are superior to other Africans, and we're closely related to the Tutsis and the Rwandese people. So yeah, we do believe we're superior to other Africans, 100%. But the thing is here, right? We don't go around calling people names. But Mr. Nice is right. Kenyan Somalis are not really toxic. It's Somalis from Somalia who live in Kenya who can be toxic. But from my experience, even my, one of my cousins, she's a Wanga. She's married to a Somali. She's Muslim. She believes in that religion. That's her own, her own thing. The point is, in general, Kenyan Somalis, after the Shifter War, they've tended to kind of become Kenyan, most of them. But Somalis from Somalia who live in Eastleigh, I don't know. Some of them are a little bit fishy. So I do agree
It has
with Mr.
also
Nice.
with slavery to do.
Wow.
Yes.
Okay.
It has
Cool.
also slavery
So
to
Wait,
do.
Dr. K.
so
When
let's
we
allow Malima to respond to that.
Yeah,
Mutu, go
Dr.
ahead.
K, how are you superior? Like your tribe they're not known to control anything. Like you guys are illiterate.
Illiterate? No,
My
we're educated.
my tribe's men would literally we fuck your women. Like don't we assert dominance over you guys. So I don't get how you're strong.
African react. What
superior,
is your tribe powerful? Your tribe's weak in Kenya. How come the Kikuyu rule over your tribe?
Did you see
let
what
me put some
happened in
context.
2007? Do
My
you even know
tribe sold
Kenyan history?
my tribe sold your tribe to the Arabs. You know
Oh
that, right?
man.
When did
We
that
sold-
happen? That's
we
not even
sold
in
you
my
guys.
history.
We sold the
Do you
Nile
mean
to the Arabs, right?
Nilotic people? If you mean that's an ethnic group, it's not a tribe.
Hey, Dr. K, who's more powerful? Dr. K, who's more powerful, the Luo or the Kikuyu?
Luyas are way more powerful when it comes to actually, having any real power in the country. Kikuyus out there have, obviously political power, but he's not Kikuyu.
Wait.
And also they control the economy.
Guys, let's not switch this to tribalism. This is clanism here today.
It's another. Can I say something?
Let's speak on Somalia.
Because I'm a woman here, and my voice is. These men are just overpowering my voice.
Oh no, you had plenty to say. Don't even go there. You have plenty.
The panelists a
Nobody can
chance.
hear my voice. I have.
You spoke the
like,
most
these
yesterday.
men overpower my voice. Anyways.
You spoke the most yesterday.
Let's get back on.
When we're talking about, when we're talking about superiority complex, this has to do with slavery. The slave master will never go down lower to his slave, the slave person. You understand? He will always feel superior to his slaves. So,
but why do you guys feel superior to West Africa? You guys never enslaved us. I've never been no Somali slave.
Yeah, because
Somalis are not known for doing anything. Anything.
Can I talk?
Smart in anything.
Sports.
You tell me.
Listen, entertainment is
no power,
basically
nothing.
shit. Anyways, I would not be proud of.
I'm telling you, Somalis
people.
are the weakest men I ever seen in my life.
Hey,
yeah,
Portuguese
but
dog, keep quiet.
Those were the men who were not taken as slaves, though. Hello. We were
we're taking as slaves because we are the most strongest. You guys are weak. You guys are fragile.
That's crazy.
You guys are
fragile. Hey, come down to UK. What are you?
Guys,
come down to UK. I'll teach you. I'll show you what I look like.
Okay, order.
Put your cap on.
Dr. R,
you are weak, Dr. R.
Listen,
Dr. Retard.
Listen, Somali men are
what's
the
your
only
mom's a
men.
whore?
Hold on.
Weak.
Dr. K.
Weak.
Is Dr. K here?
Yes, I'm here.
Dr. K.
Listen, this
Dr.
is
K.
disgusting.
Dr. K, what happened to the Somali? The Somali, do they still have their gerels or they sold them off?
Okay, right. So actually, that's a good point. So yes, there are the Jored tribe, the Jored Wayne, still in Somalia. These days they have a bit of rights, but back in the days, man, these niggas used to get treated bad. But I have a question for only me. You know, about 30% of Somalis have Jored hair. Do you call them guys Jored as well?
No, listen.
So why don't you call them? So one second. So
yes,
you said it's about hair texture. Wait, one second. I'll let you respond. You said Jored means hair texture. 30% of Somalis do have a so-called coarse, kinky hair texture. So do you call them Jored? You say no. So really, it's not really just about hair texture.
Can I talk?
It's hair texture and genetic lineage.
Let them finish.
Yeah, of course. Let me answer you though. Yes, if I have a kinky hair, my mom might say to me, "You have a Jored hair." Jored, we do call each other. Look at your hair is Jored. This is what we call each other. But the thing is, the brother said Somali men are weak. That's just disgusting. And
weakest.
When
what's your country known for? Your country's a shithole, bro. You're from what? Guinea-Bissau, one of the most poorest countries. There's nothing jokes to
Yes.
What the fuck is your country known for? You're nothing to me. Wallahi, you're nothing.
You guys are weak.
You guys weak. I'll bang a flag. You're kind in London, bro. Weak. You're nothing, bro. You're nothing. Your mom's a dilla, bro. Your mom's a dilla. Go suck the Portuguese man's dick, you fucking idiot, man.
You guys are weak.
Okay. Guys, I'm gonna put you guys backstage here for a second.
Yeah, they're overpowering me, really.
Yeah, I'll put you guys, behind the scene here.
Yeah,
now let's allow Mogadishu Mizi to speak. He hasn't said anything throughout this round here, and also
I'm just listening to this. The reality of Pan-Africanism, and it doesn't work.
Yeah. So guys,
just
be chill.
Bring Pan-Africanism into this.
Wait, hold on. Stop talking to Niger. You're Nigerian, so you most likely sold my people. I don't want to hear nothing from you.
Oh, shut up.
So look, the fact of the matter is, when only me says she's Muslim first, that's how they think. You have to respect them for that. When Niger tries to say, well, this is the problem and your own brothers and our people, she ain't your people. She ain't my people. In Nigeria, you ain't the house's people. This is the reality. So when people say, when they show you who they are, when they tell you who they are, believe them. She's trying to go back and forth between whether Jareer is really derogatory or not. She's saying it's hair texture, but it's not a positive. When they say that their hair is messed up, you have Jareer hair. But that's a weak diss. Every ethnic group has their great and their bad. You understand what I'm saying? But what we just have to do is just decide, do we even really need to be in the same circles? Like, if we hate each other, then why are we in the same circles? What it is we're defending the honor of our people, because every people thinks that their ethnic group is the best. But the reality is, out of all these Africans that are proud to be African, ain't one of y'all in Africa. I want to see a proud African call in from Africa, but you don't see it. You know why? Because collectively, as a continent, Africa is a shithole. And Black Americans have the most wealth of any ethnic group on the planet, hands down. So you all are the Jareer to the African American.
Hold on. Good. Okay. Now let's have Tunaja. Proud. Let's allow Proud Koshetik to respond to Nagmizi. Proud Koshetik, go.
In terms of the substance there, from what Mizi said, I fully agree about, Pan-Africanism is a failure, it's unrealistic. But if we look at what?
You're making the same point. I wanted to
Yeah. But let me finish.
Hey, somebody tame this wild Nigerian, please.
Nak, you better shut up, okay?
Go ahead, Proud Koshetik.
So, but if we look at Black American wealth in the future, it's grim, right? So
in the future, let's talk about right now. Where you from, first of all? Let's have a conversation, you and I, respectful conversation.
Sure.
Where you from, bro?
I'm from Eritrea. Well, I'm from the United
Eritrea.
States,
What's the GDP of Eritrea?
It's piss poor. It's a piss poor
country. So how can you
Let's go in any place you
Because
want.
I'm in the United States. I'm in America.
Exactly. So
let's
why
compare
aren't you
each
in
other,
Eritrea
not
if
third
it's
world
so
people,
good?
you know?
If Eritrea is so good, why aren't you there?
And I didn't claim Eritrea was good.
Let him answer.
I want to hear it.
You're mistaken. I'm not claiming Eritrea is a nice, is amazing country.
But
Historically,
that's
I
your
would say
people.
it is. Yeah, historically, it's amazing, and I love my people. They're smart. They're brilliant. But in America, we have to compare each other because we both exist in the same environment. You can't compare people living in, you know, in a third world war economy to Americans living in a fantastic, you know, the best country on earth. That's all I'm saying.
Well, at least you recognize that it's the best country on earth, and it's a country that my people had a hand in building. It was under duress. It was under duress. We fought for our rights, and we softened the blow so that you can enjoy the best country in the world. Absolutely.
So Nagmizi, so you don't agree that, you know, the Somalis are superior to you then?
I already laid it out why Somali's army is superior. We can go from physical attributes to HDI, GDP, terrorism, gangs, all that stuff. They just Somalia is the second poorest country on the planet. They have literally nothing to offer. When you think about who's a prominent Somali, it's literally the guy from you know, I'm the captain now. Other than that, there is nothing.
No,
all these Somalis that are on here, all these Somalis on here. Especially, hold on.
There is General Farah Aidid. General Farah Aidid.
Ilhan Omar, he doesn't know.
Wait, Ilhan Omar was fucking her brother. Ilhan Omar was fucking her own brother.
What white supremacists say? You are just
no,
acting
she
like
was
white
fucking her own brother.
say.
You guys are inbreds. That's why you always go to clan, which is why you look so weird. Somalis are inbred.
Like a white supremacist.
Can I
I'm
respond
sorry,
to
I did not sell you to
say?
slavery. Your cousin Dad
I'm
did.
still waiting to respond to that. See, let me respond.
No. Hold on. This is FBA versus Somali right now.
Can you let me talk? Okay, you've just had your say. Okay.
I like when you ask me
what you said about, you know, Africans and all the rest. I think the problem with people is that I'll try to make it simple. Is that we don't know how to reason properly. Even if we do it for football all the time, we play national local teams and we support our local teams and we support our club teams. You know, you have people supporting Man United, Liverpool, and all the rest. When it comes to national teams, we know how to support it. How is it that you can be tribal? Nobody's saying that you cannot be tribal, but you need to know when you are reasoning at a higher level, when you're operating at a higher level, you need to fall in line. It's not complicated. It's not even that complicated. We do it every day in our lives. Nobody says you cannot be tribal. And Africans and African Americans and the diaspora, they are all very tribal people. If you think you people are tribal, come and try Nigerians for size. Nigerians, we all know Nigerians are very, very, very prideful people.
Oh God! Look, no one cares about your African proverbs. There's no Pan-Africans on this planet except you.
See, let me tell you something.
Mr. Mogadishu.
If you call yourself smart,
let me hear Jennifer Lopez.
Can I finish talking?
Hold on to Niger.
I want to talk.
I want to know why she put that fake DNA test.
You had to say, let me have my say. If you cannot learn to operate at a higher level, then you need to go and learn a bit more. Because it's a very, very simple concept. You do it every day. The way you support your teams, how can you not figure that one out, how to operate in terms of a community? You should be able to do that. It's not complicated and it's not contradictory. Stop bringing up Pan-Africanism all the time.
Can I talk to Mr. Mogadishu? I want to ask him.
Yes. Let me speak to my sis. 1.2%.
So, Mr. Mogadishu, you said that African American built America, but you know that is totally wrong, right?
Wait, hold on. Say exactly what I said.
America.
Say exactly what I said.
America is white man's land.
Whoa, hold on.
You know that, right?
Wait,
you know, right?
That, what I said.
While they were building, you were picking the cotton. You know that, right?
Stop. Hold on.
To you. You were picking cotton while they were building the land. So don't take that for credit. Don't take America for credit. White men built America. So sit down, please. Don't take America for credit. That's not your word.
Okay, so you're talking, but you don't want to listen. Just like you came with that fake
Guys, hold on 1 second. We'll have Nagmisi respond, and also we will have Dr. R also respond.
Now check this out. Okay. What you're forgetting out of what I said is that Black Americans helped build the greatest country in the world, albeit under duress. And that duress was, wait, hold on, Ilhan. That duress was slavery. And outside of slavery, we've created inventions that were taken from us. After slavery, we've contributed to some of the greatest inventions the world has seen. My people, compared to your people, is not even a comparison.
No,
you don't have any.
Can I respond? Can I respond? Well, can I respond? You do realize that America was built by the Dutch, the Irish, the German, and the Spaniards.
Hold on, guys.
You do realize that, right?
I can't hear you when I'm talking. I wanna cook this sister. Let me cook her.
I'm responding to you about who built America.
Yo, what? You're not even Somali, bro. Enjoy your tea and crumpets.
Let him. America was built by the white man. Stop kidding yourself, please.
It wasn't only built by the white man.
Yes,
you understand
it was
that?
only built by the white man. You did not architect, you did not design, you did not engineer, you did not do any of those things.
You need to really research Black American contribution to America.
I'm just saying, you were picking cotton. America and white man built. This is America is the white man's land. Just sit down, bro. Come on now. Let's not joke. America, you cannot take a credit for it.
Okay, Emparinedos, you go.
Oh shit! The cavalry just came cooked it over.
Okay, Emparinedos, respond to that.
Hey, Afrodamus, how are you doing?
Hey, I'm doing well. Thank you for coming.
Yeah, let me get my earphones on because there's been a lot being said on here. I'm feeling kind of tight because people been running their mouth about ADOS and this whole security complex. You see my picture? Everybody know what I look like. I don't want to look like a Somali. I look better than Somali women. Cam up.
That's not the Terere hair.
Let's go. I mean, this thing about the superiority complex, and then she's talking about African Americans is weak in the men. Sweetie, you in Germany drinking warm beer. I'm in America, ain't never leave. They built a society for me to thrive. What have your men done?
Don't let them shoot you. Don't let the police shoot you.
We built our country. You were useless.
Germany, nobody's shooting me in Germany. I can still breathe in Germany. You understand? Don't let them shoot me.
Oh, what are you talking about? Shoot. You let TV this propaganda to you, right? That's propaganda. Black Americans is not running around here being scared of no police. That's propaganda.
That's if you watch my other, that's true. We're not scared over here. We're over here
Bro,
but you know in Somalia,
you go compare people.
I've been to Somalia. Can I tell you something? I've been to Somalia. I've been there twice here. I'm not afraid of getting killed by the police in America.
Hold on. Let me talk.
That's just TV propaganda.
What has Somali men done? I'm not living in another country. I don't flee. Black American men has lived on their lives. Hold up, we're 13% of the population, okay? We are minority in the country. Our men never ran.
And you commit the most crimes.
Down to make sure you
and you are more.
You're 12%. You commit the most crimes, bro.
One at a time. Wait.
Hold on, guys. Hold on. You have your chance.
In the corner, that's a white man. That ain't even no Somali. He's a whole white man in the corner. If y'all can't hear him, because he got smoke. He got smoke for Black Americans. What's your smoke for Black Americans down there in the corner? I don't know your name.
How we are? You want to respond?
Yeah, I mean, I want to respond.
Madam, go fight the white man.
Mogadishu means
Hold on, guys. Hold on.
You don't have an inferiority complex towards the white man.
Hold on, yo.
You don't fear the white man. You get bullied by the white man. You get killed by the white man.
You can't stand up to no African American. I don't give a fuck what our situation is. I'm not jealous of your women because I don't want to look like your women. Black Americans got the best looking women. We got all shades, sizes, hair textures, light, bright, damn near white, just like me. Don't ever come for Black American men, because what have you done? Black American men been putting in work.
We're building our country. Did you know he's stupid? Listen, did you know Somalis send billions back home?
And all these damn
she didn't think right. She's
a stupid woman.
Somebody's upset. They can't even get their point across.
And don't think I'm not gonna come with the smoke, because I can go toe to toe with any of y'all when you talk about
calm down.
When people think about Black people, they think about Black Americans. They not think about the motherfucking forehead ass Somalian. Don't you ever come for us.
First of
We
all,
ain't
Somali.
weak for nothing.
Yeah, right.
Y'all
Like I said,
weak in the UK, Germany, Australia, Chinese, America. Why you gotta come to America and be in the Congressional Black
because we're
Caucus? Why
everywhere.
can't
The
you have your
Italians are
own
everywhere.
Congressional
Madam,
Black
listen,
Caucus?
madam,
You
the
gotta
English
come
are
up here and
everywhere.
talk
The
to me.
Italians are
You
everywhere. The
dress
Arabs
like
are
us.
everywhere. We're
You talk
everywhere as
like
well.
us.
We're
You walk
scattered.
like
We're
us. You
diaspora.
listen to our culture. We ain't copying y'all. Y'all copying us. So don't you ever
We're
fucking
not
get on this
copying
stage
you.
and think you
We
can come for
despise
Ain't
your
black
nobody
people.
culture.
copying
You
you,
call
bro.
me all the
Calm down,
deranged that you want.
Shaniqua.
My hair's down my back, naturally curly hair and naturally light, and I'm 100% ADOS from the motherfucking South. Ain't embarrassed about who I am. So fuck all of y'all.
Listen,
Anybody got a
listen.
problem
Lisa,
with us?
Well,
And as
fuck
for
Lisa,
you.
anything,
Fuck
look,
you.
you're
let me go
making
get
your
my
Okay.
point
powder
right
and run it
now.
in mouth.
Okay, let's let Javier respond. Guys, don't interrupt, please. Javier, you go.
So this whole thing comparing black people is just silly, man. You guys are all wrong. The Somalis are wrong. The African Americans are wrong. First of all, Mizi, Mogadishu Mizi. If you're gonna compare black people in the United States, you got to compare Somali people in the United States, not Somali people in Africa. Somali people are recent comers, and what they have done, no other immigrant group done what Somalis done in the U.S. You know what I'm saying? Like, so when you gonna come for Somalis, at least come with the right information, bro. And then, like the whole thing, this whole thing fight about West Africans, blacks, like it's just silly to me because we all black, whether you like it or not. I'm a Somali man in America, and then when everybody sees me, they're gonna see a black man. They're not gonna see a Somali man. When I get pulled over, the cop is not gonna be like, oh, this is Somali man. He's gonna see a black man. You know what I'm saying? So we all the same. We all look exactly the motherfucking same, and y'all
I
try to
got
diss
this.
each other, try to put the other people down. See, that's what low
Seriously, what
IQ
disagree
people
with
do.
that?
Wait,
You know
hold
what
on.
I'm
I
saying?
got this. The brother addressed me. So let me ask you a question, and we're gonna have a respectful dialogue because you ain't really come at me
Absolutely,
sideways. Um,
absolutely.
you- when did you come to America, and what under what circumstances?
I came to America about 20 years ago.
Okay, so it wasn't during that '93 or whatever. But is your life
No, no.
better in America
What's
than it
that?
would be in Somalia?
What did you say? Sorry.
Is your life better in America than it would be in Somalia?
I mean, if not really, because America
Then go
also
back.
has downsides.
Would you prefer to live in Somalia?
Absolutely, if it was safe, that's my country,
See, no,
without a
but
doubt. Without
see,
a
that's the
doubt.
thing. If it's
Yeah,
safe, but it's
yeah,
not. So when you
it's
say
not
I
safe.
can, when you try to pigeonhole me and say that I
Yeah,
can only speak about Somalians in America, we could
absolutely.
take it to Somalis in America. I already mentioned in
Okay.
Minnesota, where the most of you guys are, the Somali children are plagued with autism. Okay,
And that's
the
But
Somali
insult.
what does that
community.
have
Being
to
Hold
sick
on,
do?
is
What does
bro.
insult
that
to this
have to do being
Wait,
asshole.
hold
Somali?
on, hold on.
Autism is
Being
affecting
sick
Hawiyah, I let
every
you
insult.
speak.
race.
Wait, hold
Okay.
on. I let you speak. Let me speak. We're gonna have a dialogue, bro. What happened?
All right.
Why
All
why
right.
you went all I'm the captain now on me? Relax, bro.
All right. Go
So
ahead, G.
when we talk about you know your people, let's talk about Minnesota. I
Yeah.
managed a store in Mall of America, by the way, so I've been there a couple of times.
Okay.
Somalis out there do the same shit that any other group does. Y'all got your gangsters, y'all got your
Yes.
drug addicts, y'all got your
True.
murderers, y'all on
Yeah.
first 48 as well,
Yeah.
right? There is
Yeah.
violence in your communities.
Yep.
So you're not any standing above black Americans at all. And
Right.
especially when you're not
No one
in
is
your
saying
country.
that.
Bro, why is
Bro,
you still talking? Hold on. When a black
I'm
American's talking, shut your fucking mouth or go
man,
back
shut
to
the fuck
Mogadishu.
up,
No,
man.
Okay,
don't tell
guys,
my father to
Shut the
guys,
shut the
fuck
fucking
up.
guys,
chair. Don't tell
guys.
my
Let's
don't
be
tell my father to shut
When
the
a
guys,
Shut
black
the
fucking
fuck
mouth.
American's
up.
You
talking,
fucking rat.
guys,
you
He's
fucking
Slave.
proud of
that
what
nigga
white
better
man
guys,
shut your
built.
goddamn
He's
mouth.
proud of
guys.
You
what
understand
white
me?
Shut
man
up, you
built.
fucking
That is what
slave.
it is.
Okay,
You
guys,
fucking
That
slave. You're
he's
You a
nothing in
slave
proud of
America.
too. You
what
Can you
white
talk
You
fucking
to
man
fucking
built.
Aaron?
pussy.
fucking
You are
He
not
fucking
did not
slave.
helping.
build
Don't disrespect
America.
my
You
brother, you
did not
fucking
build
slave.
America. Abo,
You
Dr.
he's
Aaron,
proud of what
you need to
white man
stop
built
that.
for
People are
him.
not helping. You
And
are
you know what
disgracing
white
yourselves
man
out
built
here.
too? He built jail.
hold on, guys.
Yo, one of your parents
Guys,
is white only me. Stop,
let's be
stop
respect,
capping.
guys, please. I understand it's heated, but let's keep the discussion, respectful, one at a time, please. Okay, so Javier, your turn. Go ahead, speak. Javier, we can hear you.
Can you hear
Go
me
ahead.
now?
Yeah, I can hear you now.
So this guy, Mukmizi trying to put down Somalis and trying to put his people up. Let's look at the statistics in the U.S. Black Americans rank the bottom in every bad category, whether disease, wealth, everything. So if he's trying to what?
No, Nagmizi, let him finish. Go
No,
ahead.
but I need the statistics. Somali versus Black Americans in America. Go.
Yeah. Let him finish. Let him finish.
I'm not arguing that Somalis are doing better than Black Americans.
You literally just said that.
No, I didn't say that, bro. I made it clear. I'm not saying I'm better than Black American because I see myself as a Black man. So I'm not gonna say I'm better than another Black group. You know what I'm saying? That's not the point. The point is you trying to put down Somalis and they try to make it seem like Black people are better than Somalis when we know that's not reality. That when we know the struggles that we face as Black people in general, it doesn't matter where you come from. You could be Nigerian, Somalian, and the Black American. We all face the same challenges in America, white man's land, like my sister said. You know what I'm saying?
So how many white Somali
Yo,
men
let the man
by
speak.
police?
Let Hawiya speak, please.
How many Somali men are killed by the police?
I really don't give a shit because they're not my people.
Not a lot. No, not a lot.
Same here. Hey, Nagwizi, can I say something? You know, when I hear a murder that happens, can I say something? When a murder happens in Chicago, I mock your youth. Your youth are dying. Your youth are dying in Chicago. Go rescue them. There's a graveyard. Wallahi, wallahi, your youth are dying. Your women are prostitutes in Atlanta. Your people are dying. Your people are dying, my brother.
Let's stick with the topic.
I want to hear Hawiya. Hawiya, you finish?
Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead.
All
Say
right.
what you gotta
So
say.
what you tried to do, or not what you tried to do. You're coming from a Pan-African standpoint where we're all the same. We have the same issues. Look, we're not the same, though. We're not the same.
We're not. Yes, we're not the same.
All
We
right.
have our differences.
Tunaja, let him talk.
Are you totally incapable of
See, now
operating
Tunaja is
at different
coming in.
levels?
Tunaja, let him
Jesus
talk,
Christ.
please. Tunaja.
Go ahead.
You don't have to agree with what he's saying, but he has the right to say it.
So now let me finish to Niger because my phone is dying. So I'm going to hold you to what you said. You said that Black Americans aren't above Somalis in terms of, and I'm going to speak in terms of accomplishment. As a human, I am not worth more as a human than you are as a human, right? But in terms of accomplishments from my ethnic group, y'all can't compare. You can't pigeonhole me to Somalians outside of Somalia, where you come from. Black America is my country. So there's no way.
You also say you got Somali DNA.
Yo, bro, why are you still talking though? Remember the rule.
How you gonna say you have a Somali DNA, but you sound like a clan member when you talk about Somali?
Bro, wait, hold on, bro. Listen, I don't know
you
what
sound
kind
like a
of high-powered
motherfucking clan member when you talking about Somalis, dude.
Let him talk. You get
Bro,
your chance.
See, when I'm starting to cook, you start talking because you don't want to hear it. I don't know what kind of high-powered cat you was chewing today, but calm down and let's have a conversation, bro. When I say when you talked about your people, I talked about data. Your people, your country is the worst country, the poorest country, the second poorest in the world.
That's not true. That's absolutely not true. That's
Burundi,
bullshit.
and then it's Somalia.
I can name countries in Africa that.
Why you having a Jareer meltdown, bro? Why you having a Mogadishu meltdown? Let me cook you slowly, bro.
You're not cooking, bro.
You're not even cooking.
Your people are the worst in Africa. You're the worst in Africa, bro.
You know,
we're not.
Do you know what the poorest country in Africa is?
That's what I'm saying, bro. You're ignorant. You're ignorant as fuck, bro. You don't know
so then
Google
it. What's the poorest country in Africa?
Can I talk?
It's Congo.
It depends.
Google up.
No, Burundi, Somalia, and then like
Burundi, Malawi, Liberia, all part of Somalia. I can even name more.
Bullshit,
So when you try to make a false claim, say Somalia is the second poorest country.
Well, what's the GDP of Somalia? What's the GDP of Somalia?
Can I ask you a question, Mr. Mogadishu?
What's the GDP of Somalia?
Should I ask?
Hawiya, man. What's the GDP of Somalia?
I don't know. Google it, bro.
It's $310. What's the GDP of the US?
That's incorrect.
That's incorrect, brother. That's incorrect, bro.
No, it's right. It's correct. I came to the fight
Somali
later.
people. Listen to me. Last time I checked, it was around $600-700. That's
Look,
incorrect.
It doesn't matter. Hello.
Somali
US
people
belongs to the
excel
white man.
wherever they went in Africa, bro.
Somali people don't do shit in Michigan except open stores where they sell fake ass uptowns and Timberlands. That's all they do.
To you, though.
That's your opinion, because you're ignorant, bro. You don't
That's
know
all
anything,
y'all
bro.
do. Y'all are starving. Every time there's a first
y'all
store
smoke
in
crack on the
Minnesota,
project.
y'all on there killing each other.
I can say black people live in a fucking project, smoke crack. But that's not all black people. You know what I'm saying? But I'm not gonna stoop to your level, bro. I'm not.
Nah, you already did.
Look, my baby is half black. You know what I'm saying? So I'm not. Is half black American. My son is half black American.
She's damn
so I'm
good.
not gonna stoop to
Demise, I'm gonna say one thing. I'm proud of where I come from, and I've got a country to go back to.
Guys, please.
Another Somali runs. Another cutting Somali runs. Who's next?
I am here. Can I ask you a question?
Yes.
Yeah. If the man is so good, why is all? Go and check Cynthia G. You guys always are. Your man and woman are not even united. Your man and woman are every single day.
Guys, hold on. I want to thank
each other. Why?
Christopher.
Why is
thank
that
you.
so?
Hold on. Let me.
Why is black man doing
It's
that?
only me. Hold on. I want to thank Christopher Kane for sending in a cash app. Continue.
Why
Thank
do
you for
black
sending the
men?
cash app. Go ahead.
Why do black men and women insult each other every day when you guys are not even united? You guys are not united. You know that, right? And you prefer white women, right?
I don't prefer white women.
But majority of you are, and that's why.
No, now you prove it.
Cynthia G knows how to deal with black men in America. She knows very well.
Now we see where your
If your people are superior, why do you people earn 45,000? The fucking skinny Indian from skinny shitty India is earning over 100,000. Why is that the case?
Bro,
they only make up 2
you
million.
never even touched Somalia. I'm not talking to you. Let me talk to some, and that's why I'm talking to you, only me. Let me ask you a question, only me.
How come you are minority? How come you are minority and you still the one who are overflowing the jails and the prisons?
Overflowing the jails?
And if America is built for you, how come the majority of the inmates are black Americans, even though you are so small in number?
Well, it's not the majority, but we are overrepresented in the penal system. Wait, and I can tell you, because a lot of my people do fucking crime. I'll be honest, right? And then there's also a good portion of people that suffer from the justice system unjustly. I was almost into that. Okay. So I'm not going to defend bullshit. So that's the answer to your question. Now, my question to you is why.
No, I'm not done
my
with
question.
you.
No. You ask me one question. We go back and forth. We go back and forth.
I am not done with you. You've been talking
No,
all night
we're going to go one-on-one, one question to one question. This is how we're going to do it. You asked me, I was honest. Now, I want you to be honest. I want you to be honest. Why?
Hold on, guys. You have to be honest. You have to allow Nagmizi to ask you back, because look at what Nagmizi did there. I disagree with Nagmizi all the time, but at least he's honest. And this is what I find with other groups. Some people are being facetious here. And if you want to be genuine, let him ask you too. He is just honest. Admitted to his own negative.
No,
only me. Just let him
all night long. Come on.
Yeah, just let him ask you.
All night.
Hold on. Let him ask you real quick. Go ahead, Nag.
Continue.
Okay, why is the literacy rate for your men in Somalia at 50% and your women at 37%?
First of all, Somalia have been in a war for 30 years. You cannot even fathom what Somalia have went through. Okay, and we just recovering. So, what is your and what is?
So you gave a justification, right?
Yes,
now, check this out. The difference between me and you is that I didn't use the excuse of my people going there on slave ships. I didn't use the excuse of Jim Crow and all this other shit. Wait, hold on. I said I owned it. That some of my people, that we are overrepresented in the prison population. That's something that me, as a proud Black American, have my boots on the ground and I speak to people so that they don't go into that prison pipeline system. I don't look for excuses. That's the difference between me and you, and that's why Black Americans are.
We have been in 30-year war. It's a fact. It's not an excuse.
No.
Okay?
It's but wait.
Go read news.
Is the war on right now? When did the war end?
The war just ended. We just on our recovery time. My president
When
just
did the
4
war
years
end?
old.
When did the war
My
end?
president is just 4 years old.
When did the war end?
4 years.
4 years? What was the name of that
4
war?
years old. Listen.
What war are you
Our war
talking
just
about?
ended.
Are you
4
talking about the
years
What
with
civil
my
war?
war?
first
Name the
president.
war.
Listen
Name
to
the
me.
war.
Open your ears. Listen to me. Open your ears, okay?
Yeah,
My
they
country's been in
they didn't
30
have the
years
war.
of
That's what
war.
I was showing. The war. They had
Exactly.
war
We have
since
only
91.
4 years. We have a president only 4 years. It's not even 4 years finished. So we
So
just
your
get out of a
country is a
war.
failed state, which is
Civil
why
war.
you're sipping warm beer
Civil
in
war.
Germany.
Yes. Yeah. Well, I told you what it is. A fact. I'm not excusing. We have a war. Yes.
So I want you to repeat after me. Somalia is a shithole. Say that.
Oh, come on.
Your mom's a shithole.
You go to you stay in your ghettos and let me sell you my coconut, okay?
Guys, okay, we
Why
gotta
sell
are
you
we
my
just
coconut
making
and the
everybody
weed.
be unreasonable?
Okay?
I don't get people. I really don't
Let me
understand
sell
why
you the
you just
coconut and the weed that you need for
guys,
your
let's
lady.
be
Okay?
guys, let's be nice.
Mizzy,
Guys,
literally that black American neighborhoods are shitholes riddled with crime and AIDS. Can you admit that to me? And we're cool.
Can I admit what?
Your neighborhoods are black American neighborhoods are shithole that's filled with crime and AIDS and murder.
Okay, so now wait. Let's talk about that. I like where you're going, Dr. R. I like that. Now,
Clean up your fucking house before you come to my house, my brother.
Hold on. Let's talk percentage. What do you think the percentage of Black Americans that live in the hood are? Do you think it's the majority of us that live in the hood?
Yes.
I'm talking to Dr. R. Is it the majority of Black Americans living in the hood?
Well, by looking at the inner city areas
Okay,
and the northern.
don't dance, because the majority of Somalis lives under that fuck shit.
But my people
we don't even you dumb fuck. We don't even live with your kind.
At least we open shops for you. At least we open shops for you. We sell you weaves and coconut oil. Did you know that? At least
coconut oil.
We open shops so you can wear, so your ladies can look good for you. We sell you weaves and coconut oil. Did you know that?
Well, thank you so much. Thank you for the coconut oil.
You're welcome. You're welcome. You're welcome.
Hey, one last question before I go. One last question.
Wait, hold on. Let me ask you a question.
Naas. One question. Dagminus, you said about Africans, all Africans want to live with Black Americans. Let me tell you something.
Wait. Hold on. Slow down, bro. Slow down. What did you say?
Last time you talked about Black Africans running towards Black neighborhoods, want to live amongst Black Americans. I don't care about other Africans, but Somalis, they live in one of the most whitest states in America. You could check this out. We don't even live with your people, interact with your people.
Can I
you do know that,
ask
right?
Tunaja a question?
Yeah, but like
I don't know what his point is.
Dr. R, like okay, the state might have like majority white, but that doesn't mean
the majority of Somalis in America live in white majority states. That's what I'm trying to tell you.
Well, I'm telling you, in my state here, there's a lot of Somalis, but what Nakmiz is telling you, they live in a neighborhood that is predominantly black. Like it's, in fact, here in my state, historically,
Somalis don't live in black neighborhoods.
No, they do. They do. No, they do. I don't know about. Hold on. I don't know about elsewhere, but right here in this state, they do.
Hey, only me. Question. Remember that? I wanted to talk
they do
about
have businesses.
that 100% Somali thing that you posted. I looked at it deeply. I want to ask you a couple of questions about it. Why did it say
that we talked about yesterday, did we not? It already blew on your face, the girls.
No. I'm talking about the one that you put up there, right? Because the one that I found, they didn't show anything she read. But when I looked into it, it was only 2 generations, right? And then when you went into his haplogroups, he was connected to a white man. But yet you're talking about he's 100% Somali. That was a fake video.
I did tell you we have a back migration, did I not?
I'm not gonna. So you are admits, right? You are admits.
Yeah, I said that last night. I don't want to go through this tonight also, but it has nothing to do with you anyways. But that's not.
It does. I'm 1.2% Somali.
Yeah, Bantu probably.
Wait.
No.
So, wait. So Nakmizi, you're part Somali.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Only
1.2%.
me says she
So
had a
now
question
I see why you like Mogadishu name.
Yes, yes, a Mogadishu Mizi. Only when I'm cooking some Somalians.
Listen, though, we have a lot of different ethnic groups in Somalia. We have Somali Bantu, so he could have been linked with the Somali Bantu.
Yeah, this is a family affair, you know. That's why I'm saying. That's
So,
what I'm staying out of
I
it.
don't think he's ethnic Somali in any shape or form. Not even
Only me. Wait, only me. This guy 1.2. You're going to reject. You're going to reject him
because we have never been in Atlantic slave trade. So how is this guy can come and say Somali is an ethnic group?
like
The
music. You have been rejected.
only ethnic I can group him with is the Somali Bantu. So those were the slaves who came to Somalia. Maybe his ancestors were from
Who
there.
brought them
I
there?
don't know.
Who
But I
brought
would
those
never.
slaves? Who brought those slaves there?
The Arabs and the Mr. K's family brought
No,
them.
no, no. She don't want to admit
Where's
that her people were
Dr.
slave
Kezo?
traders.
Dr. Kezo, who brought those slaves to Somalia? Dr. Kezo, tell us.
Yeah, so I repeat the question.
Who brought those slaves to Somalia? Because she's making it sound like they were just riding on a horse and ended up there.
Right. Okay. So there's two types of slaves. Three types of slaves Somalis had in Somalia. There was the Bantu slaves, there was the Nilotic slaves, and then there were the Cushitic slaves. There were three different types.
So how
of
could
slaves.
okay?
Yeah. So now
Those are
with
the
the
weak
Cushitic
skinny
slaves,
boys, you know, the weak skinny boys, they own those many slaves. Yes.
let me explain what's good about Somali men, right? And
Wait,
I'm gonna give you credit.
only me. You go back and forth. 1 minute you say yeah, another minute, you backtrack. Which one is it?
So let me
She doesn't even have a Somali man. She got a big German man named Hans.
So let me give context about Somali men.
Okay,
right?
can I answer the question?
No, let me finish my point first.
Okay, go ahead.
Wow, this guy has no respect for his Somali sisters. None.
Okay, look, I'm only about 16% Somali, so that doesn't count. Now, anyways, I'm only 16% Somali.
Okay, go ahead. So
anyways, now Somali men are powerful for two reasons. They believe in themselves and they work extremely high level as a clan system. So if physically they're weaker than other Bantu people, on the average, but they have a mentality where they work together. So that's why they're able to catch slaves. My Bantu tribe caught slaves too. We sold them to the Arabs in the east coast of Kenya.
So Kezo, so you're mostly Somali too?
No, not mostly Somali.
You have a lot of Somali. You're mostly Somali, huh?
No.
Wait, hold on. Let's ask Mutu Wulima because he knows he knows your tribe.
He's more
Mutu.
Somali than Mogadishu.
Yes, he's mostly Somali or Cushitic.
No. I'm only 25%.
Bro, you're skinny. You can't build muscle like West Africans. You're Somali, so you're physically weak.
Muscle has nothing to do with your bravery, though. Muscle is useless.
No. I am a Bantu,
the history
right?
of this guy's continue. Muscle.
So brave that you guys ran to America in 1993, right? So brave that y'all were raised on American rice bags.
Yeah, 30 years we warring, brother. 30 years. Today.
Listen, I'm mostly Bantu. I'm a Bantu guy. I have obviously some Somali DNA.
Is this Kados, Kenyan descendant of slavery?
No, listen, my main tribe. Tribe, slaves.
Yeah, Kados, Kenyan descendant of slavery here in the house.
Come on. Anyways, let me finish off. So my mom's tribe sold slaves to the Arabs, Swahilis, and Somalis in the coast of Kenya in Mombasa, and then the Somalis bought them, and the Arabs bought them, and the Swahilis bought them. And then they took them to Somalia, and then some of them became
So only me, you guys didn't catch them in a war. You bought them.
They caught some of them. They caught my dad's tribe, the Oromos, which is a Cushitic tribe. It's actually a Somali tribe, really.
Dr. Kezo, you're confusing.
No, I'm not confused.
Afrodamus, I have a question for you, bro. A serious question. I want to give the Somalis a break. Yeah. I think we've been beating up on them too much. From a West African standpoint, West Africa and the Sahel, if you had, because we're already on some tribal bullshit now, right? If you had to name one tribe that was the least liked or the one that caused the most problems, which one would it be?
The tribe that caused the least?
the most problems, and that is the least liked.
Can you specify geographic area?
West Africa and the Sahel.
The Fulanis.
I don't
Okay,
like the
now,
Fulanis are popular.
All right, so okay, now to Niger, same question. Who causes the problems in Nigeria for the most part?
Nigerians.
Yeah, I know, but which ethnic group?
Objective one, you're gonna get kicked out.
If you want to cause, see, is either the Igbos, depending on the situation. See, if you are expecting me to say it's the Fulanis, you are mistaken, because that's not true. It's just the impression people have.
Okay, thank you. I
But
take your.
let me ask a teenager question. So, teenager, why did the Sahelians?
Let me tell y'all something.
The Hausa and the Fulani? Why is it that they're powerful in Nigeria? They control the army and the military. I gotta hand it to them since they're Sahelian.
They don't control anything. See,
yo, hold on.
What is wrong with people?
I wasn't finished making my point, guys.
Okay,
hold on.
Point.
Okay. Whoa. So look, when Black Americans find out that they have Fulani ancestry, it is overwhelmingly a disappointment. Okay, so this is to Fula sports. Understand that the Fulani are the plague of West Africa.
Oh, you're going after Fula.
God.
Yeah, they are the plague. From Nigeria all the way up to Mali with the doggone. The Fulani are the worst liked and the most weird looking. If you look at the Wodobe, y'all just some weird shit. So if you want to smoke, click the link, or we could get that sparring in that gym of yours in Southern Cali. Stop trolling me.
All right, hold on.
Let me say something.
Let me see. Why do you hate the Fulani? Is it because of their tribe, or is it the picturing they're doing? Like, come on,
guys,
I want to know.
Guys, hold on. Give me a second. You know, That's Nice has been here for a while. He didn't respond, but I want That's Nice to elaborate on, because we're talking
Are you
about
not
this.
going to let me say anything, because everybody has been having their say?
No, you will. I'll pose the question to him, but you will finish. Just give me a second.
Okay.
Because like you would have a say in this, because I want you to say something on this to Niger, this question, but it's to That's Nice.
Yeah.
So
what's
That's
the
nice.
question?
You said you Rwandese, you have the superiority complex to the West Africans and others, but it wasn't based off of anything.
Yeah. Okay. I'm
So
explaining.
are we? So are people? So in your opinion, should people been out of shape that Somalis feel that way?
No, I'll speak from what I think, right? Just because I say I'm better than someone, I don't think I'm looking down on anybody. I can say, yeah, I'm better, but I'm not even gonna look down on West Africa. I got no time looking down on the Africans. I love other Africans.
Not if you're from Congo. I mean,
oh yeah, Congo's a shithole.
Yeah,
I know.
Yeah,
Congo's a shithole.
Okay, yeah.
I'll be the first one to say. I'll be the first person to say. That's where my dad's from. So it is what it is. That me thinking like this, it comes from my mom's side. It doesn't come from my dad's side.
Hold on. Is your mom part Somali?
No, my mom's Rwandan. Okay, let me explain this how it works. Most Bantu, a lot of Bantu in South Africa mixed people. They're not 100% one thing.
So your mom is mixed?
Yeah, they mix with Kushek and Alatic.
Okay.
If you go to Kenya, it's the same thing. This got nothing to do with slavery. It just 1,000 years ago, 3,000 years ago, they came to East Africa. They found the Kushek and Alatic there. They already been there. They intermixed with them, create these new people.
Mutu, do you agree with that?
Yeah, some of them, but not like he's saying, like everybody's walking around mixed.
It is majority of them are mixed. Majority of them are mixed. This not that's the thing, right? You cannot downplay this. This is a fact. This is they're in genetic.
Yeah, an example is Kikuyus. Kikuyus are 30% Ethiopian, Eritrean, and that's the biggest tribe in Kenya.
So yeah, this is a fact. My mom ethnic group 50% genetic is Somali.
So Tunaya, how do you feel about hearing that other Africans in fact do look down on other Africans?
No, I didn't say look down.
Especially what I'm saying, feeling superior over them. Especially the target seem to be West Africa for some reason. Tunaya, what do you have to say to that?
You guys got caught slipping.
No, because we are not even aware this game has been played against us. But Tunaya, go. We're not. You can call it that we're slipping if we're not even aware of the game.
I think most West Africans, like Nigerians, they tend to be busy acting superior than actually care about talking to people about being superior. I think people that are busy, if you notice, Nigerians don't have time to be using all these other names at people.
Right.
And I know Nigerians for sure are some of the most arrogant people, and everybody knows that too. And they don't let people forget it. And yet, they don't tend to have name for East Africans or even white people or any. They just
Yeah, they
act.
have name for us, Akata.
See,
Yeah,
let me
yeah,
tell
yeah,
you,
Akata, yeah.
they have the name for
Yes.
Akata. I see
That's
that
another
Akata one.
topic.
See, let's not mix two things. The Akata one is the people that are overseas. I keep telling you, Nak, you keep acting as if I don't have my own Nigerian experience. The Nigerian experience that I have is that when I hear Akata, I hear people that are from overseas, and it's a good thing. So I don't understand how.
You sound just like only me saying Jareer is not a negative.
No. That see, mine. I'm
I
talking
got
about from
you. I
my
got you.
experience.
I did
I'm
burn
talking
your
about
jaw
my
up
own.
just
See,
now. I did
I
burn your
just
jaw up.
admitted. See, what are you talking about? I just admitted that the people overseas use it in a derogative way, but people in Nigeria hear it differently. At least the people in my own area that I grew up in. So it's not universal. Some people probably use it as a negative term, but in my area where we grew up, it wasn't a negative term.
You sound just like only me.
Oh,
And this
shut
is
up.
part of the problem.
Why
Just
are
say, you
people
know
acting
what?
as if they can't reason? What is wrong
No,
with
come
you?
on.
Well,
I just
Tunaja,
told you
Tunaja,
that
wait,
my own
Tunaja,
experience is different from what other people did. How is
wait,
that
wait,
confusing?
Tunaja,
Tunaj is lying.
People are just
Tunaja.
Tunaja is
listening
actually
not
Madam
to be
Talibi's great
reasonable. I think
grandson.
that's what's going on here. People are
Tunaja
choosing
is the
not to
great grandson of
understand stuff.
Nigerian slave traders.
Tunaja, you got very emotional with only to repeat exactly. Only me. What do you have to say to Tunaja about
That's
this?
not what she said.
Hold on, guys. Let's let her talk.
Just
Let's
said
let
what
her.
I said. No. I have to say what I said.
I got you,
Just
boy.
said it. What she
Tunaja, let
said
her
was,
talk.
what
Let
she
her
said
talk.
was, if they
The
call you a
hypocrisy,
name,
yeah.
you feel offended, you should take it as it is. What I'm saying
Tunaja,
is that
no, let her.
Can I
No,
talk?
wait.
this term was used in a derogative way by the ones overseas, but most of the ones that live in the area I grew up in,
Somebody
it
needs
wasn't like that.
Listen,
It's just a simple fact.
Okay, can I talk?
Yes.
The hypocrisy is really disgusting here. I said exactly what the word meant. The word means nappy-headed, and I said if you want to say nappy-headed, that's exactly what it means. I never sugarcoated it, right? And he was so pissed with the Somalis for using that word.
See how
And
Tunaja, let her
now,
finish. Let her finish.
Tunaja, please give me a space
it's
here.
not the
So
same thing
you,
at all.
Tunaja, let her.
it
No,
is the
Tunaja, let
same
her
thing.
talk. Let her
It is
talk.
cotton picker, whatever that means. I don't care. I could care less what it means, really, to be honest. But it is, if you are using to insult people, it is insulting, right? So when I want to insult, if somebody like wants to insult somebody, then if he says akata or a jarer, it's the same shit for me. But I at least did not sugarcoat it. Jarer means nappy head.
This is
That's
true,
what I said,
Tunaja.
and that is what it is. It is not nigger. We don't have a word for nigger. Period. We don't have. We
Yes,
don't know what
Tunaja,
the word
that's
nigger means.
exactly what she said,
No.
Tunaja.
No.
No, that's what
There's a
Tunaja.
clear
That's what she
difference.
said.
There's a clear difference. One is used in an endearing way, not even in a neutral way.
No,
One is used in
Tunaja, they
Tunaja's
call black
lying.
people.
okay,
They
my
call black
experience is
people
not
that.
valid. Only your own experience is valid, isn't it? If you people are saying my own experience is not valid, then only yours is valid. It's ridiculous what people are doing here. She is talking about, she's claiming that they are using it in a neutral way. It doesn't mean anything.
No, I never
Well,
said that.
Tunaja, she's talking about Tunaja. What you're doing, right? She said exactly what you said because she said, wait, no, she said from her experience, her interaction with the word, and you said it the same way. That's what she
not what she
said.
said. No,
No,
she said,
Tunaja.
no,
That's what she said
oh
from
my
the
God.
beginning.
If you think
She
that's what she
did.
said, you think if that is what she said, I would have questioned it.
Well, you questioned it. That's how she said it.
Can you let me say what I heard? What I heard her say was, if somebody used that term for you, if you like it or not, it's up to you to take it as you like. That is what I find facetious. What I'm saying here is that how they treat it in our own area is different from the way other people use it, like especially the ones overseas, they use it in a derogative way, and that is true. It's like Somali now is coming to America using those terms in a derogative way, and somebody like only me comes here and says, "Oh, if they use it, it doesn't matter. It's just a term."
Listen,
Yeah, so you say the same thing that she said.
I never said it doesn't matter.
But it's not the same.
I'm here. I can talk for myself. I never said it doesn't matter. I explained what the word meant, and the word meant. Look, I explained the brother, Dr. Ad, also explained 3 ways that you can say we have a tribe called Jarer. You understand? In Somalia, the Somali Bantu, they call themselves a Jarer. You understand? However, the Jarer, the hair is skinky. That's what it means. But I can call you Jarer. And Jarer is not only for Bantu. Anybody who has a kinky nappy hair, we call Jarer. That is how it was. You understand? I never said it was okay. It was not okay. I just explained what it meant. And you were all over me, though.
Yeah, I was over you, and I was saying it. See, all the people that are pretending here,
You're a hypocrite,
they are attacking
Naija.
me for an ulterior motive. The truth is, they understand precisely what I'm talking about. People use
So, Naija, let me ask you a question. Real talk. Because
Naija, in your country, you use the word
hold on.
If you don't have a honest conversation, don't have it.
Were your people in Nigeria involved in the slave trade to Niger? Because you always have these. They were. So you're a slave trader too. How you talking about Somalis?
See, what are you talking about?
What the hell are you talking about? Niger didn't sell your own people.
I'm saying that if somebody says they are not involved in slave trade, that is what I don't like. I'm saying that you should be honest with your conversations.
So were your people involved in the slave trade to Niger?
Pardon?
Were your people involved in selling other Nigerians?
I don't know. Probably.
Oh, now you don't know. What is your tribe?
Why would I answer you that question?
Are you guys,
that would be another topic.
At least I was honest.
Yes, that
is not honest.
At least we were honest,
guys.
Yes,
that would be another. But let's allow Rondo to talk.
Nigerians,
allow Rondo.
I don't like people are trying to insinuate that I didn't say what I said. What I said was Nigerians were engaged in slave trade, and my people were probably involved in slave trade. So how is that even confusing?
No, Tunaja. That's a different one. Tunaja. We will. Tunaja.
I don't understand it.
Tunaja. Today, Somali. We'll get to that another day. Rondo, you go for it.
All right. Hello. I've been listening to this topic for a while, and regarding to the Somalia discussion, I particularly, I don't see that anybody who doesn't have any power over me or is better over me in any way as being superior in any way. But everybody's free to believe what they want to believe about themselves. It's up to you how you react to it and how you internalize it. I just don't see it as a threat. And not all West African men are into Somali women. I don't want to insult some of my Somali women are good looking, but the majority of them are overweight. So I'm particularly not interested. And it's not a diss. Hold on. It's not a diss. But what I really want to address is that's nice. I want to address, can you please elaborate that's nice? How exactly is Rwanda better than West Africans? How historically, how are you better? If you talk about slavery, Rwanda was also involved in slavery. Congo was involved in slavery. I mean, during the German conquest of Rwanda, you had the Burundi and Rwandan slave trade happening. So that's nice. Please elaborate to me how exactly is a Rwandans better than West Africans, because I just can't compute this in my head. And number two,
growing African economy.
Say that again. All right.
Rwanda is the fastest growing economy in Africa. 7% GDP.
More than you're talking about.
Dr. K. That message was for that's nice. That's nice. You go.
Okay, so there's no proof that Rwanda has ever been in the history of slavery. There's no fact to it. There's no proof of it. First of all, so that's not true. There's no generic history to connect to Rwanda. If people they have generic of Rwanda, they definitely gonna have Somali DNA in them. So that's just not a fact at all.
I know that's bullshit because you can research Rwanda and Burundi slave trade during the German conquest. So let's put that away.
Yeah, They're there. I'm not gonna lie.
In the 90s, a few decades ago, you guys were just butchering each other like animals. How are you better than West Africans? Because to me, pre-colonialism, West Africa was far ahead, more advanced than any other region in Africa. Was far ahead, more advanced. Your people were not really advanced. Now, Kaizo, you can say today, Rwanda is now fastest economy, tiny country, fastest economy, tiny country, right? And number two, now the people, the infrastructure may have developed, but have the people developed? There's still slivers of Rwandans living in poverty. I can still see that. You will have rich people and poor people everywhere. Rwandans still live poor, and they don't have as much freedom as you will compare to the West. Are the people as developed, and have they developed past West Africans? Can you say that? Because their freedoms are stifled in their own country. You understand me? There's a tight grip there. Mr. Nice, West Africa was far superior than many other regions in Africa before colonialism happened. So don't come to me about superior. Physically, any type of way, you guys are nothing. I don't even see you guys. So I don't understand why you keep asserting this. Please stop it, because it's not working.
Can I answer now?
So now you've insulted the whole of Africa.
Listen, can I answer now? Because you've been talking, I've been trying to answer. Okay, first of all, they ever say we're better than West Africans? No, that never came out of word. I say I'm superior, but that does not mean I'm looking down on anybody. I just think I'm better. Okay? That doesn't mean I'm looking down on anybody.
That's nice. If you're gonna say it, just say it. You don't have to dance around. Like, just say it. Go for it.
Well, I don't know what's wrong with what he said. I don't understand why people are having a go at him. If he feels
I'm not.
Hold on. If you want to have it 100 meters, and you think you're better than the people you're competing against, so that is something wrong. I don't get it.
Tunaja, we're having a discussion, and Rondo heard what That's Nice said. He wanted to clarify it. So the same way you remember, Tunaja, don't forget, you got very, very heated here to a point where I even suggested that you drink some water because you got so hot over what, you got mad at only me, for explaining her position. So now, no, fine. Now you have Rondo asking That's Nice question. I don't think he's going at him. Let them talk it out. Let's hear That's Nice, speak. Let's just allow him. That's nice. Go ahead.
Thank you. So yeah, if I think I'm better than anybody, I'm never gonna look down on anybody. I don't look down on African. But if you ask me do I think I'm better? Yes, I think I'm better. It is what it is.
That's good. That's good. Good for you.
I'm never gonna pick any other group over my own people. That's never gonna happen. I'm never gonna say woman. Hold on. I'm never gonna look another group of other women to think they're better than my own women. I will never gonna do that. You can put an ugly Rwanda Congolese women in front of me and put the most beautiful other group of women in front of me. I still gonna pick them over them. I still pick those two ugly group of women over any other gorgeous women. It is what it is.
Mr. Nice, no disrespect, Mr. Nice, but don't they eat charcoal? Don't Congolese women eat charcoal?
They do, and I'm still gonna pick them over these other gorgeous women.
Rwanda is the best African country today.
So That's Nice. It's not a super. Wait. So That's Nice. It's not about. That's not superiority. You just think.
No, I think I'm better. It is what it is. I said it.
But how do you quantify that? Like, what's your measure?
My measure? I think we're just better people. We taller, better looking.
So you're better looking.
Can't grow
and
muscle.
What?
Can't grow mustache. We can go definitely mustache. Maybe
hold on. But so That's Nice. So you guys are you base it off of you guys are better looking and what?
No, I think our economy is doing much better than any other African country.
Fastest growing economy in Africa.
So no one can compete.
Equatorial Guinea. Let me tell you, Equatorial Guinea has the fastest growing economy, but they have slums all over Equatorial Guinea.
But
so
okay,
that doesn't really.
90%. Hold on, 90%.
I don't even get.
Hold on.
Economy doesn't make you better.
Hold on. Okay.
Okay, talk.
90% of everybody who leave Rwanda could go work to go to school. They always come back. 90%.
Yeah, but
they don't
hold
stay
on, that's
outside.
nice.
No,
But
hold on. They
that's
don't
nice.
stay
That's
because there's
nice.
jobs waiting for them.
But that's nice. That's nice. I get it. Maybe on paper, people might say that, but
no. If you go to Rwanda,
hold on. Wait, Rwanda,
see.
right? Rwanda. People are not looking at Rwanda as a place for opportunity, like they look at South Africa, Namibia, even Nigeria. Like, maybe they're
Nigeria.
even
Most
Kenya.
people are not even in Nigeria.
Africans are wrong.
Can
Can I add something? A lot of people are coming to Rwanda for investment.
Like, don't compare Nigeria to Rwanda.
Nigeria
is better than Rwanda.
Nigeria is better
Who the
than
hell?
Rwanda.
No disrespect, but no, I've never heard of other Africans go to Nigeria for investments. I've heard of like Kenya and Rwanda.
You can't even compare Nigeria to Kenya. You can't even compare Nigeria to Kenya.
Nigeria and Rwanda. Nigeria had 60 years peace. Rwanda just came out of genocide, and they do
Nigeria didn't have peace.
better than a lot of African countries. Just saying. For
They
that
only
small
had
countries
a
with a lot of land,
wait.
who have no resources, they do
Demise, I
good.
think we have made too much out of Somalia, given that they are just barely even 80 million in population worldwide. And we are talking about one country in Nigeria that is over 200 million people and the continent of about 1.4 billion people. I am a little bit surprised they've taken a lot of heat because of this stuff. They occupy a significant landmass, but they are a tiny population. And I don't think it's worth this type of heat that we are putting on them. And what I find when people are being a kind of looking at people, down at people, is what they actually do with it. Because Nigerians like to think that they are the most boastful and all the rest of it, but at the same time, they don't go about discriminating against Africans. They don't. But other Africans do, and they actively.
But to Niger, that's not true. A lot of Nigerians do look down on Africans. To Niger, a lot of Nigerians do look down on other Africans.
Can I have my final say and go? Can I have my
final say? Go for it.
Okay, but Mr. Knife, I've heard you and what you said. Yes, you don't have anything to say that you're superior than other people, but you're just saying you are claiming superiority based on your own people.
Hold on, that's nice. Let him.
Fair enough. Fair enough. That's nice. You're supporting your own people and you're standing by your own people. So you are free to believe whatever you believe. But I do not want to hear you assert some form of superiority over another people. If you're talking about looks, you have proximity to Congo that has those pygmy-looking people. What is to stop me from thinking that your people didn't intermix with those pygmies? You understand? I'm thinking your people didn't intermix with those pygmies and all that. So you might contain some pygmy blood. I might not want to intermix with that. So come on. If you
Who's going to join me? We'll form a new tribe called Ibaku. Africa shall be one. We shall form Ibaku. All tribes shall be mixed. We shall form a tribe called Ibaku.
All right, guys. Hold on. Listen, guys. Listen.
Can I talk?
Hold on. Because if we all talk at the same time, we won't be able to hear each other. So we gotta, bring the temperature down. Go ahead.
Can I say something?
Yes.
I just want to come for the brother, and that's nice. I give him salute for what he's saying. Look, to feel superior, that means that you are confident in yourself. People get so offended when somebody says, I feel superior, and I salute him for that. That's what I'm saying. And Rwanda is doing better than a lot of African.
But when you say you feel superior,
so we have all the right to feel superior.
What's wrong with other Africans feeling superior to one another? That's human nature. The Europeans have done it. Why can't the Africans?
All right, good. All right, hold on.
That's why you got into question, Mr. R.
You really like to stop me.
No, wait.
Can I please?
Because there's someone who's echoing. Wait, I have to control it. Someone is echoing. So, and we gotta let each other's.
I never finished.
Hold on. Okay, only me. you finish up quick, and two Niger,
Thank
you
you.
go, and after two Niger, we have tribal African.
But okay, did you hear? I don't know the name of the brother who was talking to and that's nice. He was making fun of the pygmy peoples, how they look like. Did you catch that?
Who?
Did you catch that? He
Sorry
was
to
making
say
said,
this, yeah, but fuck the pygmy tribe, they're inferior.
Can I please talk? Can I please talk? He made fun of pygmy people, how they look to comparing to Congolese. Did you catch that? And if somebody
I
would do
heard
that,
it.
they will go all crazy. Who gave him the right to say that pygmy people are ugly? Why are you saying pygmy people? Are you saying pygmy people are ugly? Are you making fun of pygmy people? This is disgusting. When it turns to you, then don't be angry when people turn to you and say you're ugly.
I'm sorry, lady. There's a lot of
Okay, wait. So that's to Rondo. We'll allow Rondo respond to that, and then two Niger. Rondo, go.
I'm sorry, lady, but there's a lot of disgusting things being said here. And if we really want to get ugly, I went down deep. Right? You understand me? Dr. Nice has asserted some kind of to be better looking than West Africans. So I brought that one time. His genetics may perhaps be involved with those pygmies as well. And I don't think that's any way near close superior to West Africans as well. So I brought that one because the things were said. And
So
my last statement as
you
well.
look better than you pygmy. You think you look better? You're superior looking than pygmy, you mean, right?
I'm not even going to answer that question. I'm not even going to answer that
Because
question.
you just brought into this discussion. They have nothing to do with discussion. And you said, oh, you mixed with pygmy. So you're putting pygmy down.
No, he didn't
don't want to look down on you. How hypocrite.
I'm not even going to answer that question. I asked that question in particular because Dr. Nice asserted we questioned him on how Rwanda are better than West Africans. And he said he only feels proud for his own people. So he said he has nothing to say he's better. But he wanted to go on the looks department. So when he went on the looks department, I brought this other one. So let me finish it. We'll finish up with one thing, right? Now, development comes in different ways. You can have infrastructure development and then there's societal development as well. From what I can see, the Arabs, Dubai looks better than you, but European countries seem far more civilized and more developed in a way. China looks better than Europe at the moment. They've come up, but Europeans still are far ahead of them in terms of development of the person. Are Rwandans any better than other Africans in any type of way, apart from what the infrastructural development that they have made recently? Are they better than us in development in any type of way? I don't think so, because a decade ago, they were butchering each other. So don't give me that crap. You're not better than nobody. Anybody can attain infrastructure development at any level. You know what I mean? There's just so Dr. Kezo, that's directed to you as well. That's directed to you. Looking at development as to only be infrastructure alone. Okay. It's not.
All right, thank you, Rondo.
One question: Why does the majority of West Africa pay colonial tax? Why does the majority of West Africa pay colonial tax along with Central?
When you say, Dr. R, when you say majority of West Africa, what countries?
Francophone.
Like which of the countries?
Mali, Niger, Ivory Coast, Benin. They pay colonial tax to France to this day.
When you say colonial tax, what do you mean by colonial tax?
For colonialism, because these countries today are not independent at all.
I've heard this term, but I don't want to get into that today. But that's not reality.
Can I
respond? Let's have let's have
something.
Who's saying that?
Can I respond?
Let's allow two Niger. Hold on. Let's allow two Niger, then tribal African. Go ahead, two Niger.
Yeah, you see, there's nothing wrong with feeling superior to other people, depending on where it is. There is English superiority and there is Nazi superiority and what they do with it. And there's nothing wrong with being confident and believing in your abilities, and believing that you're actually better than your people that you feel you're competing against. It's what you do with it. And the reason why some people feel exercised by this Somalia one is because they feel that there is something that they do with it. I think that is probably why people are because Nigerians are worse at it, actually. If you think about it in terms of feeling superior about everything, because we don't go about kicking people. And a lot of people feel that in Africa that there's something about the Somalis that they really, and not just that, they betray Africans to other groups too. So, and there's that thing about self-hatred that comes with
We
it.
don't have
That
a
is what-
self-hatred. Come
let
on.
me
Yes,
see,
last night you were saying this too.
let
We
me
don't.
finish my
How
point.
can we
Let
have
me finish my
self-hatred
point.
Bullshit,
and superior
bullshit, bullshit.
How can we have
Let me
both at the
finish my
same
point.
time?
You will
How
have
can
your
we be
turn.
self-hate and
You
superior
will have
complex?
your turn. If you
Explain.
are triggered by it, then you ask
Yeah,
yourself.
because last night too you said so many times. Let me
I will
ask you,
say
how
it
can we? How
because
can
there
I
is.
self-hate?
I think
These
How
this
can
things
I
show is
are
not
self-hate
about
and be
two
superior at the
Nigeria and
same
only
time?
me. You
these
both
things
can
are
create your
coming
own
from
Okay.
channel and
deep-seated.
go
All right.
argue over there,
All right,
please.
guys. All right, guys.
Both
To
of you
Niger.
can create your
It's
own
okay.
channel and go
Now
over
let's
there
have
and argue.
tribal.
Both of you.
Hold
It's
on.
just
Tribal African. Go ahead. Please stick with the topic.
Yeah, of course. Well, I came in late, but I heard this Rwanda guy talking about something that Rwanda is superior. Well, before I say everything, I believe West African girls are the most beautiful, like the whole wide world. They're the most beautiful woman ever, West African. So that's what I believe. I don't see any other race, any other girls that are beautiful than West Africans. That's just my belief. That's what I believe. Okay, and again,
Only the Sahelian ones.
listen to what I'm saying. Don't ask that question. So I want to talk about this. This Rwanda is the fast-growing economy. That means
Are you that
nothing.
Cameroonian guy? What
Guys, hold on. Dr.
What
let him
this
talk.
means is that if you didn't have drinking water, right, and after 1 year you have drinking water, you're growing, but that does not mean you're the best. Some people already have drinking water. That means nothing to them. So you're fast growing because you're developing from a very poor state of living into another rich state of living. So you're fast growing, but that does not mean you're the best. And the other thing, Rwanda is a really small country. I don't know why people keep saying they are doing better. If you look at the list of 20 African countries GDP, Rwanda is not even there. It's not even there. It can't make the list because, first of all, it's so small. And what do they trade? Rwanda trade on coffee, I don't know, cocoa. And this is a list. Most African countries have got those commodity in excess. So Rwanda is just a small country that's trying to manage their resources to better your life. But they have got a cap. They've got where they can end. Rwanda GDP can never surpasses a limit because they're small. They can't really produce as much like a bigger country. You can't compare any country in Africa to Nigeria. It's impossible. Nigeria is like a giant in Africa. It's even a giant in the world. Remember when what's it called? The Hamas, the bombed the Saudi oil field. Nigeria in 2 hours became the country in the world with the highest oil production with petroleum oil. That is massive. So I think if we want to make this, I love my country, we should know the facts. Nigeria is a massive superpower. Despite their corruption.
It's not a superpower. Superpower in what?
No,
like it had 60 years.
Dr. R.
Let me finish.
Dr. R, let him finish.
Despite your corruption,
why are you triggered by that?
But they are still
superpower.
I remember what I think Gordon Brown, he said, if the amount of money that is being embezzled in Nigeria and that amount of money is being embezzled in the UK will crash. But still yet, Nigeria is still there. I think it's the country with the highest GDP in Africa, over South Africa, over Egypt. Okay, so we can't compare Nigeria with Rwanda. Even my country, Cameroon, is far better than Rwanda. You can't even compare. Despite with
your country's a dictatorship, my brother. Go focus on that.
Dr. R, let him finish.
Let me finish. Despite people say we pay money to friends, but even still that, Rwanda can't catch up. Rwanda is a small country.
Tribal
you're talking
African.
about dictatorship. Your man, what's he called? The president, he's a dictator. He is a dictator himself. He kills people. He put people in jail. And he's even accused of going to Congo to kill Congolese to get your minerals. There's so many shit to talk about him. So it's not perfect. So I just want to say, you can compare Nigeria with any country in Africa. It's impossible. That's just
Of course.
bullshit.
There's South Africa, there's Ethiopia, there's Egypt. Why don't you raise up Algeria? Nigeria, listen to me. No, you listen to me. Algeria has got a population of 45 million right here, and Nigeria has got 200 million. Why is Nigeria a shithole, but Algeria isn't? They've both got oil and gas. Like if you go to Algeria, it's modern. It's more modern. So and it's got low poverty.
Dr. R, Nigeria is actually pretty modern. Have you checked the?
I'm talking about if you look at it.
You check it on
might hate
YouTube.
Nigeria, but when it comes to money in Africa, you don't compare Nigeria with any other country. You might hate them.
That's bullshit. That's bullshit.
Nigeria, see, let me tell you this.
I could say the same thing about Congo. What about Congo? Congo is more richer. If you look at Congo, Congo's a population of 80 million, has got trillions of dollars of resources.
Congo is not rich. Congo is not what resources. Nigeria has got oil.
Has got resources. Oh my God. Oh my God.
Do you go to statistics? Do you see statistics? Do you see? Go and look the countries with the highest GDP in Africa. Where the Congo
guys, let's not switch the topic. This
question is for that's nice, not for us. Let him answer.
He's been talking for how long now? You should let
all right. Okay. All right. Now we have somebody.
Let that's
Hold on. Can I respond?
That's nice. That's nice. Respond, please. Allow that's nice to respond.
So right. So let's talk about living condition in Rwanda versus Nigeria. Actually, people in Rwanda are living better conditions than Nigeria. And Nigeria is bad. You got poverty is very, very bad in Nigeria. There's more people living in poverty than the people living a good life. Even Kenya poverty is 30%. 30%. So people in Kenya are living better life. Average people are living better life than people living, Nigeria.
Kenya has the highest debt that they're not going to pay. You don't even see that. Do you know how much Kenya borrow?
Okay,
Kenya have got
hold on.
Kenya
That's nice. Why do you always bring up Kenya? You're not
because
even
Kenya. One of my
on
favorite
Kenya.
countries. Okay, my favorite country. Never let it go.
Good. Okay.
So whatever doesn't matter.
That's nice. Make it quick so we can
chalk statistics. Don't show
the
law.
We have Kwesi into so guys, hold on, guys.
That is statistic. It's on paper. Now, I'm not speaking BS. That is statistics.
Bro, the places in Nigeria that nobody in Rwanda can afford to live there. Do you know that?
Cool. I agree.
Good. So what are you talking about?
But I'm talking about living condition. Average person living in Nigeria, they're living worse life than people living in Rwanda. That's
the population, averagely.
Yeah, probably.
You just 5 million.
Hold on.
Okay.
How you guys are the best making the most money in the country, in the continent, bring the most money, but your people still live in poverty. You have other countries on the country making less money, but the people living better lives. That it doesn't equal. And first of all, I do believe West African women are gorgeous. I did not say West African.
I'm not even arguing that with you. That's a fact. It's not.
Okay.
That's
okay.
Fact.
All right, guys.
Whatever.
All right. That's fine. You guys responded to each other. Kwesi, let's welcome Kwesi on the show.
Yeah.
Kwesi, what do you think about the whole conversation? What it's really even centered about, which is, like we started yesterday with Somalia, and we're still sticking with that. The Somalis feel superior. That's the question to West Africans and Black Americans. Go.
Yeah. The thing is that's not the reason why I called it. I called in on the part where tribal. I think the Canadian man said Nigeria was like an African superpower, better than other African guns. That's what made me call in. In terms of do Somalians think they're better than other Africans? When you're in Ghana, you don't really come in contact with Somalians, innit? I'm in Ghana, but you don't really come in contact with East Africans, really.
Right.
You just wouldn't come in contact with them. So we don't really have that interaction with them where there's like who's superior and who's what. You do have contact with them in the UK. And in the UK, the relationship between Somalians and other Africans is not all that great.
It's Somali.
Yeah, the relationship between Somalis and other Africans, especially West Africans, since they're the majority in the UK, is not even all that great. And in terms of do Somalians think they're better than the West Africans, I think that to them, the fact that they dominated neighboring groups such as Tanzanians and Mozambicans and Malawians in regards to giving them off to the Arabs, I think that's what would make them, because they would have had to have done it for thousands of years. So I think that's what would make them think, they're superior in it. So I guess the Derea word isn't necessarily just, to describe people. Say it's also to describe the particular tribes from southeastern Bantu area, and southeastern Bantu, I'm talking like Mozambique, maybe Tanzania, those areas that they dominated and enslaved. I guess that's what would make them think they're superior, isn't it? I think this is more of a East African, Southeastern Bantu rivalry, but because there wasn't any Tanzanians or Mozambicans to call in, it wasn't really straight out. There wasn't like a real opposite, because we needed someone from the tribes like the Somalis, the country that the
No,
Somalis
we have
actually
Mutu here. Mutu.
needed
We have
people.
Dr. K also, who's from around there.
But Dr. K said his tribe sold slaves. But we
Right.
needed someone from Zanzibar, Tanzania, Mozambique,
Tanzanians are simps. They're a bunch of
Huh?
simps. They allow themselves to
Dr.
get.
K, how could you, my brother? How could you? How could you, my brother?
You said
No, they're a bunch
Tanzania.
of simps. Listen, they're simps. Like even in Kenya, we know about these guys, right? They're really
About
nice,
who?
they're peaceful, but they're simps.
Who?
So what do you mean by simps? What do you mean by that?
Okay, what that means is this, right? Okay, so Tanzanians are known to be nicer than Kenyans, much more, friendly, all that stuff. You know what that means? That means you're a simp. You allow other people to walk over you. Tanzanians were enslaved for a reason. When the Arabs, right, wrote about the Bantu slaves, so talking about the Tanzanians, and they wrote about them like so bad. They said these people are prime suspect slaves because they just allowed it, right? There's no way you're going to enslave Kikuyus or Wangas, because we're going to fight to the death. But the Tanzanians, they're a bunch of simps.
What about people from Comoros? Would you say the same thing about them?
They're mixed people at this point. They've got Indian, Bantu, Somali,
By the way,
Oromo blood.
by the way,
They're mixed.
we listen. The brother from Kush race, Brad Kushite, he never talked the poor
No,
guy.
oh yeah. What? Kushai, are you still here?
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay. But okay. After Kwesi, you can go. Kwesi, finish up and with your Nigeria part also. Go ahead.
Yeah, the Nigerian part was a bit confusing because the Cameroonian man, I think I know. I'm not sure he is, but I don't know if he's Cameroonian, but I think he is. Was saying that Nigeria was the best in Africa, and even in West Africa is up for debate because there's so many things that Ghana overruns Nigeria on. That Ghana is doing far better than Nigeria on.
Tonight, do you agree with that? Like,
no, let
like
him
what?
finish. Let him
Okay,
finish,
go ahead.
please.
Go ahead, Kwesi.
There's so many things that even in West Africa is up for debate if Nigeria is actually doing much better than other West African countries like Ghana, because there's so many things that I can mention in Ghana. Even recently, there was like a West African, I think, senior high school, senior high school when they graduated, whatever, and Ghana came first again in West Africa. It dominated the results. I don't know if you guys followed up on it. It dominated the education system in Ghana was the best. The Ghanaian currency is.
But the best mathematician in Africa is a Nigerian, bro.
What do you mean?
The best mathematician in Africa is a Nigerian. Two of them, straight Nigerian.
No, but you're just talking about one individual. Though. We're talking like a general.
I'm talking about in Africa, mathematician, the highest one is two of them Nigerian.
See, you need
So
to
just continue what you're saying.
so that some other person responds. Let him finish his point so that I will respond to him.
These are individuals, though. Nigeria's currency, if you bring the Naira to Ghana, is worth nothing. It's like bringing Cameroonian currency to the UK. It's not going to go anywhere. The pound's currency is much higher. The Ghanaian currency is much,
you don't
much stronger
understand
than
about economics, man. You don't
Kwesi, why is the Ghanaian passport better than the Nigerian passport?
Let me finish.
Finish.
Go on.
I think it's just both ignorant and love for your country, but continue.
Yeah, that's all I was saying. So let me finish. Let me tell you something. In Nigeria, their economy is solely based on oil. It's an oil-run economy. They're still not diverse.
90% of the exports are.
Dr. R, let him finish.
The Nigerian economy runs almost entirely on oil only. That if
Saudi
oil was
Arabia run completely on
hold
oil.
on, Trevor,
what's wrong with that?
Trevor, let him finish.
Trevor, let me finish.
I'll finish.
Go ahead, Gracie.
Yeah, the Nigerian economy runs almost entirely on oil. If you look at the GDP and you take the oil out, that's like almost 80 to 85% of their economy gone. You feel this is not a sign of a strong economy. It's very corrupt. It's a very divided society. There's wars everywhere, all over the country in oil-producing regions. There's rebels. There's the Biafra separatists. There's the Boko Haram. It's not a stable country. You feel me? Nigeria is not as successful as you think it's supposed to be. It does have the largest economy in Africa, but that's more to do with their population rather than them actually have. Because if you look at the GDP per capita, it's roughly the same as Ghana's one. They're not really a step ahead of other countries in any possible way. If you were to ask me the best African country, I would always say South Africa, then Egypt. In that order, 1 and 2. South
Africa and Egypt.
Egypt are the top 2 best African.
What about Namibia, Botswana?
Yeah, but those are small economies. Those are small economies. You feel me? Those are small.
So you say Nigeria. So you say Nigeria is not all that.
The thing is that they are not that much better than other African countries. That's the thing. There's not really that much of a big gap.
Please let me just make one statement. I'll not speak again.
Let me respond to that. I think haven't you finished? This is a long tirade.
Let him finish. Everyone has been talking. He just got here.
Because the thing is that everybody is going on as if you go to Nigeria, you're going to be seeing world-class infrastructure. You're going to be seeing good roads. Gutters, and everybody tells us if gutters and sewages are covered. You're not going to be seeing pollution and poverty in a lot of places. Nigeria, if you go to Nigeria, it doesn't really look much different to when you go to a lot of African countries like Egypt or Ghana. It's not like you go to, if you compare like an average African country to say Singapore, that's a big difference in infrastructure and standard of living. But if you compare the standard of living to Nigeria, especially in northern Nigeria, it doesn't really look different to a lot of African countries. This is what I mean by they're not really that far ahead of the other African countries. I still think South Africa, then Egypt are still the best 2 African countries to live in. And I've been in South Africa, I've seen South Africa, and Nigeria is nowhere near South Africa. Nowhere near South Africa.
Like Nigeria is nowhere near South Africa.
No. It's hundreds of years behind them.
Okay. I think you really spent a long time trying to make that point. Let me just address this thing because I think a lot of people misunderstand.
Hold on. I think this right now only means probably what sipping tea right now, laughing. Go ahead to Niger.
Yeah, this is a little bit disingenuous, and almost everything he said was true. I'm not.
Okay, then to Niger. He said almost what he said is true. Then what?
Christ.
Okay, go ahead.
Let me finish the point, because there is another part of the equation that they never seem to understand. When people say Nigeria is a powerful country, has influence and all the rest of it, Ghanaians get triggered like, oh no, because they don't understand what people are talking about. What they are talking about is comparing like Sweden or Canada to the US. In many metrics, these 2 countries will exceed the US, including per capita, some of them.
Hold on, which country is gonna exceed? You say Canada
in healthcare.
Are you Niger? That's not true, but that's a wrong. Niger. Just stick with the Nigeria thing. If you're gonna give, that's a false equivalence. Canada doesn't have better healthcare than the US.
Okay.
I don't know where you're getting this.
I'm not talking about your country. I'm trying to make an example here. So the point is, many countries in the world, European countries, maybe even Australia, or Japan have higher metrics, higher than that of the US.
That's not true.
No, it doesn't make them a superpower, does it?
To Niger, that's not true, though.
Can I finish? Jesus Christ. The point I'm trying to make here is that they are not. It's not like for like. If you are trying to say, you want to actually select how many people that are rich in Nigeria versus how many people that are rich in Ghana, we'll probably have more. If you want to compare how many people that have the living standard of Ghanaians than in Nigeria, we'll probably have more of them physically. When they are referring to these things, they are talking about proportions. You see what I mean? Just as we have more poor people, we have more rich people than Ghanaians. On every metrics, we are better than them.
No.
Let me finish my point.
Why do you have 2 million Nigerians living in Ghana?
Come on. Let me dismantle
Why are
what you
2 million?
said. Oh my God.
Why are 2 million Nigerians living in Ghana? 2 million in Ghana.
Can you just stop? as I said, we have more rich people. We also have more poor people. I'm not saying what you said. Did I say what you said was a lie? But there's another truth there too
again,
that I'm trying to highlight that you seem to be forgetting. The other truth is that in terms of military, we are stronger than you. We have 20 times more soldiers than you do. In terms of population, we have 7 times more. In GDP, don't even count. Don't even go there. If West Africa alone, Nigeria makes up the population of West Africa, we make up almost 55% of the population of West Africa. The entire West Africa put together, Nigeria is a majority population. And you want to compare Ghana, that is not.
I think you can't compare Nigeria with any West African country. That's just BS.
No. You see, hold on again. No. You see, again, you to Niger, you're beating around the bush. If Nigeria is doing,
let him talk.
If Nigeria is doing better than any West African country, why are Nigerians fleeing to Ghana?
That's a stupid question. See, I want to answer. Just let me say. Just let me answer this. Equatorial Guinea.
And a lot of them are fleeing to East Africa as well.
We got people in Equatorial Guinea live in Cameroon.
Wait. Guys,
that means nothing.
Is Tunaja crying about this?
No, I don't. It's get tiring when Ghanaians.
I think Kwesi is just trolling. It's not making any sense. It's just being a troll.
This is why Nigerian is the best mathematician in this West Africa. Because we have
but that's an individual.
We have more people than Ghanaians.
That's an individual.
That population matters. When he keeps saying that, our people per capita, we are doing better than you. Yeah, maybe you are doing better, but the population of Lagos and one other state is more than your population of Ghana.
No. The question is, no. Why are Nigerians fleeing to Ghana?
That's very stupid. That's just being stupid. That's a stupid premise. That's a stupid argument.
We have more poor people in Nigeria. Oh, I don't know how many.
Okay, for example, you said about your military. Why is Cameroon defeating Boko Haram? How come Boko Haram is afraid of the Cameroonian army and the Chadian than the Nigerian army?
Equatorial Guinea is a far richer country than Cameroon, according to GDP. But there are Equatorial Guineans living in Cameroon. Why? People just want to where they can get more opportunity. That's what matters. It doesn't mean if Ghanaians are living in Ghana, they're not going out, they're living better than Nigerians who are living in Nigeria. That's not the case. So I don't get the point of your argument.
No. You see, again, you don't really seem to be understanding what I'm trying to say.
Because you're not saying anything that makes sense.
No, it is making sense. Let me finish. If a group of people, if a group of
people, let him talk.
Yeah, if a group of people migrate to a particular country in large numbers, it's because that country is better than their country economically. This is a fact.
Okay. All right.
Okay, that's true.
That's true. You know what, guys.
China is better than Cameroon. Cameroon is better than China because you've got Chinese in my country, right?
No.
That is a fact.
No.
I'm just trying to tell you, your point makes no sense.
This is a different. Hold on, guys.
No.
Tunaja, wait. Tunaja,
you're
guys.
naive, Kwesi, in things you say. I think
guys, it's okay.
Don't understand. Yeah.
Hold on. Here's the thing. This is about Somalia.
Okay.
I was just giving just the short little window with the Nigeria one, but this is going to be a topic. In fact, who's doing better in West Africa? Because
it's Nigeria. That's not a question. Yeah.
Well, Kwesi is disagreeing with that, and we will find out in that discussion.
Okay.
But it's so we've been here almost 4 hours again. Let's just Tunaja, wait. Let's not forget this is about Somalia. We're about to do our closing statements, but before that, let's allow the proud Cushitic to talk, and let's get back to our Somalia topic. Proud Cushitic, the floor is yours.
Yeah, sure. So, in terms of the Somali superiority complex, I do believe it's there, but I also believe there's an inferiority complex on the part of the West Africans and others that perceive Somalia to be, closer to the Arabs, and they mention their slavery.
I don't think the West African. I mean, me particular.
We don't even come in contact with Somalia.
We don't really even.
No. In the West, the ones in the West.
No, even in the West here, they don't look at Somalians as superior.
Somalians don't mix with nobody.
But like you said, the Somalis have that chip on their shoulder. So we want to know.
They
But
carry it.
but we don't really. I don't know any
We don't
West
mingle with
African
Somalians. Yeah.
whoever says Somali people are superior.
Maybe
It's
East
shocking
Africans,
to me.
not West African. Yeah.
Yeah, it's shocking to me to even find out this is what the dynamic is. That's why we're talking about it. But
I think they're thinking mostly about the ladies. I think it's a ladies thing. I think it's just some ladies online BS. I don't think in actual sense who mix with Somalians, West Africans. We don't. Here in the UK,
You don't even
Somalians
interact.
don't mix with nobody. They're just in their own little Mogadishus. They do their thing. So I don't see why you say they're.
Are you from France?
Am I from France? No.
Where are you from?
Let's Proud Koshete finish up. Sorry.
That's really all I had to say.
All right, thank you.
Yeah,
now, guys, okay, everybody has spoken, and we're gonna do our round of closing statements. And please, let's stick with the Somali topic. To Niger, you want to go first?
Yeah, I can go first. Yeah, first of all, I think some sessions ago, I remember I went a little bit overboard and I said something I shouldn't have said to you, Demise, and for that, I apologize for that. I don't think you even remember it anymore, but
I probably
sure
don't.
it's subconscious. I think you do, but let's forget about it. So I apologize for that. But regarding this conversation, I think it tells you something about, I probably have some level of, if I felt triggered by the way, because I think I've been growing up, people have been saying these things behind, in the background, and even in the UK here, you hear some things and how some.
Tunaja, can you speak up? People say they can't hear you.
Wow. Okay, I thought I was very loud. Okay, so you hear some Africans, they say they try to deny themselves and want to relate to other groups, especially the ones bordering the continent. So I've always found it very, very bad in a way, because I always felt like, how can you deny what you are because you you relate to other people more? But then again, they are bordering nations. You can't blame them for being what they are, because they are bordering both sides. The question is for us, especially if we are going to move forward, these people have to start changing their mindset, because they are going to sabotage Africa. They will sabotage that continent again if that mindset doesn't change. Because I know some of them that have literally convinced their own brothers or their family members not to get married to their own people, so that they go and get married to other groups outside the continent. That is how bad it is in those bordering nations. And what you are hearing today is part of the trend in those bordering nations. Somali is one of them. They are bordering many this in the Arab countries, just over the ocean. You get all this about attitude, and it's what they do with it that is the danger. Because these people are going to come back tomorrow. They'll say, "Okay, Mecca is my friend. The other people are my friend. You know what? I'm going to turn against my neighbors that I've been living with for thousands of years."
Yeah, that's a problem for East Africans, man.
This is the danger, because they will not.
And it's not a problem for West Africans.
Hold on, guys. Let him finish. We're on the last. All of you will talk. Allow Tunaja to finish up here quick.
This is
Go
the
ahead.
danger. They will not recognize their own brother. This stuff has torn Sudan to pieces already. And look at Somalis. They've been fighting each other. Even if they are supposed to be one clan, they've been fighting each other. If they can do that to each other, what would they do to the next door neighbors? These are people that claim to be almost an isolated group in that region, and they tore each other to pieces. What would they do to their neighbors when it comes to tearing them up too? This attitude needs to change. We have all lived there for thousands of years. We are the oldest people on this planet, especially that region. How can they not understand, if you have such a heritage, that you've been there for such a long time? How have you forgotten all that? The whole world literally are descendants from that region. And this people forgot all that and say, you know what, we are not loyal to the other group there. That's fine. Let's turn on against our own that we have been together here with for hundreds of thousands of years. This is my concern. These people need to start waking up and start understanding that you are African first. You are human first, then you are African, and we should stop turning on each other. That needs to stop.
Bro, you don't need to. If someone
Thank
don't want
you.
to be
Thank you.
African,
Hold
they
on.
can
All
get the
right.
hell out of
Thank
the
you.
continent.
Hold
Who
on,
cares?
guys. Tunaja, well said. Well said. Thank you for coming in again. Okay, Tribal African, your last words. Go for it.
Well, I came a little bit late, but about the Somalian thing, this what I don't know. West Africans, this is what we consider Somalians to be lazy and to be weak. So when you say Somalians are superior, I don't understand what you mean, because West Africans, we consider Somalians as lazy and weak. Yeah, like in the West, when you have a job and there's a Somalia among them, you don't want to go there because you know they're going to bring everyone down. And again, we don't mix with Somalians that much, and Somalians don't really mix with any other people. So this
Oh,
idea
that's
about
bullshit.
superiority
That's bullshit,
complex,
bro.
let me
Hold on,
finish.
bro. Let him finish.
I'm
You'll
talking
get your
about from
turn.
the perspective of West African. I don't know what's going on in East.
And you West Africans
You
better leave
know.
us alone. We couldn't even give a shit about
Yeah.
you West
So
Africans.
Guys,
let me finish.
let
Let
him
me
finish.
finish. Let me finish. Yeah, we are the biggest one in the Africa. We have the biggest, more powerful nations. And okay, so about Somalians being superior, I don't know. I don't really feel it. I don't see Somalia as a superior person. I see them as like weak and lazy people. So how can a weak and lazy somebody be superior? I don't
This
get
guy,
it. Yeah, you
bro.
understand. No,
You're
no, no
funny. You're
shade.
funny, man.
Guys,
I don't
let
get
him
it.
let
Yeah,
him finish.
so
You get a chance to respond, how we are. Let him
yeah,
talk.
so yeah, and they're just in their own places, and they're doing their own things, fighting El Shabab, I don't know. So Somalians being superior, no way. It's not possible. To who? Maybe to Kenyans or Rwandans. So I don't know. I don't know.
All right.
Maybe yeah, but
Well,
not to me, West
Oh, hey,
African.
all right.
can I
Thank
respond?
you.
Can I
Thank you.
respond to
Thank
him?
you.
Afrodamus,
Okay.
can I
Yeah,
respond to
go
him?
for it. Go for it.
Okay, like when you say like Somalians feeling superior, that's not just Somalis. That's
Right.
every tribe in Africa. Every tribe thinks they're the best tribe. So it's not just Somalis. That's just human nature, first of all. And Somalis, like everybody else, we have intelligent people, and we have some ignorant people that feel like they're better than other Africans. Me personally, I don't think that I'm better than anybody. You know what I'm
Right.
saying? I don't think that I'm better than West Africans because the way they look, that's just dumb. It doesn't make sense. And then when people try to put down other people and try to insult other people, the way they look just it reveals how ignorant they are, because like smart people don't do stuff like that, like what you just did, saying calling all Somalis are lazy. Have you met 26 million Somalis around the world? You don't even know one Somali person, but you're generalizing all Somalis. That's like me saying all Nigerians are scammers. That's not accurate. So it just shows you level of intelligence. You know what I'm saying? There are some Somalis who feel like they're better than other Africans, and it has a lot to do with slavery, because Somalis unfortunately did slave the neighboring tribes. They
Tribes.
did dominate the tribes in Kenya. They dominate the tribes in Tanzania, in Mozambique, Malawi, and a lot of people think that all Somali Bantus came to Somalia as slavery. That's also not accurate, because there are Somali Bantus that have been there before slavery. However, there are some Bantus that came into slavery, and Somalis also did enslave Kushites and the Niletes. You know what I'm saying? When I did my DNA, I have a lot of Bantu in my DNA. You know what I'm saying?
Oh.
So yeah, I'm a Somali man, 100%. Like that does not mean, that doesn't make me less Somali. You know what I'm saying? Like I have like 13% Somali Bantu. And then, I know 23andMe doesn't really reveal your admixture. Like a lot of Somalis go take the DNA test in a 23andMe. It says 100% Somali, because I did the same thing. You know what I'm saying? I did take 23andMe, and I got a different results. Actually, it did say I was 100% Somali. So
Really?
the only reason, I'm not going to explain it again. Only me already explained that.
Yeah.
The only
Well,
reason 23andMe does that, because they have a lot of data of Somali people. Other companies don't. So other companies will tell you you have some admixture from Middle East, and you have some admixtures from the neighboring tribes. We are related to the tribes that we live with. Like all the tribes that are in Kenya, they all carry Somali DNA. The Kikuyus carry Somali DNA. So at some point, we came across and we intermarried each other. You know what I'm saying? So the idea of saying, "Oh, Somalis think they're superior" is false.
It's
Somalis,
false.
most
Okay.
Somalis don't think they're superior. Somalis know like all men are created equal, and they don't look down. There are some racist people that look down on Bantu people. That has a lot to do with the history that they have with the Bantu people.
Gotcha. So Hawia, hit me up on my email. It's on my about section.
Okay.
Yeah, so hit me up there.
Did you get my email? I also sent you my email on the private chat.
On the private, hold on. Let me see.
I'm gonna send it again.
Yeah, if you can send that again. Well, thank you. Now let's have. That's nice. What's your last words?
Yeah. So honestly, look, I really don't care if somebody understand about me. It never been a problem to me. Honestly, hey, that's good for them. If I was African think he did better than me, I don't care. Really, it doesn't do anything for me. Everyone should think that they should be better than other people. It is what it is. That's how I feel like. I don't think just because I think I'm better than you doesn't mean I feel like I'm superior than you, or you should bend down to me. That's not what I think. And I never said I'm better than West Africans. People really putting words in my mouth. I never say I'm better than West Africans. I just say I'm better than anybody.
Right.
I think anybody, not but the idea people think, "Oh, I'm looking down on West African." That's a BS. I don't think I'm better than these Africans. I have a lot of respect for all my African brothers and sisters. Just because I sound better doesn't mean I'm looking down on anybody. This idea people believe by themselves. Honestly,
right?
Somalians call me Jared one time. You don't think? Well, you know what I did? I didn't care.
Does it make you mad?
No, because
okay.
It doesn't do anything to me. I don't think he's better than me. I think I'm better than him actually. And it didn't hurt me. I just okay, cool, good for you. See ya. That's how I feel like, because it just doesn't do anything to me.
That's
so
good.
the idea people think I see you as you should bend down to me is stupid. Honestly.
Well,
And the idea people saying I call West African people, I don't know. I would say you. They're better looking than you, not West Africans. That never came in my mouth.
Thank you. That's nice. Mutu Mwalima, you're next. Go ahead. Where's Mutu? Oh, go ahead.
Oh,
I can hear you now.
Yeah, I just wanted to say many of these people claiming that they're superior and are from the tribes that are skinny, lanky, and like what's his name? That's nice. And Dr. K stated that they're mixed with Somali DNA. Yeah, they're from those tribes that are just inferior physically, and just use that as an excuse and state that they're superior for no reason.
Are you Bantu?
Which I don't know. I'm not
Are
letting
you
No, he's from the Low tribe.
He's saying his last piece. Let him finish. Go ahead.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, which I don't get how they're superior. Like for the that's nice guy. Come to Kenya, we have like my tribe has your people working as not even people, just your women working as maids. These Congolese and Rwandese cheap women over here working as maids, just serving us. So I don't get how you're superior when your women are relocating to my country to work for us. And for the Dr. K guy, I don't get what he's on about his tribe. We dominate them, we lead them, we dog walk them over here. So I don't get how they are superior. Can he explain that?
He's gonna be next. Thank you, Mwalima. Thank you for your last words. Dr. K.
Yeah.
Dr.
So
K, you got called to the mat. So you can finish your last words while you
Right. So basically, my tribe, the Wanga tribe, we enslaved these other Africans, right? We put them in chains. We sold them
which
to the
other
Arabs.
Africans?
Especially Mutu's tribe, the Nilotics, right? We enslaved all of them. We put them in chains, sold them to the Arabs, Swahilis, and the Somalis, right? We had a good time doing it. Now it's wrong. I hope that you guys forgive me for this, right? But I'll say this: this whole idea of Pan-Africanism, we're never going to be Pan-African because we can't even be Pan-tribalism. As Somalia has shown, they can't even be Pan-clanism, right? So the issue here is Africa. We're going to be behind because we can't even agree on if we're even African, right? So that means we're going to be in economic deficit for the next 100 years. Hopefully, after that, we'll realize, we have a bigger enemy, the rest of the world. I'll give an
Because
example.
China is taking over, baby.
No, Doctor,
Yes.
let him finish.
So let me give you an example, right? A country like Somalia is in the Arab League, right? But the Saudis don't want Somalia to succeed. Why? Because Somalia is a strategic region in the whole world. They have the longest coastline in the world. They have access to oil, other resources. And if they were able to actually manifest themselves properly, they will be a superpower in Africa. I will give them respect. That's why Kenya tried to steal their coastline, right? Somalis actually
Somalis?
Exactly. They have the most strategic region in Africa next to Kenya. So if they put themselves together and stop aligning with the Arab League and focus on their problems, they'll be a world superpower. So my point here is, unfortunately, as Africans, we fight each other over stupid things like hair texture, skin tone differences, as well as cultural differences. And if we can overcome this, I believe that Africa will be the next place to be. And I love all my African brothers and sisters. As long as you're out here repping Africa, I'm your people, right? But obviously, the Rwandese people, Tutsis, Kikuyus, these are my people.
All right. Thank you, Dr. Kezo, for coming again. Now we have Koshetek, your last word.
Yeah, so I think there's truths to the superior complex, but I think this narrative is being pushed forward by West African black men that get denied by Somali women.
Oh.
These hoteps.
Okay.
And I don't think they're the minority. I think they're actually the majority of people of
so you're saying that people just didn't observe this is the people who are interested in the Somali women.
They don't even have internet in West Africa. How are they going to push forward any narrative? It's the men in the West.
Yeah, I know it's a Western thing.
It's the black men, West African men in the West who get denied by Somali women. I see it all the time. It's tragic. But yeah, that's what it is. And look, there's truths to superior complex. Like in Nigeria, they're good at math. In Ghana, they're good at not being arrogant. So there's truths to these things. It's just differences exist. We must acknowledge them and move on. That's it.
Thank you. Kwesi, what do you want to say to this?
Yeah. I wanted to say first of all that they were saying something to do with the Cameroonian guy was saying West Africa. No, Cameroon is not even in West Africa. It's not even in ECOWAS. I don't know what he meant by saying we West Africans or West Africa this and that. I was a bit confused because Cameroon is in Central Africa. It's not an ECOWAS state. But I think today's debate was more of a East African debate. And like I said, we needed someone from Mozambique and Malawi to give us, or Tanzania to give us a more balanced view in terms of their relationship historically with the Somalis, who used to raid those places. In regards to the Somalis feeling superior, like I said, if they did enslave the neighboring Southeastern Bantus, then of course at some point they're going to start feeling superior to them and differentiating themselves from them according to hair texture being one of the most visible difference between them and the tribes they enslaved. But I think that last person who left before I started speaking was saying,
the one that said there's no internet in West Africa, right?
Yeah, I don't know what he's talking about. I'm in West Africa and I'm using internet to, to speak to on this live panel. So I don't know what he meant by there's no internet in West Africa. But him saying what he's basically trying to say is that a lot of West African men are pissed because Somali women are turning them down. I don't know, but I've heard stories of black girls or being jealous of Somali women's hair, and they look at Somali women because most of the time their hair is covered, and they're saying that because a lot of black girls straighten their hair and wear weave, they're jealous of Somali women's hair. That's something I've heard when I'm on the streets of UK. And in terms of black men being turned down by a Somali woman. I've never really heard that, but one thing I do know is that black men, for black men to have a certain view, because if a group of men try to get a group of women from a particular ethnic group, in this case Somali, and they get turned down a lot, then it's going to make them start saying a lot of bad things about that group. So it could be true that a lot of West African men are getting turned down by Somali women. So a lot of West Africans have decided to declare war on Somali people in general, in terms of, going after them and cussing them and, saying bad things about them. I don't know how true it is because I've never approached a Somali woman before. But yeah, the divide is there, isn't it? So yeah, like I said, this is
I have never experienced that. I don't know if that's even a thing, but it's possible. But I'll research. I'll research that also.
The Somalis were saying that they can only marry within their ethnic group or clan. So I guess if a West African man, a Ghanaian or Nigerian, saying the UK or the United States approaches a Somali woman, I don't know if they're going to be open to the idea of being with a man, one, who's not from their country, two, who's probably not even Muslim. You feel me? But I think that if a Somali woman comes across a Ghanaian that she likes, then I'm sure she'll be open to being with if she likes him in general. So I don't understand the point of them saying Somali women are turning down West African men. That's making a lot of West African men pissed off. But
yeah, that doesn't make sense, but it's possible. But thanks,
yeah, but
thanks,
it's possible.
Kwesi.
So yeah, that's what I was just saying.
Thank you, Kwesi. Okay, how we you want to say your last piece?
Yeah, I just want to thank everybody that came to this live platform and express their ideas. I see there's a lot of division between all black groups, whether in the diaspora or in Africa. And like Dr. K was saying, we can't even unite as tribes, let alone unite as Africans. So like the one thing that I want to say is like we're all different, and we will be better off if we appreciate our differences and come together. Like the Europeans are all different, and you don't see Europeans trying to put down other Europeans as much black people do. And this whole West African and the East African thing, I don't know how it started, but I know that a lot of West Africans hate on Somali people, and I have been online. A lot of West Africans try to tell me that I'm not even African. So I don't know where the hate is coming from, and this is from both sides. It's not just West African side.
Like one side.
I've seen a lot of Somalis calling West Africans Jarir, and I already explained. As much as you want to sugarcoat, we know what Jarir means, and when you say in a certain context, you know what you're saying. So don't make an excuse, say, oh, it's just descriptive word. No, it's not. Jarir is the equivalent to a nigger. I would never fucking call somebody Jarir. You know what I'm saying? And if somebody calls me Jarir, I get offended. I've been called Jarir by my own people. I've been called Jarir by Somalis. You know what I'm saying? So like this whole, I just want to tell my Somali people, just stop it. Stop it. Stop using the word and stop defending that word. You know what I'm saying? Like we're not better than anybody. We're not superior to anybody. We all black. Whether you come from West Africa, East Africa, North Africa, you know what I'm saying? The reason Africa whole is a shithole is because our divisions. Like we have a tribal mentality. We have to change that, and it's gonna take the younger people to engage. Conversations like this. This is why I love what you're doing, Afridamus. This is very important. To get different perspective from different Africans. So like I said, the sooner we realize our differences make us unique and who we are, the better we will be as Africans.
Thank you. Well said. Well said. And I sent you an email. Check it.
Okay.
Thank you. All right. Only me. You have the floor to yourself, and great conversation. So your closing statements.
Yeah, it was a little bit heated.
But you were drinking your tea at one point.
Yeah, later I was sipping my tea in the end. Anyway, I want to my closing statement is this, right? As a Somali, we get a lot of heat by our condition right now, right? And we are in this condition because we have been in a war. for a very long time, but we're getting out of it and we are recovering. Somalia is now looking at a bright future, to be honest. We are getting next year, we're going to start, we are starting to drilling our oil. We have over 110 billion barrels only in the sea, offshore, not counting in the land. And that's what we're starting with. We're gonna take our oil out. Somalia has zero debt. So Somalia is gonna probably start selling its oil in the market with zero debt. We don't have any debt. We Somalia got
So is
a debt
Somali gonna
relief.
be? Is it gonna be open to other Africans to come in?
So this, yeah. So Somalia doesn't have any debt because we got a debt relief. So Somalia is going to start with a fresh slate, and not only are we getting our oil back, but we also have the longest coastline of Africa, which we have a lot of fishing. We have a sun that we enjoy that we need to put some solar system, and different methods of our resources. We're going to take those out. Somalia is not population wise, we are not so big. We have maybe 15 to 20 million. We are not that many people, but we have a long coast and we have a huge land. So the Somali people's future is very bright, very bright, and we are looking at for those who are defining Somali people by the situation that we are in now. It's going to be sad for them because we are going to get out of the situation. That's for sure. That's for my people. So inshallah, we're going to have a very bright future soon enough. And my country is coming together and we are working together and we are recovering, right? That's for the Somali situation. All right.
Should I
So it's
let
not
the
gonna,
Should I
this
let
is
the
not,
West Africans know that
I
Somali
want the
will be
whole
open?
world to know. I want the whole world to know that Somalia is getting out of the situation. I know everybody else is looking, oh, how much do you make? How much? This is going to be over. Somalia, we are the most strategic place in the world. We own two seas, the Red Sea and the Indian Ocean, right? So we will enjoy a lot of our resources. So that's for the Somali part, right? So the future of the Somalia looks very good. So you guys gonna watch the rocket just shine and take off soon.
I'll be happy to. I'll be
Yeah.
happy to report it here.
Yes, soon, God willing, right? When it comes to the superiority complex for the Somali people, right? I think this is laying by thousands of years of history, right? Somali people had enjoyed their own coast and they enjoyed their own freedom for a very long time until the colonial came and with the enslavement, and we had other tribes of Africa that we were enslaving. So of course with that comes pride, right? You have a history that's shining, so we have a pride for that. We take that pride, but I don't think it's a superior. I don't feel a superior to anybody, but I feel very proud of my
Your
family,
heritage.
my heritage and my history, right?
Mhm.
We have a small hiccup. We had a small hiccup, which we had this past 2 decades that we had a war, but who doesn't? I mean, everything, things that go up must come down somehow, right? So who doesn't? So, but this was a hiccup. When we're gonna get out of it, and the people who saying calling Somalis pirates, I just have to tell that these people that you're calling a pirate, I see them as coast guards. Why I explain why I say that.
Wait,
Because Somalia coast guards, yes.
they're just accusing them.
You know why I said that? Because
Yeah.
Somalia, after we had a war and our country and government collapsed, what was happening was that the Chinese and Indian were coming in our shores and fishing and dumping trash in our seas. So what happened was these men who were fishermen could not fish anymore because these people were coming with ships that was huge and taking all the fish. So one day they come together and say, we have to stop this somehow. And
Right.
this is how they saw fit. Of course, the West said this is a pirate. Pirate, I would say somebody who goes other people's seas and start pirating from there. I would say those are pirates. But the Somali men never left their sea. They stayed by their corner, and they protected their corner. And they call it pirate, whatever you call whatever you want. But these men were
So they
brave
call
enough.
it pirates. You guys call
Exactly. These men were brave enough.
Coast
No,
Guard.
I call, not
I
me.
like
I
you.
call them.
You're
Okay.
funny.
So, but what I'm saying, these men were brave enough to protect their property. You understand? So they were brave enough, and you know what happened? This fishing stopped, because then the Americans and other Europeans start putting guards there. So this illegal fishing stopped. Somalia don't have any debt with the Chinese. We don't have any Chinese in our
Is that
country.
why
So
you guys feel superior to?
Listen, we're just coming out of war, right? Superiority? No. Pride, yes. Pride of our heritage, pride of our history, proud that we fight the Portuguese and kick them out from our land 3 times. And this small group of skinny men, they call skinny men, we kicked Portuguese out, and we freed the Swahili coast from the Portuguese invasion. So we have that history that we can lie on and say, yeah, we have done something. And you know what? And the future looks bright for Somali people. This skinny man that people are talking about, they fought a lot for their land. Nobody could come and take people out of their shores. You understand what I'm saying? So these men are warriors. You need to be warrior in the heart, not just by the bulkiness of your body, the warrior heart. You have to possess that. You understand? This is what I'm saying.
It's all from within.
So exactly. So this skinny man has kept a lot of people out of our land. So what happened is people are looking at Somalia down. But I understand why, because our situation is not the best situation right now. But which African country is actually the best situation if we look at the worldwide? You understand? We literally crumping about how many mathematicians we have, like 2 or 3 mathematicians in the whole continent. Is disgusting, right? So everybody is in this situation. But Somalia has been in war, as I said.
I think one of the best mathematicians, I think a Nigerian name, Hush Puppy.
Yeah. I mean, we are talking
Hush
about the whole
Puppy.
continent, though.
Yeah,
When we're talking about a
Hush
whole
Puppy is
continent.
one of the best Nigerian mathematicians. But
Yeah.
that's
But what
a
I'm saying,
different
the whole
topic.
continent, right?
Yeah,
When we are
but
talking
thank
about the
you.
whole continent, is shameful, right? We don't have a lot going on. We don't develop anything. We don't invent anything. We don't have. There's no we cannot even develop a mobile phone. That's bad for a whole continent. You understand? So people are looking down on Somalia because of our situation. As I said, it's just a hiccup, and we are getting out of it very soon. And I see my country. You guys sit back and drink your tea and see Somali rocket just take off. That's what I say.
We're happy. Thank you, Olimi. And thank you for coming. I can tell you enjoyed the conversation. Did you enjoy Two Niger, your back and forth with Two Niger and the rest of them?
Yes, I did enjoy. If you look every and tribe in Africa, I'm sure there's another brother too who came in and pulling the pygmy down. There's everybody feels superior to somebody else. It is like that. It is just like that.
But you see,
The
Olimi,
Bantu
that's
feels
why.
superior to pygmy. You understand what I'm saying?
But
So
you see,
we are
Olimi,
being.
that's why I bring these shows, because it's there, but
Yeah.
people are so uncomfortable to talk about it. But you
Yes,
see, we've learned so much here. So
I
that's
enjoyed it a lot. The thing is, brother, we all have some sort of a prejudice, right? Something that we feel superior to. So it's not only the Somali. See, the Bantu feels superior to the pygmy. This feels superior to that. There's somebody feels something from, they are better. However, when I say of Somali, superior, I don't know, but proud, yes. As I said, my history, my heritage, that this enslavement was not part of our identity. We were not being enslaved the other way around. All these things play a role, and we were fighting with superpowers back then. The Portuguese were one of the biggest superpowers. We were fighting them and putting them out of our shores. You understand? So of course you feel proud of your history. I feel totally proud of my history. Anybody who feels something about that, he himself or she herself is suffering inferiority complex. You understand?
Absolutely.
Be happy about your history, be happy about your culture and where you came from, and That's it. But I've noticed too, brother. People are coming. Somali women are not beautiful. Nobody likes Somali women. That shows me that there is something that you like about Somali women. This discussion had nothing to do with Somali women. In the comment, the men who are coming in, everybody's talking about Somali women. I'm just saying we
So
are
did you,
beautiful.
but you didn't answer if you guys start doing really well, is it Somali open to Nigerians, let's say, because
Listen, I would
Nigerians, because
love.
they would love to come.
Yeah, listen, I would love. Look, Africa has to start working with each other, right?
Mhm.
I would not have anything. I'm not a president, but I would not have anything against with Somalia trading with other African countries.
No,
Like
like
this is
people, you know how
coming to my country, having
yeah,
vacation. Of course, that's
no,
not activity I would love to have.
like living there, like
You're
how,
working
yeah,
and contributing to the country.
yeah,
Yes, of course. Yes, of
perfect,
course. I would not have anything against that. But
good,
then, should I say something that will piss everybody off? But this is a fact.
go for it.
Some just to piss some people off. Somalia is actually not part of sub-Saharan Africa, according to the United Nations.
Yes,
I know
it's
some
not.
people's gonna go banana and say, "Oh my God, Arab, Arab, Arab." We
Well,
have
I've
nothing to
said
do with
that
Arab.
before. Mhm.
Yeah, in United Nations we have not. Somalia is not part of sub-Saharan African. I know some people's gonna be pissed off, but it is what it is. You know what? Everybody to his own. Let's cheer for each other. Let's hope and the best for each other. I hope the best for Nigeria. I hope the best for Gambia and Ghana. I have nothing against them. You understand?
Good.
I hope that you guys feel the same, but a
Oh
lot of
no,
people don't like.
we love Somali people.
Thank you.
Yeah,
Thank you. We love Gambian. Gambia
yes.
is our brothers.
Thank you
Definitely.
very
Most
much.
definitely. Most definitely.
Well, I am only me. Thank you for coming again.
Thank you. Thank you for
You,
having me.
yeah. I hope you
Tonight, I'm
enjoy.
sorry, it was very heated. Yeah, I'm
Oh
so
no,
sorry.
hey,
I
don't be
got pissed
sorry.
off. Just human being,
That's two Niger, you and two Niger both get pretty heated when certain things
Yeah,
are said. But
I know. With the African American guy too, I was
oh
heated. But
yeah,
anyway, yeah,
Mogadishu.
yeah. But I didn't want to go there. But
Yeah,
somebody has to bring me there. Then, if he
yeah.
brought me
Hey,
there, I have to go there.
at least we everybody's ending in a happy note. Thank you
Thank you
very
for
much.
having me.
Uh,
Thank you. Have a
no,
nice evening. Good night.
you too. Ladies and gentlemen, that's been 4 hours and 25 minutes. We touched on brief history on Somalia's very recent history, the superiority complex, the Gerer, the Kunta Kinte talk. It got heated. We went back and forth. We talked about Nigeria, doing better than Ghana or Ghana doing better. That's going to be a different topic. But as you guys know, we've cleared it out of the water. I mean, at least there's some understanding and education that we all received here today. I hope it's been valuable, but we'll be back here again probably tomorrow or the next day. Who knows? We might check into Nigeria, how Nigeria and Ghana's situation is going in West Africa, or if Nigeria is claiming to be the best, or maybe South Africa might be next. Who knows? Because all these people are claiming to do better. The South Africans are quiet. So we're going to go look into South Africa, what they have in relation to the West Africans. I know this makes some of you uncomfortable, but we can't just pretend like this is not happening. Let's have the discussion. All right. Ladies and gentlemen, I hope you enjoyed yourself. Please like and subscribe to the channel. I see there's so many people watching, but they're not hitting the like button. Hit the like button so that a lot more people can get this information. Until next time, I'll see you guys again.